not much room in it. I mean, Ben's only got 223 behind. I mean, it's kind of an all-in or a fold, isn't it?
Yes. And I prefer a fold.
Pot's 410,000.
No, it's not.
No, sorry.
It's
pot is
634,000.
Thank you.
Wow. Are they going twice?
Yeah.
King ball is dead. I saw one.
Spades are dead as well. Obviously, there's ace king.
Oh, wow. Just wasted.
Yeah.
So sick.
First one goes to Ben. $634,000 pot.
Ben is on his way to having the biggest night on our stream for him.
Yep, and he's going to win them both.
Oh, wow.
You really was this guy?
Sorry for knowing where I'm at, Wesley.
Come on, what are we talking about, man? No coaching. Wesley's laughing at his opponents, and I'm here for it.
I saw he has a nine queen.
Nick checks. Barry's got to bet this. You got to bet that, Barry. Come on.
You might win. I don't know.
Ooh.
You have aces.
And he does win.
That's the case 10, by the way.
Professional.
Bro, man.
Wow.
Professional. This is one of my wives. You know that.
Wow.
Wow.
And a queen
I'm
deuce
so sorry.
again.
I'm so sorry.
Israeli Ron is somewhere smiling right now.
Wow.
I think even Reza's legitimately sorry about that. And he hits his 4 on the river, and he's still no good.
The joint for Sammy. His gambling is rewarded immediately by Lauren, the dealer. I don't know that you can put your opponent on 8-5 here. Oh no. Less than 1% is not the equity you're looking for with 31K in the middle. Oh, that was the best hand I've seen in a while. Mayhem gonna figure it out again that he's been overset by pocket aces. Set overset twice in a couple hours.
Call.
You have aces?
Yeah.
Me.
I never get them.
One night this happens to me? Look at this.
Oh,
Look at this shit. No.
There's still another jack.
So sick.
Big John. Wesley went over 100,000.
I saw he has jack. I figured out. It's an overplay. But if you go all in, only jacks or fives will call you.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I wish I knew. Yeah, I didn't know that.
You think I have because you have 4, right? I could have 4-5. I could have jack 5.
Yeah.
You think jack 5 can call you? Jack 5 can call you without all in. So that's
Yeah.
He's getting such an insane price here. When you bet half of the effective stack, it's just really, really hard to fold.
And I show you my hand after, and then if you win, I give you 10,000.
No.
What? I didn't hear that. Don't.
Okay, sorry about that. Let him think. This is really stupid. 16 what? 525. Happy birthday. How many times? Up to you. One time. Yeah, whatever you want.
Ben gonna need some help.
No.
Have to fair.
And Mike wins a big one.
Yeah, that's good.
$87,000 pot going Mike's way here.
Well, look at this bet, though. 20,000 into 10,000. He's betting 2x pot. Garrett putting maximum pressure on Vertucci. And Nick folds. Look at that. Just a power play from Garrett.
She just snap moves all in. Ronnie snap calls, and now he's gonna need some help.
You got 9s, Ronnie? You got a queen?
Oh, wow.
Do you have a coin?
What a river.
Wow.
Oh, I knew it. I thought for sure one good. Oh my god, that's a bad beat. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Huge pot. Garrett just wins himself $43,000. Took a chance, could have looked like a genius there, and unfortunately for him, his chips head over to that man right there, G-Man.
Kings beat him. Aces beat him. 3 queens beat him. If he's having crazy thoughts, I think he's going to put himself in a world of hurt. No, he just calls. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. It's still a $170,000 pot. 85.5 goes to Garrett.
I have ace-7. Shoot it.
Big belly like a dad. That's what you got.
Bro, why you light me up like that?
Wait a minute, I got a little belly. Did you ever get bloated in?
No, I get bloated and then my stomach gets huge.
See what you look like a 50.
I'll go all in.
You have 10,000.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, definitely 10,000 at least. It's not much more if you want to call.
How much do you have?
That's a dealer question, not a me question. I can't do math.
I'd be curious.
You ever said a 5? You know? I'm not good enough to mug, Mike. Nice hat.
Flush with a 10.
Back him out, he's going to get paid.
Or a 9 or an 8.
Deuce!
Oh, I didn't know.
One time.
And Mike, all in, $50,000 pot. Chris just needs to fade a 6 on the river. And Chris going to scoop a $50,000 pot.
The way we could get a slow roll here would be if this money gets all in, and then we bink a 7 or a 10. That's how we can get a slow roll, because Barry 100% thinks he won. So if we get a 10 or a 7, we will have the ultimate chance for a slow roll. And all these players know that slow rolling is a big part of this game. 10 or 7, one time. A 10 or a 7, one time. DJF. Washburn said no slow roll. Exactly. What are you doing? He just missed like the best opportunity for a slow roll. How do you not slow roll there? That's just bad etiquette. Not slow rolling there. Come on.
A big pot here. Julie flops the nut flush draw. King Henry, who just bluffed it off with 9 high, immediately flops the joint in the next hand. Julie needs a spade. Instead, the king is going to scoop. That's what's known as a cooler. Wesley's going to raise.
Well, you get there. Such a big hand. Old. So stupid.
This is pretty bad.
Slow played myself to death.
Meaning bad luck.
Top set.
Might get the job done, or he might just get it done right here. And look at that.
Nick, you want to know what he had? I saw him.
I could give 2. That's what he had.
Oh, it was huge, bro. It was
Yeah.
huge.
Let's get this ace queen home one time, Sammy. Oh, that's a good flop. That's a good flop. All right.
Oh, no. Please don't do it.
Oh, wow, yeah, he almost.
Come here, play one hand and just fucking.
Oh, he could catch a king here. Let's go, Sam, man. Sammy, put a king out or a 9. Oh, damn it. No offense, Ivan. Iman. Advantage, Iman.
Wow.
Slow roll, Iman. Slow roll him. Look, watch.
Oh.
He's really selling it.
Oh, that a kid.
There we go. What a great table. I love this.
Oh, you had the diamonds too. That didn't make sense, but it was awesome.
Man.
Welcome to Max Payne Mondays.
The U.S. Poker Open, I cut 12 days out of my schedule to go play those events, and I had a shot. You know, I mean, I had in the last like 5 days, I had 2 seconds and a fourth, 3 final tables, and in the main event at 2 a.m. last night, less than 24 hours ago, I took some ridiculous beat to finish 10th. Wesley, let me explain one thing to you. When a player likes you, who bluffs it off, gets the aces, big bucks.
I took the turn because I thought like one of them might have an ace.
Yeah.
Might.
Okay, it wasn't strategic so much as fear. I've got it.
I've never seen anything like that in my life. Did Garrett just tell Ethan I got it and save him $66,000?
No, do it for the memes. Hold on, do it for the memes. It's a good clip. I think it's a good clip. I just spent 25 grand on. You line on, you win this, bro? Look at the pot.
This is a $25,600 straddle for Mr. Beast. He's had enough.
I'm so glad I didn't do it. I'm so glad I didn't do it. It's gonna go like 9 bullets. You haven't folded yet.
You owe me. You know what? You owe me, Botez, so I don't mind if you call. If you were, you know.
Yeah. What about taking advantage of our stupidity? I'm so happy you just said that. What about it? This is literally like.
There's the call.
Oh, are you trying to do the chips? Oh, he's stalling. Oh my God. Queen. Oh, that's 3. Wow. So she's right.
Everybody pairs but Beast.
Everyone but me. What is happening? Everyone but me.
That means there's 6 left for you, King.
How in the hell can someone...
That's fine. I'm calling it right now. This is a queen. I'm calling it right now. This is a queen.
No queens.
I will literally tip you $20,000. 9, 3, 8, queen. You better put a queen there in your best interest.
Magic got $20,000 if you can put a queen on the river.
He's great.
20 grand.
Even Magic can't do that. And Botez again. Are you kidding me?
Like ace 9 off.
Pays him off. He makes the call. Wow.
Only a jack will save Allen.
One jack left in the phone. Yeah, 2 outs.
1 jack left, and that is not a jack. 10 of clubs on the river, and Alex is now doubled up. She wins herself a $102,000 pot, and Keating on to bullet number 3.
Yeah, I'm all. Where's my all-in button? Where's it at? Oh no! Wait, all in. I'm not kidding.
All in.
Alright, I'm gonna let you guys
Call it. Right. No way.
No one's ever lost 3 in a row, Keating. No one's ever lost.
She said 3 times the charm.
You know I'm due, right?
$150,000.
You know, I'll show the table. I'll make you a deal. I have king 5. If you can promise me you don't have aces, kings, or ace king.
I'm not gonna promise you anything. Give me your fucking money.
If you only want the 4, then you can take it. I'll fold.
Money. One way or the other.
All right, I'm calling. Fuck it. Once. Let's go. All right.
Oh my God.
Not a hot start, but there's a lot of diamonds in there.
Oh, no, you're right. Oh. Jack's full of aces. Jack's full of aces.
Battery board.
When the aces hold, XQC doubles up.
I want my Jimmy's like, help me. Bro, I got like 5-2, 6-2, 5-9. Like,
I thought he might actually. That was like a pretty good speech. Like
Actually, what it was is he interrupted me, and I was like, well, fuck this guy. I'm gonna try to hit it.
Put it on the Doja Gabbana.
I gotta tell you, you were not supposed to call this.
What do you have? Wait, what do you have?
Aces then.
I got...
Nothing.
That's an excellent hand. Oh, for what?
Are you ahead?
What a good call, Jimmy.
Yeah.
What a good call, Jimmy.
Oh my God.
Are you ahead? I love that. Guy shows 9-4. Are you ahead?
I'm never coming back. I'm not paying you back. I'm not paying anyone back. I'm just never coming back.
Board pairs.
You win.
Let's fucking go.
Marc can handle it.
I thought for sure you are gonna fold.
Oh my god, bro! I was sitting there. I was just thinking. I was like, I just gave this motherfucker 50 grand just for him to all in on me.
You got it.
Oh my
It went through. It went through.
What planet am I on right now?
He's like, I got you. And he goes,
You said flush draw.
fucking crazy.
50,000.
Oh, that is the definition of a snap call. And they're gonna run it twice. $250,000 in the pot, pretty much. 244,000 from Tom Dwan. First time goes to Dwan. They're gonna run it the second time here.
Feel that, man. Oh my god.
And they both go to Tom Dwan, and Keating once again felted.
I'll take 100.
And he has just reloaded for another 100,000.
I think so. I'm all in.
All in.
And Krish is gonna check jam with ace deuce of diamonds.
One time.
And one time, queens versus ace deuce. Wasn't expecting that. Turns to 7 one time. River's an ace! River's an ace! River's an ace!
Oh my.
Unbelievable, and he's out of there.
Would he ever overlimp a hand like queen 3 suited? And Garrett's gonna call.
Good call.
Oh.
And he makes the call. Right away, Reza is gonna win $178,000 pot and double through Krish.
Look at Ronnie.
He's in it. He's loving it, man. I love it.
I now want to go to a strip club with Ronnie. I mean, look at him. He's just having fun.
Durr goes to 26,000 and just gets snap called. Chalk another one up there for Durr. What could have been, he probably could have won more money.
Wow! Unbelievable!
Oh my
He
god.
called it a back jam.
Oh my god.
$232,000.
I don't really know if I meant it.
A $232,000 flip. This guy just back jammed. Oh, it's
counterfeited.
Counterfeit. Ace high gonna win it.
Reza with 26-6 behind.
Oh no!
Wow, wow.
Reza trying to rep a 7. Trying to rep a full house on the river.
Go home and ride your motorcycle around.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
That is a slow roll. And I think I'm an expert on analyzing slow rolls.
I mean, I love Mickey, but on a 4-bet pot against an aggressive player, this is a suicide mission. He just absolutely, yeah. He's lighting some of these chips on fire.
So a lead here.
Do we have a
for
clock in here?
15,000?
Yeah. What time is it?
Definitely not something that Garrett is usually accustomed to seeing. He just calls.
Nope, he's not used to being in this position. Garrett is good enough to sniff this out and to put the money in.
He's going to call, and we are at 101,000 here. Wow. River
It's a blank.
6. So Mickey has absolutely nothing here.
Yeah. Mickey's deep bombs here. Yeah.
Yep. 65,000.
Wow.
I meant. I don't.
What's the bet?
60,000.
Whatever he wants. Is 60?
I meant 60. I don't want to like.
You're fine.
You know.
Just whatever you want the bet to be.
Yeah.
Guess I'll fold.
Wow, Mickey, show it, baby.
Oh, man.
Oh, and he shows them. Woo. That's gonna leave a mark. Wow, Mickey tricky. Garrett is very disappointed in the fact he made the wrong decision. I know him well.
You're good.
All right. Thank you.
Wow, Mickey.
If you do or you don't, like, just, I never mean to be
No, you
rude.
can always show. It's all good. Yeah.
He will take the information even though it's stinging.
Why? Could you beat 5 high?
a monster $70,000 pot. Check. Sonny looking for an 8 on the river. Not gonna happen. He's gonna bet here. I don't. Wow, 13,000. There's a snap call. Reza doesn't care. Oh, Reza for president. You're my. I love him.
Can knock it out.
I want to get a T-shirt. I want to get a Reza T-shirt. I would wear that.
And look at this flop. Brandon flops the stones. Antonio with king, queen. Let's see how Brandon plays it. Just a call. King, jack, 10. The turn's a 9. They both have straights, and Brandon with the nuts. Oh, what a turn. What a turn. And now, is Brandon just gonna call? Let's see. Oh, he just calls. Snaps. Wow, we could have seen huge. Oh.
27-3.
Boy, if this one gets through, this is highway robbery from the magician.
I think I might have to pay you.
That is not good news to Antonio's ears.
What do you mean? You want to chop? How can we chop?
He's just asked, do you want to chop everything?
I could have the nuts.
Regardless of...
Super happy to have you.
You mean by my poker skills?
No, I mean by your YouTube skills.
No.
Your poker skills. I mean, we're going to see tonight.
Okay.
Are you feeling confident about your poker skills?
Yeah, I'm going to walk up $1 million. No question.
You think so?
Yeah, easily.
So, do you play a lot of poker? Are you like an avid player?
No.
Well, he's gonna let it go.
He has to let it go.
He's gonna,
Yeah, it feels gross, but
he's gonna just let it go.
let's see what that river looks like. Oh.
5. He would have got counterfeited.
He would have got counterfeited. That's what I told you.
Oh my God, Andy would have won. Jack 8 would have got counterfeit.
I'm going to say it. We're firing right.
I'll be saying that.
Oh, wow. Running hearts.
Yeah.
And Mr. Beast has got the 10 of hearts in his hands.
You have a flush, dude. You have my flush, bro. Oh, shit. I wasn't even looking.
There's no way! Just another $50,000 pot. All right, give me 50. Somebody give me 50, please.
No, I didn't mean that.
Please, give me 50. Give me 50.
You definitely meant that. Yeah, no, you could have just cooked the money and I never would have noticed.
All right. So they're going to flip for how much?
Phil, do we have action or no?
The whole stack.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be like a $390,000 flip. Somewhere in that neighborhood.
This is a 400K flip.
Yeah, it's a 400K flip. Now, by the way, if Keating wins this, he's still down.
You show one, I'll show one.
Okay. Oh, shit. Bro, please don't flip over a fucking jack.
I mean, your king might win.
No, wait. Jack's the only out, right? Yeah. Oh. Give my man one time. Bro, I was just... Hey, I get 1,000 this for the massage. Oh, if I win, by the way, you get 10 grand. More massage? I'll bring it down. All the way down. Bro, so... You get 10 grand? Yeah, of course. Why not? She's been great. I'm kidding. Yeah, that was
Bro,
these last... That was good.
all right, I'm all. You got 7s?
No, that's pretty great. I won them.
7, 6s?
40 and 4s.
I could have ace.
No shot. I think this is the way to go out. This is the way to go out. I have to, man. Just one, man. That's all I got. I like one bad beat. Hold up, I need these.
Look, keep him on. I think there's a chance here, Ninja.
I think there's a chance for him.
And Ninja hit the 7.
But I am slipping outside tonight if I don't hit a 7, so. Oh no!
That's a pretty good flop.
Queen 10?
10.
I'll suck a dick for a 10. Keep looking at me whenever I make those types of remarks, man.
If you want a good
I'm in this bitch! I'm not fucking leaving!
Blur the screen, Feldman.
Hey, Phil, did you want that
money?
You only pass through this life once. When you get old, all you're gonna have left is your memories. So make them good.
No fault, I done doubled up on the workload. I think I fell in love with the bankroll. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up. Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up.
Welcome to Hustler Casino Live, High Stakes Fridays, brought to you by High Stakes Poker Productions. My name's Marc Goone here with Norman Chad at Hustler Casino in Los Angeles, California. 8 miles under the Pacific Ocean. You just take the channel. Right, Norman?
There is no channel in Los Angeles. Happy to be here.
How happy?
Well, some people are living the dream. I am living this.
We've got a great lineup today. High stakes, 100, 200, and the return of Andy versus Garrett. Apparently for the first time since last November.
That long ago? What's that, 4, 5, 6 years ago?
I think so. I can't do time anymore. This is Stanley. He's an investor. There's a lot of investors who play on this show. All different types of investors.
Yeah, it's good to have money to throw around. This is an actual professional investor whose net worth begins with a B.
Me personally, I invest in cartoon frogs.
Yes, you do.
This is Garrett. You know him. You probably smooched him.
He is a G-Man investor, and that's a good investment. He lives the good life.
A G-Man investor.
He invests in himself.
Oh, now I get it. I get it now.
I didn't mean government. Because G-Man in the old days, I was a government guy, government agent.
Did you have a lot of G-Men come to your house?
I lived with a G-Man, my father.
Oh. He worked for the post office?
Internal Revenue Service. We'll talk about that later.
This is Michael. He ran for Congress.
He happened to lose.
He lost?
He lost. It's tough to win.
Was he close?
He was not even close. We can talk about that later.
All right. I think you should run.
You know, you got to have contacts, a lot of connections.
This is Jon. Came 49th in the 2019 WSOP main event. You know, I made it to day 2 this year. It's the farthest I've ever made it.
I don't want to hear about what you did this year. You know, you can make the top 50 of the main event. I'm there every day, and it's like I've never seen this man before. He finished 49th. I don't think we ever showed him.
Why not?
Because there's a lot of people playing.
Well, this is Andy.
Okay.
You know Andy.
We know Andy, and actually that same main event, he made a deep run, and we did have him on a live stream once at the featured table. He came over just when he busted. He only had like 5 big blinds left.
But you didn't have Jon.
We did not have Jon, and I don't remember Andy. I might have been on a bathroom break when he busted.
This is Ryusuke. Last show I commentated.
Either one. Talked.
He ran a 6-bet bluff, I believe, or a 5-bet bluff with 7-deuce offsuit, so he's capable.
And did it get through?
It got through.
Oh, I like him already.
Henry, a finance professional, in air quotes.
Yeah. There's a difference between a professional investor like Stanley and a finance professional like Henry. All right? Just look he's got the tag on this T-shirt on the back. You'll see how much it cost from Ross Dress for Less.
If Henry is a finance professional, I am an oil driller.
Have you ever been over to the oil fields, Kenneth Hahn Recreational Park in Los Angeles?
Yeah, my grandma actually worked there for about 45 years.
That's pretty cool.
See Garrett covering the table.
So Garrett wants to be the big man on campus, and he's got Andy covered as we get started.
I used to live right next to Kenneth Hahn during COVID, during the early throes of the COVID days.
You live next to not next to Kenneth Hahn in his home, to the Kenneth Hahn recreational area.
Well, no, I live next to Kenneth Hahn, not actually next to the recreational area. Kenneth was my neighbor.
Okay, Kenneth has passed maybe 40, 50 years ago.
Well, this was during COVID.
Oh, I understand now. God help me.
100, 200, 200 big blind ante. I'm sure the 400 will be on relatively shortly.
So this is my first time to the big game. I'm usually only at the little game. What can I expect from the big game?
You're going to see, I would imagine today you're going to see a $200,000 pot. One of the things I'm looking for in the big game, I'm always interested in, is how the regs or pros construct their pre-flop ranges when other regs open. Because they're incentivized to 3-bet their very good hands, right? But at the same time, they'd like to let the recreational players in the pot and not just isolate the other pros. And on Friday, you'll see multiple pros in the lineup, whereas other days of the week, you won't. So that's what I'm interested in watching today.
So it's obviously a different caliber of lineup on Friday. We do have, seems a lot more casual or rec players or splashers earlier in the week.
For sure.
Okay.
Fridays, you got the big boys.
The big boys. So if the big boys are here, what happened to Rampage? He was here all week.
He was. He had a good week, I think.
Did he end up with a good week?
I think he had a good week. He saw he got Nick for a $110,000 pot, I think.
Very nice. Works a 4-day week, I guess.
Yeah. Garrett opening this up in the cutoff. It's called by the button. A pretty good flop for Garrett to barrel with 3 to the royal flush. Pretty much half the deck is going to turn him a card that gives him additional equity.
Maybe about 26 cards. That wasn't one of them.
That's not one of them.
Oh, excuse me. I was thinking of Michael.
He's going to check here. And Michael going with the airball bluff. Garrett with the royal flush draw. Garrett just calling. King High is actually the best hand. Checks for a second time here on the river. Interesting that Garrett checked this turn. You probably see 90% of players on this turn just continue barreling. When Garrett does something, there's always a reason. Michael half pot on this river. Garrett trying to figure out if he would take an ace for this sizing on the river. Garrett makes the call.
He's the man.
Yeah, he is. And he just figures there that king high, he's got showdown value.
Yep.
And that Michael's just going to float the flop 100%. Michael's going to stab the turn 100% when he checks. And on the river, he figures Michael's probably just going to check back most of his ace-X because all of his ace-X is going to chop with Garrett's ace-X, unless Michael has ace-queen and ace-king, which he doesn't have because he didn't 3-bet.
They've been posturing for like.
And he's still going to set that out if Michael goes with a lot bigger bet size?
If they wanted to do something, they went down there.
I'm not sure. If he goes for the bigger bet size, I'm not sure what he would be repping besides a flop set.
Because trust me, I read the news and I get worried too, like tension and stuff, but people weren't worried there, you know.
I think Garrett was checking with the plan to check call with king high.
Oh, yesterday?
Yeah.
Where?
We told Biden, like, don't
oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I rewatched his hand.
Yeah, I know.
Garrett's hand with Andy back in November during the week before the big game, where Andy put them all in on the river. It was ace-queen. Garrett had flopped 2 pair. Garrett must have used 35 time extensions before calling that one for 35,000.
Was he right?
He was right.
He's usually right.
Yeah.
I actually knew it was Taiwan, but
I was actually rooting for Andy in that hand. I never root against Garrett.
Just for Andy.
I was like, I don't know, I've been there like 2-3 years.
It's like a positive.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes, sometimes it's good for the king to get dented. And he's the king of the Hustler Casino Live to this point. In the first, we're coming up on the first year anniversary.
That is next week, isn't it? August 3rd.
So, if you're doing a all-star team or a Hall of Fame of the Hustler Casino Live in the first year, Garrett is a, unanimous first ballot selection.
I voted for you.
You know, I appreciate that. I don't think I've put in the reps. I have lost a lot less than a lot of the regs here. I'm even.
If you were voted in, would you play No Limit one time?
No.
I'm just checking. Ryusuke actually checked this flop after flopping top on a wet board, blind versus blind, giving Henry a little bit of rope. I was going to go for value here on this river. Henry may get curious here, thinking that Ryusuke is not going to bet just an ace for this sizing. When he bets 1,000 into 1,400 with a one-liner to a 10 out there and the flush coming in. Oh, wow, and Henry's going to turn his hand into a bluff. If you're Ryusuke, you've got to think here. Would Henry check the flop and turn if he had a 10? What 10 would check the flop and turn? And if he's not going to do that with a 10, how does Henry ever have a flush? Does he check back the flop with a spade draw?
I might.
Well, that's why you just play Vertucci. Vertucci?
Yeah, you can mispronounce it all you want.
Is that your favorite game?
No, it's not my favorite game, but the rest of those games are the future.
Drama Hall.
You know, you're just going to mispronounce every game I play to make it sound like I'm in some type of sandbox throwing around little spacemen while you just go all in pre-flop. All in.
Mostly post, but...
Well, with you, mostly post. But your friends, mostly pre. The future is post-flop play in any game.
7-card Raz low.
I'm not going to stoop down to your level. I'm not even going to correct all the misnotions you put out.
Well, they have a mixed game here that goes a few nights a week.
I played last week. They're doing a great job getting the mixed community going here with 10, 12 game mixes.
It sounds confusing.
Yeah, well, because they're playing a lot of Baduga Omaha.
That sounds like a good game. You just made up a name of a game. We played a game last week called Dealer Stealer.
I like the name of it.
Where you had 4 cards, and it was a double board bomb pot, and then on the river, the dealer takes 2 of your cards randomly.
That is insane. That's just takes 2 of your cards. Whoever's left, loses 2 of their cards there.
Yes.
Even though that sounds interesting, it seems preposterous. I'd have to be drinking a lot of Yingling to get into that game.
It was fun.
I actually look back and I'm like, why did I waste so much time?
Dealer stealer.
That's how I feel, you know? Yeah, like I'm just like, why did I just do that? So many years.
Getting the mixed salad with the grilled chicken every day.
It doesn't seem like there will be a lot of table talk tonight. At least, it usually picks up. But this doesn't seem like a gabby group.
Friday's usually a little bit more serious. It's still fun, but it's a little bit more serious, and I like it because it's super competitive, and the pots get huge.
But yeah, so most of the guys we played with don't play, just Jamie's the only one.
You know, it's always fun to see the real gambly games, but it's also fun to see some of the best cash game players as well.
But it's it's all on one side, right? Did you hear that?
It's all on the
low limit side.
Yeah, it's all there.
There's no high limit side.
I heard they moved it back though.
Oh, did they? Okay, maybe they did.
I think they moved it back recently.
Okay.
I know it was all on that
I'm
side.
out of the loop. Yeah, I heard.
Henry opens, Henry wins.
I'm definitely not going then.
That's terrible.
So you're no longer playing Vegas?
Occasionally, if there's something, if there's something big, I try to do very little traveling for poker things. Yeah.
Okay, so what are you doing now other than poker?
I guess nothing too exciting. I do a lot of hiking, reading, exercising, running, things like that. It sounds like kind of
balance
the same like with you, like looking for new things.
Yeah,
like I think it's really cool
right.
you're going back to school and such. I've thought about doing that actually to study psychology. But we'll see if I ever actually.
There's a lot of things I didn't poker.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know anything about Dubai.
Yeah, I really like
it. Is this mostly like a lot of casinos? Or?
Illegal, yeah.
Oh, it's illegal?
Yeah, I like Garrett, but anybody who's thinking about going back to school to study psychology has virtually no intent of going back to school to study psychology. Trust me, I got a good read on this stuff.
Only private game and sometimes.
I wish you went back to school to study. Period.
Well, you know, I got my degree.
I'm not talking about antiperspirant. I'm talking about an actual 2 or 4 year degree.
I have a 4-year degree. I got a degree in synchronized rugby.
That is, I believe, deceptively the hardest sport to synchronize.
It really is. The problem is if one guy gets hurt, everybody does.
We use only the police don't do anything?
What else? A couple other hobbies.
I know they don't play around over there.
I will be so far out of town when the Summer Olympics come here in 2028. You just maybe think of synchronized swimming, which is, you know, like that and ice dancing. They're beautiful, you know, they're artistic. They're not sports. But the Olympics in general have no business still being around. And no community wants to host them.
Well, that's a hot take. No Olympics at all. The Winter Olympics, the Summer, just all the Olympics.
Okay, the Winter Olympics have no sports.
Yes.
Okay, unless you consider it a sport to be walking around in 20-degree below temperatures on skis with a ski shooter, and you're bringing bear home. Okay, silver medal. It's a big bear. Anyway, the Winter Olympics have no sports. The Summer Olympics are just such a ridiculous strain on the entire world, in a boondoggle on any community. I wouldn't mind it if they found 1 or 2 permanent homes so they weren't fleecing various cities around the world.
Tell us how you really feel.
I really feel that Garrett's going to win this hand.
Well, I thought this was an interesting pre-flop because Garrett opened and Jon 3-bet the button with what looks like a light hand here, but I think this hand would probably be near the bottom of Jon's calling range. So what this means is Jon's going to be 3-betting Garrett with a polarized range from the button, which is going to mean his very, very best hands and some bluffs, which would be the hands near the bottom of his calling range. I'm always interested in looking at that nerd stuff to see
wife. Yeah.
How the pros are playing against the other pros.
Soon, yeah, but not yet. No.
How old are you?
36. Just turned 36, yeah.
Still so young.
Yeah. But my wife's 5 years younger, so it's very safe for her to have a baby. She works in tech. Yeah.
So who doesn't work in tech?
A software company that helps companies make better hiring decisions.
Okay.
Yeah.
When was your birthday, Garrett?
July 1st.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
July 16th.
Nice.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
July 1st.
Yeah, I like Garrett very much, but his wife is a graduate of the University of Southern California, known back east as Southern Cal, known here in Los Angeles as USC, and that institution should be shuttered like a week ago.
I'll never catch it.
I think it's an
What if they hosted the Olympics?
That would be the perfect marriage of all the things bad in the world other than Applebee's.
Yeah, percentage-wise, at least I'll get closer. Good point. Yeah. Spoken like a true math.
There you go.
Look at this.
That's my thing.
Look at this here.
Can we try this, Rob?
What?
Yeah. Sweet.
It says, last time I trusted a Norm Reed, I was eating a Starburst, busted from the main event. You see that?
Yeah, I see that's from CG Poker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you gave me a Starburst, and I never won another pot.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, that was, again, probably my highest regretted Starburst, because I gave it to you with complete confidence that you would be cashing in the event. And just by coincidence, you had just doubled up on the second hand of the main event, which nobody does. And then on day 2, at the end of day 2, you're looking around for food coupons to the poker food court.
I've still got it on my desk.
Oh, you still have that Starburst?
I do have the Starburst. I'm saving it for next year. I'm hoping maybe it gives me a better luck next year.
You know, especially in the first couple of days, since there's a relative amount of dead money in the main event, I don't know how someone as professional as you, as nuanced as a player as you, cannot survive the first couple of days of the main event against that field.
Listen, I don't know much.
Yeah, you don't know much. That's more than you'd know.
I don't know how to play main events. This is very skillful.
Henry opening small blind here, c-betting with top pair, and Garrett applying the pressure right away with backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. And now he turns a pair. I wonder if he'll check this back or continue going for it. The card actually pretty good for his range if he was bluffing. Hands like 4-6 and ace-4 now get there. He's kind of running out of bluffs. If he runs this one, he may get it through. This is a good card for him to keep barreling. If he bets his turn and follows through on the river. And it looks like he is going to go with that plan. If you're Henry, you're thinking, what are the bluffs here? If he had a hand like 5-6, wouldn't he check back? If he had a hand like ace-5, wouldn't he check back?
Same, yeah. He was with like 35 left. He was like, there's no way this guy. He's like such a good player, you know. It's like there's no way. But that just shows you how crazy tournaments are. You know, like you can just be as good as Bryan and bust like 5 people later. You know, it's like nuts. It's like at the end, there's so much luck at the end.
So much luck. You missed your ace king one time.
Henry is going to make a very good call here. We're going to go to a river.
Yeah.
Henry possibly figuring that Garrett has a hand backdoor diamonds here.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that. He got really good.
Now his is crazy too, because he was chipper going into the power table, and then he got like 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So like,
He's on the river, and everything gets there. Here comes the all-in. And if you're Henry, this is an unenviable position.
I liked Henry's. I don't like that river card. I liked Henry's turn call. I don't see how Henry can call here. I wish he could.
It's just really hard to find a bluff. Unless he's turning a hand like 5-6 into a bluff.
If Henry calls here, Garrett will have to delay that psychology graduate program for several years because tuition is costly.
This pot going to be 4 years of tuition, more.
Well, psychology, graduate programs probably 2 years tops, I would think.
Well, listen, I don't know much about graduate programs.
You don't know enough about psychology.
Henry c-bet the flop. Garrett raised, bet the turn, and jammed the river, and he gets the fold. Just a really, really good run out for Garrett, and also excellent recognition by Garrett. Just realizing, yes, he turned middle pair on the turn, but if he just turns everything into a bluff there, he's just always going to get it through because it's impossible to find a bluff if he turns 5x into a bluff as well. The best boards to bluff are where people can't find any bluffs. Those are the ones that always get through.
That's well put. The best boards to bluff are where people can't find any bluffs.
I think that's the first nice thing you've ever said to me.
Well, privately, I said a couple of nice things to you a couple of weeks ago, but I take them back.
Okay.
Jeez.
See, that was a fun Friday hand.
That was. You're right. It's pretty instructional. If I played this game, Texas, no limit, hold them. They call hold them because you have to hold on to your cards, else you get mucked.
That's it.
Yes, but only tournaments.
They now have AI that goes around the table and suctions the cards from you.
That's interesting.
Only underground.
Why do you think? Oh, is that why? Because tournament is legal and Cascade is not. No, I get it.
Yeah.
have casinos in Japan where you can play tournaments?
Yeah, no, we don't have casino. Maybe near future, 2 or 3 years later, starting casino.
So where do they play tournaments? So where do they play tournaments in Japan?
How do I say? No. Japan has some group make event, and sometimes some famous YouTuber make a big tournament.
They've been lobbying for
You know Masato?
Yes, so Masato was here. He was saying that
poker
real poker
casinos in Japan for quite a long time. It's a long process, as we know anywhere in America, trying to get online poker back or sports betting.
Win, we got about $100,000. Heads up, Masato heads up.
Heads up tournament?
No. The first satellite. If winner is only 1 people. If winner heads up against Masato,
Andy went away for a while. It's not because he was on the lam, as Marc has been more than once in his life. He went back home to Taiwan, spent a lot of quality time in where he was born, even though he left Taiwan for the U.S. when he was only 2 years old.
I like it.
I guess you must, right?
And he came back a better man.
Oh yeah, but I was
On the lamb.
Yeah, that's another old-time expression you might not know, on the lamb.
Yes.
Just don't pay. Longer than 100.
4-year degree?
Yeah.
You have a 4-year degree?
It took me 5.
Well, it took me 5.5, but you have a 4-year degree?
I do, yes.
Okay.
What's the tax rate in Japan?
Used it quite a bit.
Tax rate maximum is 55%. Maximum.
Minimum.
Garrett waking up with jacks. Here comes the 3-bet.
So you always pay.
Not interesting.
Always 55 for him.
Garrett's super incentivized to 3-bet here and shut out Jon and Andy in the blinds.
So for the cash games, do you need to pay the tax here?
Oh, yeah. You have to pay tax on all poker winnings in the U.S., yeah.
Okay, if you are pro, or if you are
No matter what.
recreation,
Like
how about the recreation?
Recreation, it's like it's gambling winnings. Yeah.
Okay,
Either
so
way you pay.
Either way.
Yeah. If you're like a
Like if you have a job and you win the main event, you have to pay.
But how about the cash game?
same thing, no matter what.
Supposed to, yeah.
Okay, Marc, so my father did work for the Internal Revenue Service for 30 years. And I know you're going to think the second half of this is a moot point. I've never paid a dime on poker winnings in any given year. Yes, I have had winning poker years. I have not paid a single tax on any cash game winnings. Come get me.
You're not scared to say that?
I'm not scared to say that.
Are taxes high in Hong Kong?
I pay my taxes like a good boy.
Oh, please.
That's the lowest one in the world. One of the lowest.
We got Garrett versus Andy here.
Hong Kong.
And Andy putting in the big 3-bet after Garrett opens the cutoff.
Guy didn't get used to pay.
And look at this flop. Andy flopping top 2, Garrett with top pair. Andy's going to c-bet. Garrett is coming along. This is a board that is good for Andy's 3-bet range. Garrett knows that, and Garrett knows Andy knows that. I think Garrett may get a little sticky here with top pair.
I would. By the way, it's a pleasure again to see players acting so quickly.
Feels good, doesn't it?
It really does. I give them credit.
Oh, wow.
There will be blood.
Oh, my goodness. Top 2 for Andy. Top pair and third pair for Garrett. The thing about this situation, though, ace-high boards are underbluffed. 3 Broadway boards are underbluffed. Gets tougher to find the bluffs on 3 Broadway boards. Looks like Andy's going for a huge bet. Pot-sized bet. And you see Garrett just doesn't like it immediately. Rolls his eyes. He knows he has nothing but a bluff catcher here. He loses to all of Andy's value. Loses to queens, nines, king 10.
Now, when he's running the numbers here, or whatever you're going through, of whatever combinations Andy can have, how much at the point of impact here is he going over their hundreds or thousands of hours of play time together?
Probably quite a bit.
Okay.
Probably quite a bit. It's very, very important because there's just some guys you know that are under bluffing massively in certain spots and some guys that are over bluffing massively in certain spots. And Garrett's weighing all of those things. He knows Andy's capable, but this is just a board where it's very hard to find bluffs unless you're specifically turning a hand like 9-10, 9-10 suited, 8-9 suited into a bluff. Or you're just taking a hand like King-Jack suited where he flopped a gut shot and Garrett's going to make the side call and he's showing the bad news. Nice little pot for Andy.
Yeah.
See, Garrett kind of knew there, but just figured with two pairs, hand was probably too good to fold. Just a casual $100,000 pot.
That seemed pretty casual for 100K. Or 100, even, was it 120? Yeah.
120.
Very
yeah.
nice.
Andy already up. One Cummins turbo diesel pickup truck.
What type of diesel pickup truck?
A Cummins, that's the engine on a Dodge diesel pickup truck.
I don't think you have a 4-year degree. I mean, I believe what you're talking about right now, but that doesn't come with a 4-year degree.
The Ram 25 and 3500. A Cummins diesel. It's about what they cost with inflation. $65,000. Small blind versus button here. This is a wide versus wide configuration, meaning Andy's going to have a lot of 3-bets here. Jon's going to have a lot of opens. He's going to have a lot of continues to 3-bets. So Andy just checking this. The King 10 4 board. We think this would just be a range bet on the flop. Jon figuring he's got showdown value with middle pair and the flush draw, but now river's the flush. Now he's going to go for some value. About 2/3 pot. Figuring when Andy goes check, 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 he probably just has showdown value here. Bad timing. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. We'll see a quick call from Jon. Seems like Andy got to that river with a plan, and then the plan kind of changed mid-flight and just kind of veered the airplane into a tree.
Well, I mean, I thought he wanted to get the showdown.
Yeah.
And so I guess the plane took a different direction when it was bet to him, and he decided to take that badly timed stab, which seemed to make no sense.
Yeah, he checked 3 times and then decided to check raise the river, which doesn't really tell a coherent story.
Sorry, guys.
Jon's a very strong player. And Andy's not going to like the results of this hand either. So the 400 straddle on starting this hand. Just about Is that 125 big blinds? I'm not good at math, Norman.
Yeah, I know you're not, but you're good at everything else, actually.
Anything under 200 big blinds, you're probably just going to 4-bet ace-king all the time.
Yeah. Well, Garrett was playing with a little house money, or I'm sorry, a little Garrett money, and he gives away some of it in back-to-back hands to Jon. I started taking Chinese, so I know what Garrett's, what Andy's shirt says, by the way.
What does it say?
GG Poker. That's true.
You're doing good.
I don't know any Chinese, but that does mean GG Poker.
I was going to ask, is it Mandarin or Cantonese?
I don't know dialects.
Norman told me before the show.
This is going to be a lie.
He told me that he really loves playing mixed games, and one of his favorite things to do is enjoy some good donuts. He likes the old school donuts, not any of that new crap.
I did not tell you either of those things before the show, but both happen to be true. So I don't know. You're playing some metagame with me here early, and it's just a long way to go.
Hit that like button on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up button, and if we get over 2,700 likes, Norman will post calf pictures on Twitter of his own calves, not like a cow.
Well, I have raised calves in my life.
This is a different type of calf.
Okay, I didn't realize I have to go to some type of soft porn situation here. Fleshy soft porn.
Doughy.
Doughy's a better description of it. Parts of my calf have not seen the sun since 1964.
Good year. Checks through. Stanley wins a small one.
Stanley's what we like to call a legitimate person. You know, we list him as a professional investor, and that is an understatement for the man who is a billionaire. Longtime investor, founder of Young Fang Capital, founder of Head and Shoulder Financial Corporation.
Head and Shoulders?
Yeah, not Head and Shoulders. You know, see, this is where I know there's no 4-year degree. You hear Head and Shoulders, just like you say degree, you're thinking, oh, can I get a degree for $249 at CVS? But he just stepped down as executive director and chairman of the board of an Asian gaming investor called International Entertainment Corporation, because Stanley has moved on, among his other things. He acquired a large minority stake in an online gaming platform provider called Playtech, PLC. He's always moving and shaking, Stanley.
Playtech.
Yeah, Playtech.
I know you touched on it earlier. That's what we need. We need online poker legalized here in America again. How do you feel about that?
Yes, again, that's sort of a no-brainer. There's so many things that should be legal that are not.
Tupperware.
Tupperware for sure. I don't know why the Tupperware bill, which was passed in Congress 4 years ago to ban it, made no sense. And now people got to get Tupperware at, you know, black flea markets, essentially. It's hard to find Tupperware now. But online poker, it's going to take a long time for the damage that was done on Black Friday, so long ago, to repair that damage.
Look at that sweet baby there.
Whew.
Garrett can't help but smile. Bets twice with the best hand, and Jon gets there on the river.
Doing great, man.
No game bro, no
You know, we're going to have 7 players here at the moment, and remarkably, we have 4, Mark, with not a hair out of place. That's hard to believe. 4 perfectly coiffed? What's the word, Mr. College graduate?
Coddled.
Cobbled. And one of them without a hair out of place, including his beard. 4 of them, the majority of the table.
I'm looking.
Well, you're looking at one of them right there.
Andy, Jon,
yes.
Henry,
Yes.
Garrett.
There you go. I mean, I could work for days on end just to get my hair right, and I couldn't do it as well as they do it. I've given up on the face.
Yeah, you have a very precious face.
You know, when we went on our road trip a few weeks ago, you were very kind to me. You said a lot of nice things to me. And you did make me feel more handsome than I am.
Oh, you're welcome. Ryusuke going for value on this river. Andy, quick fold.
Yep. Bang, bang. No harm, no foul. No blood, no damage. I hope to see Ryusuke with a ruse or two tonight. He can be active. He can be creative. We got 2 big hands here. Another going to raise, not being respected by Ryusuke, who 3-bets out of the small blind with the inferior ace. Ryusuke taking the betting lead with the 3-bet, but content to check this all-heart flop that misses both of them. And there.
Happy birthday.
Okay, I can't even get out the words after the word "the." The undereducated, degenerate staff and Marc at Hustler Casino Live has just given me a candle and a birthday and a happy birthday thing. I don't think it's even close to my birthday. So I don't know where you all get your information, but I appreciate it.
I know you don't like anybody to know, but we thought we'd do something special for you. So we got him a cake. We got him a balloon.
Yeah, it's a nice balloon that says happy birthday. The cake has the number 6 on it. I don't know if that means 6 years old or 60 years old.
6th birthday.
6, okay. So there seems to be, obviously somebody turned this down. Some first grader saw this and does not look like a good cake, by the way. I cannot even describe this yellow frosting with the blue flowers on top and the, I don't even know what's on the side.
I think we should try it.
We will try it. I'm going to make a wish and blow out the candle.
And just don't get COVID on it.
Stanley's going to win back-to-back hands here. I will not get COVID on it. I will make a very simple wish and then look to my right to see if it came true. I tell you, I was optimistic, but that wish was not granted. But thank you very much. It's very nice of you, and we will try it. This will replace the donuts, I guess, which I forgot to bring in. I feel bad about that.
Well, it was good timing that you didn't bring donuts because we got you a cake.
Yeah, that's very nice.
And a balloon.
It's very nice. It's my wife's birthday this weekend. We are going out to dinner this weekend for her real birthday.
You guys celebrate together?
Usually not. This time, we're both in town at the same time, and we agreed to speak to each other for the extent of the birthday dinner.
It sounds good.
Yeah, it should be cool.
Look, everybody's saying happy birthday.
That's really nice of them. It is not my birthday. You know, I turned 60 a couple of years ago. 3 years ago.
That's why we got the 6.
So you got the 6 in there, so you got that part right.
You pay at your private game? No, not private games.
Very risky. Private game. Card sharks.
Garrett added 100K. Must be nice to just be able to pull 100K out of your bag.
He certainly earned more than 100K during the course of this year at Hustler, so I believe he's got some of that money left.
Sit with 5 million. Who cares?
No, don't cheat. No, don't cheat. No, don't cheat.
It's vanilla cake.
It's vanilla in there? I mean, I like all types.
I don't really like chocolate cake.
Really?
I feel like the chocolate overpowers everything else.
It's chocolate. It's supposed to overpower everything else.
I like chocolate. I just don't like chocolate cake. I don't like the two combined.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay. Oh.
$800 straddle on. 100, 200,
When did it go
400.
to 800? Oh, because they had the 400 straddle, and that was a double straddle for 800?
That's how it goes. Ryusuke versus Stanley. Everybody with a little piece.
There's only 2 people, so it's not everybody. It's both with a little piece.
Well, it could be everybody if they have an imaginary friend or somebody in their pocket.
I had an imaginary friend, George, when I was a kid because I wouldn't eat the chickpeas on my plate that my mother made, so I gave it to George. I put it in a napkin and gave it to him sitting next to me.
Did you smooch?
No, it was an imaginary person, and he's down below. We didn't smooch. I just took those garbanzo beans, chickpeas, and put them in the napkin, rolled them up, and put them down on the floor. And then I secretly put them into the garbage can later.
Is that your favorite type of bean, garbanzo beans?
No, I hated them then, and now I love them. I mean, who doesn't like a good chickpea? You like hummus, don't you? Sure you do.
I think so.
Yeah.
Ryusuke is going to make a good fold.
Yeah. Stanley has one big tournament result on his record. It's an amazing one from 10 years ago. He won $6.4 million at a high roller in Macau.
What would you do if you won $6.4 million tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. As forget it was TJ Cloutier or somebody else first said, I'd pay back half the people I owe.
Just half.
Well, the others would have to wait. I don't have more than 6.4 million. That's what he said, something like that. Oh yeah, I would take, I would use about 3/4 of it for a better lifestyle, better home, and the other quarter for the good of everyone other than me.
That's a much nicer answer than I was expecting.
I'm from the, you got to give back. You got to look at the person next to you, and if they need something, you got to help them. And then if you need something, they'll help you. It's pretty simple.
I can't stand the quiet.
You're normally the one to break it.
I know. I'm trying here for a second in whatever awkward, dumb way, but I just can't stand the fucking quiet.
We're all waiting for you to start a conversation.
Garrett needs to do mushrooms.
Yeah, that's a different Garrett.
We had something going when you sucked out on me with your ace jack.
Took the wind out of it.
Quickly died.
Andy waking up with aces here, unfortunately for him. Jon opening the button with Squadouche.
You know, if I literally woke up with aces, and it's a term I never liked, or woke up with whatever, I'd wonder who left a deck of cards in my bed. The whole waking up with something I've never understood.
You guys play together?
Yes.
That's fun.
I would love the opportunity to leave cards on you when you're sleeping sometime.
Jeez. I should not have opened up that avenue of opportunity.
Is your daughter?
My daughter, yeah.
So she plays?
Yes, she plays.
I'm going to get a couple plates and a
She likes Andy more
knife
now. You got
and
the best of me so far.
maybe some
Don't tell her to learn from us.
eating utensils.
Don't fold.
A spork. What do you cake with?
What about the spork? You know I love the spork.
Can you eat cake with a spork?
The key to the spork is you can eat anything with a spork.
Kanji?
You can eat anything with a spork.
Bananas and rice.
You can eat anything with a spork. It blows away chopsticks. I mean, I give them credit for thinking of the chopsticks way back when. It was a long time ago. But the spork is the chopsticks on steroids. It's next level chopsticks.
Chopsticks on Deca Duraballing.
On what you just said.
Well, we have a big pot. Garrett opens. Michael 3-bets. Andy with a cold 4-bet.
All in.
And Michael just shoves it in.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. Thank you, everyone.
There's a problem with Michael otherwise. We'll take a look at Michael in a second if we do. I'll wait to talk about it. See, Michael, he's wearing a Norman Chad shirt. Now, Norman Chad shirt isn't that expensive. It's ill-fitting, and it might not be ironed. And you can't win a congressional race in a Norman Chad shirt.
This is just going to crush. It's a $1 buy-in, $1 million guarantee. I can't believe no one's thought about it.
What idiot came up with this? This is a disaster. There's no way we're going to cover this.
Sign up for free today at WPTGlobal.com and use bonus code YT47 and play the $1 for 1 million tournament.
Sign up at WPT Global with bonus code YT46. I know those guys.
You said she teaches English?
Oh, the three in the ad there? They were not actors.
They weren't?
No, they were not. They were pretty much playing themselves.
Yes.
Yeah, they made a big mistake in that ad after he, Brad, I guess that was, after he erases the 0. The comma's now in the wrong place on the...
You're very big on capitalization and punctuation.
A civilized civilization is the fundamentals of it are based on commas and capitalization.
We got another big one. This is a wide versus wide spot again. Ryusuke opening button. Henry 3-betting. And Henry's going to put in a substantial C-bet. And a quick fold.
nearby?
Manhattan Beach?
Manhattan Beach.
Do you know?
Heard, but it's a Venice.
It's just like directly west of here.
What's the last bad thing
Yeah, so very easy to get here.
you think happened to Garrett in his life?
Last maybe 15.
Henry Winkler backed into his car at Vaughn's.
Okay, now if that's the last bad thing that you can cite for somebody, that's a good life.
Not that close.
Pretty good.
I'm surprised either one of them shops at Vaughn's. I have no problem with Vaughn's. But, you know, they might be more, I thought there might be more Bristol Farms, Gelson's.
Garrett's definitely an Air 1 guy.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I would imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, we got some hands here. Maybe Garrett's going to meet Andy again.
1800.
Andy and Stanley both with top pair.
No, Garrett can't play.
Looking sharp, man.
I'm gonna need change. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Heads up. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Stanley picks up a nut flush draw on the turn to go along with his top pair. He's not going anywhere.
Where would he go?
Ethiopia.
Okay. I don't know if you've been to LAX lately.
I'll be there next week.
I went there last night to pick up my wife. I'm still there.
Did she go to Ethiopia?
No, she was in our nation's capital, which I'm going to ask you trivia questions later, and that won't be one of them because that's an easy one.
Was that it?
No, that's not it. That's the one I thought you'd get.
Oh, that's where they have the last Blockbuster.
Okay, we change your ace of hearts.
You're probably a big fan of Blockbuster.
Just like open up. Yeah.
Okay, that's a really dismissive comment to make to me. It's an incredible insult.
You don't like Blockbuster?
I have nothing against Blockbuster. I wasn't a big fan of Blockbuster.
You like movies?
Yeah, I like movies.
That card's marked for sure.
I didn't rent them. I either went to the movie theater or I watched them on cable. Blockbuster's the in-between thing.
I'm surprised.
Well, a lot of things surprise us. Andy's given away almost $25,000 since beating Garrett in that big pot.
He's not up a Cummins turbo diesel anymore.
No. Coming back down and close to my type of car. I got a feeling we got a couple people who were afraid of this field tonight and didn't show up.
Who's that?
I don't know, but it's the big game. There's another seat or two open. Where are the peoples? Well, where's Rampage? He took his winnings after 4 days' work and said, I'm going home?
He won enough, apparently.
Okay. I like him. I just wish he were here.
Well, I may be in the minority, but I really, really enjoy six-handed, seven-handed poker, even five-handed poker.
Oh, I'm in your minority as well.
I think it's better. You come to the casino to play hands.
Correct.
You're playing nine-handed. You play less hands.
Preaching to the choir, son. You're right.
One-liner out there. Ryusuke doesn't care. He's betting top pair for value here. And Stanley is going to put him into the punish chamber.
You can be in the punish chamber on the turn as well as the river, I guess, huh? Oh, yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, you just get deeper into it.
Yeah. Boy, he wasn't punished that long. But he gave up money. Real money, not like turnip chips. real money. You know, my father worked in Internal Revenue Service 30 years. We never had to buy a pen. He would bring home every week. He'd bring down all these black government pens. It said U.S. government on the side. And finally, I asked him after, like, and I was like in 5th or 6th grade. I said, "Dad, aren't these U.S. government pens? Does it belong to the U.S. government?" And he said, "Hey, we pay our tax. We pay our taxes every year. They belong to us."
I like it.
And I thought that was a good answer on his part. That's the only pen I used till like I was 16. It was a black government pen.
Maybe you should give those out instead of Starburst next year.
I don't have any of those left. And the Starburst this year, by the way, you weren't one of the recipients, but you weren't one of the winners, but I gave out, I forgot how many, but we got like, whatever, 5 out of 18 cashed. 5 out of 9. It was higher than 20%, and only 15% cash in the main event. So you were one of the losers for me. Thank you. 21% now in the Starburst history. I give you one on day one.
You have a spreadsheet?
Yes, not a spreadsheet. I just keep track.
Where do you keep track?
In my notebook.
Okay.
I didn't bring it with me. I wish I brought it with me so I could show it to you.
Well, I've heard Hong Kong's pretty awesome too.
You'd laugh at it, like it's this cake.
Yeah, race. Not very often, a couple times. 1,000.
Okay, yeah.
You haven't been?
It's a birthday cake. Yeah, it's a birthday cake.
How about Thailand?
Yeah, Thailand many times, yeah.
3.
That's what you said. Thailand.
If this cake were a house,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you would like.
it would be a diorama
It's like really green, huh?
that Carrot Top would live in. This cake is ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, on my
But I appreciate the thought.
Apple TV,
It's not all,
it does like overviews
I know,
of Hong
it does,
Kong. And it's
all
like,
the time. That's the same thing over and over.
You know what I'm talking about. One of them's like all green.
Oh, yeah.
And I go, that
Yeah,
looks
yeah,
like
yeah.
a beautiful place.
And then the other one's all city.
Yeah.
If you think
Is there a park, a big park,
yes,
or no?
Yes, in terms of the area, the country park, Hong Kong has the highest percentage of the country park.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it the most dense city?
Yeah, most densest. Most densest.
Yeah. Could everybody fit out if they all came out of their apartments, or is it not enough room on the sidewalk?
Race.
1,000. 4,000.
And Garrett's 3-bet picks it up.
My memory is like the best restaurants outside are the ones where people are standing behind you waiting for you to finish.
Oh yes, that's
You're
right.
eating and someone's literally standing right here, waiting for a seat and
That's
standing while you eat.
food, yeah.
It's crazy.
Is that considered, it's not considered bad etiquette to do that?
I don't think so, right? It's normal, right?
Depends how close you get.
All the people are waiting. There's so many
Keep
customers.
creeping
Not enough
closer and
seats.
closer.
It's the best food ever, though. It's those places. It's so weird, though.
But in terms of Chinese
Chicken,
food,
fish and chicken, just moving into my neighborhood. I'll try it out and see if it can compete with Popeyes. I never heard of kicking fish and chicken. Popeyes is as good as it gets on the fast food chicken circuit. You know it, I know it.
I have family over there, actually. Kind of Chinese. Yeah, my mom grew up there, so like a lot of her siblings are over there. So I'll see them like once every few years or something. Yeah.
Here we go with
Can you speak Cantonese a little bit?
No, I.
3 big hands.
I know some words here and there, but I can't really.
Ryusuke with the 3-bet out of the small blind.
Huh?
Probably the bad ones.
11. No, not even the bad ones. Just like stuff around the house, because my nanny, when I was younger, only spoke Cantonese. And so when I was like really small, I spoke Cantonese there. So I retained a tiny, tiny bit.
The 4-bet sheds Garrett.
I was born here, yeah.
So
And now the 2 almost identical hands. Oh, Lord.
you didn't learn any Cantonese.
I knew a tiny little bit when I was a baby, but I don't know that much. Little words here and there, like I know Chisol is bathroom. Like, if I want to say I want to eat, I know it's like, no, you said yeah.
63.
It's like stuff like that I know from when I was a kid.
So a 4-bet pot here.
So stuff, little things.
Blind versus blind. They got the same hand, except Ryusuke's got nut diamonds.
My brother is an engineer and my dad.
come with you to Los Angeles sometime? Yeah.
Henry with a couple options here. Could bet around quarter or third pot to jam the river, or he could just put it in now.
That's your family son?
Hong Kong, yeah, my mom.
10 seconds. One and a call.
Well, it was immediate. He could have had pocket queens.
Up to you.
The way he bet it. Okay.
Well, top pair and the nut flush draw on a 4-bet pot. You're just not going anywhere for a
I forgot about the nut flush draw. I'm sorry.
pot size bet.
Apologize.
Here, you want to chop this since it's your birthday?
That's really okay. So I get a cafeteria knife, which is less plastic than plastic, and they want me to chop this, start to cut this cake.
I think you'll do a great job.
Okay, next.
That's really a hungry crew out there.
Next.
We'll take the 6 off. You handle the commentary for, for as long as you need to.
You chop, but you got to break his heart in the meantime. That's fucking legit.
So when you snapped, I thought it was dead anyway.
You're doing so good.
Doing better than I thought I would. Used to love Fish Fridays at our Cole Elementary School. This reminds me of Fish Fridays. Fish was terrible, but I just loved Fish Fridays.
The cake reminds you of Fish Fridays.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's just something about this cake takes me back to the late 1960s, early 1970s. This might screw it up a little. Okay.
8.
A napkin of any type?
3,000.
Garrett raising here. Open-ended Jon with a pair of 10s, not going anywhere just yet.
Where would he go?
Ethiopia.
Big on Ethiopia.
Garrett just giving up on the turn. Jon checking back to give him a little rope. Seeing if Garrett will take it. Garrett with just queen high. He does just wisely check and give up, realizing that Jon just always has showdown value here.
Huh? Did I cut it or I cut it?
You did really good.
Yeah. So you can distribute it at any point you want to distribute it.
Okay.
This is Hustler Casino Live. This is the big game. The scant 8 miles over pothole-filled freeways to the Pacific Ocean. What is the Pacific Ocean, my friends? You know what it is. It is the #1 ranked ocean in the world. And those next year, the ocean rankings might get a comeuppance with that new ocean that last time I was here, Marc was unaware of, down in the Antarctic area. And I think the Atlantic Ocean might be falling further. It might fall in the top 5.
Okay.
Oh. That's 6 or 7.
Top pair for Henry. The Indian Ocean is pretty stellar. Avi, you were correct.
What are you talking? I leave for 10 seconds, and you're talking about the number one ranked.
Just promoting the Hustlers location vis-a-vis, vis-a-vis the Pacific, and I just mentioned once again, as I usually do, that the Pacific's the number one ranked ocean in the world. That's all. Took a little shot at the Atlantic Ocean, which is, it's not even overrated anymore. Most people know it's a piss-poor ocean. And then there's that new ocean you're not even aware of. Don't know what Michael has in this hand. Check called. Check called the flop. Check called the turn.
Henry with the ace of diamonds. I imagine if Michael checks here, Henry will just check this back. Front door flush draw comes in. Kind of running out of value here on this river when all the draws get there. And Michael's just going to lead, and now he's going to put himself in a tough spot because Henry as the pre-flop raiser here can have all the boats, all the ace-king, all the aces, all the pocket eights, all the threes. And Henry also has the ace of diamonds in his hand. So Henry in this spot probably not going to call, but he could fold, or he could elect to turn his hand into a bluff to try to get Michael to fold a baby flush. Well, what do I know?
Nope, he didn't either. Michael's going to win.
What a nice little thin value bet there.
You wouldn't expect that from Michael here among these sharks.
Change that for me.
Very impressed. I talked earlier about Michael obviously losing in the 2018 congressional campaign. It's hard to beat the incumbent. He wasn't even close. But he is a real person. Like I said, Stanley was. Michael, right now, works in tech. One of his biggest jobs before he ran for Congress, he was president, chairman, and CEO of SoCal Gas. SoCal Gas is pretty big. He was chairman, president, and CEO, Mark. That means if you have any questions, you go to him. There's not some incredible, tree of responsibility. You check with this executive vice president, you check with this senior vice president. He is chairman, president, and CEO. That's all three. All decisions ended with him.
Do they have diesel?
Oh, sorry.
My car takes diesel.
I understand. You've mentioned diesel before because you mentioned that diesel truck that you love. That might be your car.
But I've ever bought diesel from SoCal Gas.
Okay. Well, diesel's going to be on the way out, as is gas, so enjoy it while you can.
Jon wins a baby pot.
I'm going to look at stacking the wins as you are. I don't win as much.
Did you try the cake yet?
No, I have not.
It's just like Fish Fridays.
Okay. So is it at least moist? Is it moist? Can you tell me if it's moist?
A lot of people don't like that word.
Is it tender?
I've never heard a cake described as tender.
That's why I asked if it was moist, and you tell me that's a bad word. God, you are such a... Oh, it's good. Marc gave pieces of cake to people, and either gave them no fork or just gave them a knife. If you had a spork, it's good for everything.
You take back your 4? Sorry, no, 8.
Makes it 8.
I went to eat late night a few weeks ago in Las Vegas. I didn't want to go. I wasn't hungry. The person I was going with said, let's go to this sushi place on Spring Mountain in Las Vegas because Bart Hansen says it's good. I figured it couldn't be good because what could Bart Hansen know about sushi? I was wrong. It was good. The person I went with, I wasn't hungry. I just had some ramen soup, which was pretty good. The person I went with ordered 11 things. And I'm not just talking about like a little sashimi here, a sushi roll here. He had some of those, but he had like side of shark. He had some real entrees. Okay, that was Marc. I sat there nursing a ramen noodle soup while he ordered 11 things off the menu, like 2 every 8 minutes. It was an impressive display. It was topped off by dessert, which I'm sure was better than this. He ordered some, you'll tell me what it was, but it came out, it was like a cake, and it was for 2 people. He ate it by himself.
We were there for about 2.5 hours. You just watched me eat.
We were there a long time. It was late. I did watch you eat, but I nursed my ramen, which was good. But I've never seen somebody eat so much.
Not young anymore.
And he's real thin.
birthday. Happy birthday, Jon.
To that, Ryan, just wish Norman happy birthday.
Thank you, Ryan.
It's okay.
Another person I had large expectations at the main event. He had chips. I thought he was going to make a deep, deep run. He disappointed me more than you because I know he's not going to give away his chips like you are.
Well, but I did.
But he did.
Ryusuke slow played it, flopped the set, hoping for Andy to bluff at it or catch up, but Andy doesn't take the bait.
Pay attention. What do you know?
Probably will crash again next week. But
So all the time.
first good couple weeks or whatever in a while.
Yeah, it's definitely doing my best to close my eyes for 5 years with everything.
Just leave it.
Funds, crypto, yeah.
Yeah, I've never watched Survivor.
In crypto now.
Of course, Garrett,
I'm not,
famously on Survivor
You cash out when
9-10 years ago.
Never, no. I
Second
waited
one voted
in
off.
for like 20 years. Like all the smart people got in yeah, and all those smart people, I said, I'm gonna wait till it's very low.
Okay.
And then it went much lower than that. But now I'm ahead.
Okay.
So yeah.
Are you in already or not?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
2/3 Bitcoin, 1/3 Ethereum.
Okay. And at the price of BTC is like
I got in at 25.
Okay, that's good. And it's 25 now,
and
24 now.
Yeah, and 1,300 for Ethereum.
That's good.
Ethereum's crushing.
So I banned Bitcoin, as you know, from my home game. It's not allowed to be discussed. Garrett's discussing it here with Stanley, and I do have to give Stanley credit again. I'm sure he does a lot for charity. He just contributed. He graduated from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign
You like crypto?
College of Business there.
In smaller
He
coins
just
too?
donated $100K in Bitcoin
Mostly just
to integrate blockchain education at the University of Illinois. He got his master's there in 1996, and he gave back. That's giving back.
Giving back.
Ever heard of chilies?
Explain.
The CHZ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it a coin?
Cryptocurrency, golf, air fryers.
Boy, you remember those three. All three banned from discussion at my home game, live or virtual.
Nice.
You have your own coin?
I'm in reverse.
Don't fold.
Yeah.
Stanley has been ahead of the curve, or certainly in front of the bandwagon on crypto and Bitcoin for a number of years. He's pretty bullish about it, and he's put his money where his mouth is.
And they turned into blockchain.
His mouth would be just above his chin.
I liked it.
You like what?
The fish fries.
Oh, okay.
There's one piece left for you.
Yeah, I see there's that one piece. It looks. I feel like I'm.
You cut it.
I know that's the last piece I didn't give out on a plate because it was kind of sloppy. I feel like I'm rubbernecking a bad accident when I'm looking at it.
You're gonna enjoy it.
I will. Is that board correct?
4 9s.
Okay.
I said that yesterday, Andy. The guy didn't get it.
Cylinder.
Thank you. What me with 2-7, right? I forward here.
Ryusuke's favorite hand?
I bet.
Wasn't Ryan telling me before the show? Ryan was mentioning he ran a big, like a 6-bet bluff with 7 deuce.
He did
recently and got through, something like that.
It got through.
Yeah, last game.
Very nice.
Who's favorite hand to bluff with?
He shows you. Yeah. Do it again.
You have it's nuts.
Almost 2 times now. Last week, 1 time already. Once a session at least. Race.
Looks like that $400 straddle is a permanent thing.
Actually, I don't have
Whatever the stakes are on Friday, they're going to be minimum doubled, usually quadrupled.
Okay. No touchy days. No touchy.
So every Friday there's generally always more than $1 million on the table. pretty much?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Usually, most Fridays.
Be happy with that. I think with 8, but save at 7 doesn't.
Action turn. And he turns a boat. And Garrett picks up the backdoor nut flush draw.
3-2.
Garrett drawing absolutely stone cold dead. A good river for Garrett not to lose any additional money.
$5,000.
Garrett thinking Andy's got a missed flush draw and the king might be good. Well, he folded.
I think that's what he was thinking about there.
Well, that was a very small pot. Andy 2, Garrett nothing now when they've been heads up to a showdown, but that was a very, very tiny pot.
I think most of the poker players, they accept themselves. Most of the poker players, right? Fan of poker.
It's their habit. It's a gambler's habit.
That's why everybody made fun of me.
No?
Who gets into crypto in 2022, you know?
What's your zodiac sign?
I do not follow the zodiac. I watch Oprah.
Blood type?
I'm not sure. Could be A, but I really don't know. This isn't a job interview. I don't have to answer any of these questions. You can't ask me what my ethnic background is. My mother's Cuban.
Father worked for the IRS.
Worked for the IRS. He taught me, he's from the Bronx. He taught me how to drive, and he used something that uber aggressive poker players use. His advice driving in the Bronx was always make the other guy break. See? So that's, you know, when you put pressure on and no limit hold 'em, that's what you're doing. You know?
Yes.
Just barrel ahead.
Is that how you drive today?
Oh, I'm one of the slowest drivers. That's a given. I should not even be in a car. People have asked to get out of my car so they can get to someplace quicker.
I've been in your car.
Oh, you were in my car. You're right.
You got filibustered on the way out of the parking garage.
I got filibustered on the way out of a parking garage?
You did.
How do you get filibustered?
Well, I think that was a pretty accurate description of what happened. What is Stanley thinking here?
Wow. Stanley coming along? Did he raise?
Seems like Stanley bet 3-bet this turn. Stanley bet. Jon raised with 2 pair. And Stanley putting in the 3-bet with nothing here and gets Jon off 2 pair just like that. What a move.
Thank you, Sonny.
Very nice. Jon turned aces up, and Stanley with the bet and the 3-bet on the turn gets it through. I can't play this game.
Usually those turn check raises so strong, and Stanley saying, not this time, Mr. Perfectly Coddled Hair.
I don't think it's coddled.
It is coddled. There's 2 definitions of coddled. One is like when you're a child who's overprotected. The other one is about hair.
Okay. You have surprising knowledge.
Heads up. Check. Check.
Garrett checking back top pair here.
Check. Check.
Looks like both players equally content to get their hands to showdown. May see Garrett go for a little value bet on this river.
$1,500.
Very good fold from Andy.
Very small pot. Now Andy 2, Garrett 1, but those last 2 pots were just chump change coming out of their pockets. So the thing that kills me about Garrett, because when he was on, I was reading up on him when he was on
Love Island, UK.
When he was on Survivor, they asked him the 3 words that best describe him, and they didn't surprise me. Competitive, ambitious, confident. But what bothered me about him, because he can get obsessed, is that he actually dedicated 2,000 hours, 6 months of his life, 2,000 hours over 6 months of his life preparing for Survivor. That's not up my alley to do that. He watched every episode twice over. He did yoga. He just was trying to prepare for all the strategic and physical challenges of Survivor. And he was second off. It's 2,000 hours down the drain. I mean, there's successes, there's failures. I don't want to knock them. I just wouldn't spend that much time on Survivor, which is just a load of hooey to begin with.
He doesn't like to lose. And speaking of not losing, Andy waking up with pocket aces. Michael 3-bet the button with ace-queen suited, and
check.
Andy with aces putting in the 4-bet. He's giving Michael room to make a move here.
Check.
This is a board that you frequently see out of position or even in position. This is a board that you frequently see the pre-flop 3-better check back because it'll hit the pre-flop caller much more. But this is a little bit different. This is a 4-bet pot, and aces should just be good here almost all the time. And personally in this spot, I'm just trying to get value against hands Michael can have, like 10s, jacks, queens. Andy plays it cautiously. Checked all the way to the river, and Andy trying to eke out a little bet here, but Michael's going to lay down the ace high. You know, I've never watched Survivor, but my wife's real into Love Island UK.
Oh, you mentioned that once before.
Really big into it. I like the accents. I like the things they say.
It's fake reality. So Andy's still our big winner. Garrett's still our big loser. All based on the 120K pot early on that they ran into each other with aces up.
Look at this, Michael with aces now, one hand after Andy 4-bet him with aces. Fortunately for him, no one has anything. Henry is going to make a light call from the 3rd blind here and flops bottom pair, so he may continue to 1-bet. The innocuous deuce of spades. Michael going to keep going for value here. Henry's going to call all types of draws out there. Straight draws, flush draws. Four on the river, and Michael's going to keep betting here. This could get a little bit precarious because Henry calling from the 3rd blind here can have quite a bit of 3x. Michael from the cutoff, not quite as much. Saw Henry had a chance to put Michael in the spot earlier when he had the ace of diamonds and elected to just call. This time he just folds. I've played with Henry before. Very strong player. Don't see him make many mistakes. I'm actually a little surprised that he didn't apply the pressure on that ace-9 hand.
In Michael's position there on the river, I mean, he made the small, what was it, 3K into a...
3K and 8K.
Are you more content if you're playing that to check call? Look to be a bluff catcher there?
If I'm Henry?
Yeah. No, if you're Michael there, instead of leading out, would you have checked there? Or
oh, well, he was in position. Michael was in position.
Oh, that's
so
right.
Michael
Henry
was in the cutoff.
Henry was in the big blind, right? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I like the value bet. I like the value bet from Michael, but if you're in Henry's spot, you can just put him. You can put him in a world of hurt there.
1,000.
And you would just think a lot of the time. First of all, he's not going to have much 3x opening from the cutoff, and second of all, how's he going to get to the river when he goes bet with 3x? So that one, two strike. He just doesn't really have any 3x, and then the third strike, he takes that sizing on the river. When he hits a straight, probably not. He probably goes a little bit bigger. So if you're Henry, you're just pretty confident he doesn't have 3x. So a check raise to 35,000 puts him in the blender.
Deuce 7.
Jack 9.
Stanley limping in the middle blind, which is a perfectly viable strategy. Especially when you're over a 100, 200 big blinds deep in the middle blind versus the third blind, you're probably going to want to just limp all of your hands and then have some limp raises and some limp calls and some limp folds.
They were good that year. That Yankees team.
I know. Yeah. San Diego's waits for a long time for a good sports team.
Garrett makes second pair here.
Not much. Where's your favorite place to go and slot? Like the belly up?
Yeah, I've been to the belly up.
Checks it back, gives Stanley a little rope.
Whole Foods shopping center.
See if Stanley takes it here.
That's where I go to.
He is, and he's just going to get snapped off.
Flower Tiles, yeah, no, that's a good spot.
5,000.
Nice. You can always just say you're good or anything. Yeah.
Like it's
Any indication I win the pot, I'll just float my hand up. Give me a frown face.
Garrett with good poker etiquette.
Birmingham. Okay, where's the hospital?
What does it mean?
I don't know where
But anyway, it's like a little strip mall just west of the 5 and maybe it's Birmingham to the next one. And they've got the little...
My second job at a hospital in Silver Spring. I'll talk about in a moment.
I like the belly up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I thought that was the belly up, but I guess you're...
No, belly up's one. It's Cedros by the...
Larry Flint's Grand Slam of Poker Memorial Tournament. 400K in guarantees going on here at Hustler. Hustler's always been my favorite place to play poker probably in the world. I'm not just saying that. When I first moved to LA in 2016, it was the first place I played at. And it is the most frequent place I play at. So come on by. Jump into the tournament or play some of the cash games here at Hustler.
And I never played at Hustler until they did start playing the mixed games here in this past year. And they are terrific games.
It's a good room.
225.
You had a story you were telling. I don't know what it was about.
Oh, it was just because they were talking about the hospital, and I remember my first, second job at Holy Cross Hospital in Silver Spring was chasing a runaway mercury from broken thermometers, and because they didn't want to keep losing all this mercury. Mercury's pretty valuable, and that's a tough job. When that mercury takes off from the thermometer, you can't even see where it goes.
How do you catch it?
You've got to find it. You got to have like a sixth sense. I wish we had like a canine dog, a police dog, who could smell it like a drug dog. But I'd find it, and generally, if it wasn't, unless it was in the hallway, it was in the hallway. Forget it. But if it was in a contained room, it had to be in the room somewhere. And I just had a nose for it.
Did you ever drink it?
No, I never. You don't drink it. Anyway, the pay was terrible, and you didn't get any benefits. Like anybody's going to tip you. That's why I always, one of the worst jobs in the world is being a chip runner at big casinos. Most of the time, it's lousy pay, and you're getting chips for people who just ran out of chips. They're in a bad mood, so they don't want to tip you. If you take too long to get the chips to them, they're really in a bad mood. So, always tip the chip runner. Please.
Nico says, Norman, Mercury Hound.
Right.
It's never a hound.
Was there basically? You got a salad too? Give me salad.
Silvio says, Norman, can you please give a shout out to my wife's boyfriend?
Did they have a name, the wife's boyfriend? I mean, yeah, shout out to Sylvia's wife's boyfriend. Can't you give me the wife's boyfriend? That's just wrong. Can't believe I was stepping into that. Remember I mentioned Stanley, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Makes me think of Chicago. And one of your trivia questions tonight, sir, to think about is why is Chicago called the Windy City?
Oprah Winfrey. She's from Chicago.
No, she is not. She's from Mississippi, I believe. I mean, she ran her show out of Chicago forever, but she's from the South. So, give us some thought. Why is Chicago called the Windy City? I don't want an answer now. Maybe somebody in the chat knows why Chicago's called the Windy City.
It's on the ballot, right?
It's on the ballot.
That's good.
I saw a commercial the other day that was just crazy out there in California. They against it. And the Indian tribes don't like it. Taking their casino money. Yeah, they do not like it.
Maybe you won't see them again.
But it was crazy. It was like, kids will die.
I know what you're talking about. No matter the issue, like...
Kids will die.
Kids will die.
That's it.
Yeah, I've
No matter
seen
what.
it like in 100 different things.
Should we raise taxes? Kids will die.
Yeah, dude.
Legalize marijuana? Kids will die.
Fear sells, unfortunately.
Yeah, fear sells when it comes to those. All right, what do I got here? Okay, great.
Here comes the 3-bet, John, with the ace-5 suited. Cut off first button. Henry in an interesting spot here. Probably doesn't want to do too much cold calling, but I think the dynamic is a little bit different when a recreational player opens and a pro 3-bets than the other way around. There's just going to be less 4-betting going on.
I give you a little respect.
Oh, wow, that's
I could have tried.
quite the fold. Folding to suited Broadway, cut off first button.
Too much respect.
Well, several of our chatters are smarter than you are because you have no idea why Chicago is nicknamed the Windy City.
Don't F with me.
A bunch of them went by and I couldn't get all their names. 2 or 3 of them had the right idea. Alexander, Sasa the Fifth, Monkey Kong. It was that term was coined in the 19th century by journalists. You know I love journalists. And they were referring to the fact that many of its residents are full of hot air or windbags.
It's not because of Lake Michigan.
It has nothing. I would have thought it was because of the wind coming in from Lake Michigan, but it's because of all the hot air. You know, there's a couple of them guessed about politicians, and it would have been a lot of politicians full of hot air, just windbags. So a very cynical, jaded group of journalists started to call their hometown the Windy City. And that trivia question and answer, Marc, sponsored by
Oprah Winfrey.
You know, Oprah's built entire schools outside of this country. That's how much money she has. And she gives back.
I was thinking about going. It could be fun as a social thing. Come in 25 to 30 minutes in races and sit there and drink all day.
I wouldn't, like, I don't ever really gamble on the races. I would just go, just have fun.
Just for fun, that's what it's about.
What do you mean you don't gamble on the races?
Yeah, I don't really
You
gamble
have to
on
go,
races.
man. You have to gamble.
Yeah, I know.
No.
I mean, sometimes, like, my friends, I'll just, like, tag on to one of my friends' tickets, but
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing, you know? Like, I know I'm just going to just throw away money.
It's fun to throw away money sometimes.
Yeah.
Feels
I need
good.
one of my smart friends
Feels
that's,
good, I
like,
promise.
really into it to, like, show
you how to handicap and all
Yeah,
that?
where I just, like, tag on all his bets, so at least, like, we have a chance.
Pretty tight fold from
9-8 suited, yeah.
It seems like he had some type of premonition there. 'Cause
like 120
Even money's about even money.
Garrett goes to sleep with ace-king suited.
Glad I asked.
Yeah,
Not even
because
close.
enough people pay attention, you get the benefit of the market.
Right.
You see what I did there?
Yes, I saw what you did there. I did not want to acknowledge it, but I saw and heard what you did there.
Although actually, you didn't read a study on the horse betting market one time. Favorites are a little underplayed.
Favorites are underplayed.
Yeah. People like long shots.
So it's better to bet the favorite.
Have you been playing much?
Not enough to overcome the 20%.
Well, I had been in Las Vegas for most of 6 weeks. So that shut down my Los Angeles cash game play. I came here to the Hustler last week, and I played a couple times at Hollywood Park since I got back, and that's about it.
That's the favorite, man. You're going to be
And my online 22-game mix is back in operation. Most of them were playing in the World Series of Poker, so we shut it down for 6 or 8 weeks.
Where you play twice a week?
I generally, when I'm in town, I will play live twice a week, yeah. I try to keep up discipline where I'm not going to play back-to-back days, telling myself that's too much. Just get some air out of the poker room, keep it casual, keep it friendly. Just come in every few days.
2 days a week is a good amount. I think it's healthy.
It's probably healthier.
What is that? Whoa! Crazy six.
And I've met a lot of poker players who I might have mentioned just at dinner when we were there, now in their mid to late 30s, who have been grinding forever, and now they say that they don't want to be in a poker room for 5 days a week anymore. You know, they're looking for an alternative, and it's understandable. It's just tough on you. It's just tough on you to grind in a casino, in a card room, 5-6 days a week.
Garrett bluffs at it with queen high, and
OG.
Michael rivering trip sixes is not going to let that one get through.
What do you have, 3 of a kind?
Michael was just telling Jon that he's been studying horse playing at the racetracks, which is completely unbeatable. And he's found out through studying it that favorites are underplayed. I don't know where to get started on that.
Yeah, I would.
You don't even
You don't think that's true?
Well, one, it's hard to make money betting on favorites. 2, it's almost a contradiction in terms that favorites are underplayed. They've become the favorite because people are playing them. So what he's saying, I understand, is that in terms of the races, that generally he's going to tell me that an 8-5 or a 9-5 or a even money horse is going to win the race more often than people think, not enough to make a profit.
Norman, you know, the good thing about gambling is sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But in the long run, everybody breaks even.
That's interesting. You know, in a rake-free world, that would be true. Or could be true.
Everybody's even. The rake, the players. Look at that turn. Henry likes it.
Okay, the chat's telling me I'm wrong. Okay, so I'll discuss the chat in a moment. Henry should like it.
Tricky check. I like the check. Stanley's going to have quite a few two-pair here. And if Henry checks, he's just always going to bet. And he may actually go for value on rivers with two-pair as well, figuring just Henry never has a straight. But I'd imagine this specific river just goes check, check.
I like Stanley's table comportment very much.
Comportment. That's like a compartment with a New York accent.
No, it's not. It's comportment. It's compartment with an O.
A Boston accent.
So two people in the chat tell me that I'm wrong. That favorites are favorites because they win the most. Okay, don't get me started here. The betting, they're the favorite. Okay, they might win more often than the other horses. Like they'll win 25, 30% of the races. But they're not the favorite because they win the most. They're the favorite because they've been bet the most. Okay, that's just true. And then if you're betting every favorite at every race, you will be living under a bridge so quickly I can't tell you. It might be a nice bridge.
You're trying to explain calculus to a muskrat.
I guess I am. The muskrat being the chat? I hope it's not you. Anyway, you can't beat, you know, even when you could beat the horses, and hardly anybody I've ever met has beat the horses, you now cannot beat them with a greater takeout from the state, depending on where you live. It's just all the money coming out of the pool. The best horse players I know hardly ever play horses anymore.
Andy turning the second nut flush. Gonna go for value here on the river after Stanley checks back the turn, but unfortunately for Andy, Stanley just has king high.
Mike Tyson was a 42-1 favorite over Buster Douglas in 1992. Now, I'm pretty stupid.
I was hoping the story would just stop after that line.
Okay, we'll stop.
No, it didn't. That was it. That was the story.
No. But I wouldn't be dumb enough to bet $42,000 to win $1,000. But I would have been dumb enough to say, yeah, I'll take Tyson. I think he's going to win this fight at least 43 consecutive times before he loses. Anyway, he lost the fight.
You would have lost $42,000.
Yeah, that's like one of the few in real life, I would never lay 42, whatever, be given 42-1 on anything. But that's one if you held a gun to my head and said, who's going to win? And will you put up 1,000 to win 42,000, or you put up 42K to win 1K, and you get shot if you're wrong? I would have put up 42K to win 1K on that fight. And I would have lost $42,000, which wouldn't matter as much because I would have been dead.
Stanley flopping bottom set, 3-bet pot. Garrett with nothing. He's going to C-bet. I'll give you 42-1 on something.
Oh, Lord.
42-1. Looks like Stanley's going to raise. His hand's going to be over right here. 42-1, that there is no other, that you can't find another Marc Goone, spelled the same way as my name, in the entire world alive. 42-1.
I have to be able to prove it.
You have to be able to prove it. You just have to find
So you're willing to put up $100?
$100.
I mean, $4,200 to my 100.
Yes, $4,200 to your 100.
And when do I gotta find it by? Like, you know, end of this year, end of this month, end of the year.
What's the date? I'll give you a week from today at this time.
You know, this is my busy time. But I like that. I like that. You know, that's very enticing. You sound so confident about it.
42 to 1.
I hate just handing over the $100 to you at the end of the time period. Okay, you don't mind if I get back to you. I just want to talk to my wife about it this weekend.
Okay.
On her birthday.
I feel like I'm getting free rolled.
So we're just looking, because we used the 4,200. We got the blue, the dog chewed up the whole windowsill. That's a big contracting job. But thanks for the I'm going to think about that.
One more year, man. 40. One more year.
I know, man. Thanks for reminding me.
I know, I'm 33, so I'm getting up there as well. Kind of like the commerce thing. It just feels like yesterday we were in our 20s.
It's a good flop for Jack 8.
Time flies, man.
It just goes so much faster as you get older, too.
Yeah, I know.
When you're like
It just got better.
To get to 20 to 24, it's like a lifetime.
Yes.
If I'm Stanley here, I am either overbetting or check raising.
And I know my 40s and my 50s going to be
And my reasoning behind that is when Garrett checks back this flop, he's just never going to have very strong hands. He's never going to have the nuts, sets, straights. And so I think if you're Stanley, you want to start applying max pressure to hands like ace high, even hands like 10x.
He's not applying max pressure.
He's certainly not. Giving Garrett a really good price, and gave Garrett a really good price on the turn just to call with 2 overs and realize. And I think if you just overbet the turn or go for the check raise on the turn, that's the way to maximize your fold equity. And it makes sense theoretically because Garrett would never check back a hand, for example, like pocket 9s on the flop.
Garrett's the one who applies the pressure.
basic, like there's no frills to it. It's like, but it's such a nice homey card. It's just comfortable. Everybody knows each other.
I haven't been playing as much lately either. Just a couple times a week. Well, maybe about 20 hours a week, which is low for me.
That's pretty low for you. Have you been doing your stream?
Not really. Decided to focus on another area. Actually running a coaching for profit stable of cash game players around the country. We've got 5 guys right now all over the country. 1 in DC, 1 in Florida, and soon to be 1 in San Diego, and then a couple in LA.
So when you say coaching for profit, obviously you pick some guys, you give them some coaching, and then they're part of your stable, and they go out and you get a piece of them?
Yeah, basically. So we give them cash to play.
Right.
And teach them, essentially, how to crush moving up. Most of them start at 2-5 or 5-5, and the goal is to get them to 10-20 or bigger within 6 to 8 months. We're 5 for 5 so far.
You're in the black on all 5, is what you're telling me.
5 for 5. They're all
very good.
They're all crushing, all making triple digits per hour.
So once they get started, as far as your quote-unquote consultation or coaching with them, is that still continue, or it's like they're in training camp, they're in boot camp, and then you let them go?
It just depends on the person. Okay. We don't take really a one-size-fits-all approach. It just depends on the person. I mean, we've taken guys who've never played live poker in their entire life. One of our guys, he had played online a few times. He knew how to play poker, but he'd never actually played in a casino. And he started out at 5-5, and now he's playing 5-10, and he's crushing it. And that was 3 months ago he started, so I've been enjoying it.
And the locations they're in is just happenstance? It's not like,
just happenstance. Just happen to be the guys who reached out. So.
Okay. Yeah, on the 42-1 bet you're offering me, am I allowed to somehow try to influence the outcome of the event by doing something that a guy in the chat suggested?
No, I saw that.
Can I do that? Elroy can I go to a maternity ward and offer somebody a piece of whatever if they name their kid Marc Goone and so they make money? That doesn't seem to be fair.
They have to be named Marc Goone as of right now,
Okay,
6:55 p.m.
I wouldn't want to do that. I just thought that was an inventive idea because I might have upped it to 1,000 to 42,000. I can offer them like a lot of money. And it doesn't seem fair. I wouldn't do that. I don't think I would do that.
Yeah, you'd have to make the bet much bigger in order to offer them.
Yeah, that's dirty politics. I don't play dirty. So they have not kicked this game off the ground yet.
And I'm willing to give you 42-1 that it'll get kicked off at some point.
Okay. Yeah.
Will you take that?
No, I'm not taking. I don't gamble anyway. I just, other than poker, I don't make any sports bets.
OM Cincy says I'll take 100-1 that there's at least 2 other Marc Goones. Okay, OM Cincy, let's find a.
Let's get the paperwork drawn up. Let's find some parameters.
Yeah, please.
No, we're coming up on the Mega Millions drawing. It's another hour. It's another hour.
What is that?
I don't follow Lotto, but this is the stupid Mega Millions drawing.
A lot of people are talking about it. I just every time I hear it, I just like immediately my ears club. My brain turns off.
Well, you got to hit whatever it is. You have to hit 6 numbers, 6 double-digit numbers, and then the bonus number, whatever. It's over. The pool's not been hit for a long time, so it's now up to like 1.2 billion.
1.2 billion.
Yeah, it lasted. It was a big deal on Tuesday because it was up to like 700 or 800 million then, or 900 million. I forget.
We have Garrett versus Andy. As enthralling as the Mega Millions is, both of them with top pair, and a disappointing river card. As now they're chopping.
Yeah, it took the steam out of this hand. If they chop.
Garrett's still going for value here, and the reason why he's going for value is it's a single raise pot, button versus blind. So you're allowed to go much more thinly in the spots when each player has a wide range pre-flop. And they'll chop it up.
It's now Andy 2, Garrett 1 with 1 tie. 2-1-1.
Like OM since he says, hey, Marc G. Google. Marc Goone is a music artist. Another is on Instagram. He's a retired school bus driver.
They got you nailed already.
Look at this. Alex Gordon says Marc Goone is a rapper. You are not even the most famous Marc Goone.
They got you nailed every which way.
All right. If anybody would like to throw the money, we need a proxy. Norman, can you be the guy who holds the money?
I will, of course. I'm the most honest guy in the county.
I'll give you a 10% cut.
No cut. I work for free. You got people coming in with Marc Goones across the Northern Hemisphere.
Sometimes I look at Garrett and think his head is about to explode and he wants to rip his shirt off and flip the table over, and then he smiles and makes a polite joke.
No, not yet. Yeah. Okay.
Now, if that is his natural being, then it's not a problem. I give him credit because most of us want to do what you just talked about. If he's trained himself to do what you're just talking about because he does want to turn the table over, eventually that's got to boil over at some point in your life for most people. And it's not healthy.
At some point, he's just going to flip the table over.
Yes.
should be higher. So I look.
Yes,
I find my mom, I cry in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Only that memory. All the memory is blur. No more. I don't know. I don't remember. Just a bad memory. That one. But I want to go back now.
Yeah.
Visit.
Yeah. Big city is scary for little kids.
Yes, this was Rampage week, but he worked a 4-day week. Coming up in the final hour tonight, we will discuss once again the 8-day week that I talked about with Marc Goone last time I was here. It's making progress. The 8-day week, 32-day month.
They work 4-day weeks in Estonia.
Well, that's different in Estonia. The whole economy is based on base 9. Do you know base 9?
I do. I actually was born in Estonia. My dad was a shoe salesman, and he was over there on business for 3 to 4 years. So he moved back to America when I was 2.
Did he sell shoes retail, like door to door, or was
No. He worked for a company that was a manufacturer, and their factory was based in Estonia.
Okay. It's a bit easier than the door to door thing. Andy with the best of it here.
Stanley with a wide squeeze. Pretty good flop for ace queen.
Oh, Stanley gonna put the 8 of diamonds to work.
See if Stanley elects to give up here. He does. And Andy going to put in a very small bet, 30% pot here, which I really like. You haven't eaten your birthday cake.
I was trying to show some discipline. I will eat it. I will eat it in this calendar hour.
Calendar hour?
Yeah, calendar hour.
What's a calendar hour? Is that like what you strain the noodles in?
Here we go again with it. The calendar and the colander, compartment and comportment. Maybe he does have a 4-year degree.
Ryusuke just calling. Cut off first button, just calling with the ace-10 suited. Certainly a hand that can be 3-bet. Andy check, Ryusuke bet. Andy muck.
When Andy went back to Taiwan, I just saw, he did a video coming back of things he learned. And he talked about, he ran into a woman who had a tattoo of an hourglass on her arm, and he asked her why. And she said, because time is running out. Pretty dark. But that's true. And so Andy said that he took it to heart. And so he said he now, imagine that life is like an hourglass with each grain of sand representing a day of your life. So he's looking at a different aspect of time now. So making things count more. That he realizes how much he's wasted time so far in his life, and I've wasted twice as much as he has, being twice as old as he is. But he's right. So he's just go out and get it. Go after it. Don't take everything for granted every day. And so the hourglass tattoo made him think a little differently about time.
And yet here he is wasting it at the poker table.
Yes, he is. That's why I wanted to start shouting that back at the video. Stop playing poker. But it's a great video. It's actually got beautiful views of Taiwan. He'd gone back to Taiwan because he barely lived there in his life. He's lived most of his life in America. And he just wanted to kind of reconnect with an area that he did not know in the first place. So I enjoyed watching. It's not that long of a video. 5 or 6 minutes maybe.
YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube.
4,000.
Michael going for the check raise here with aces. And he may get curious with middle pair. Blind versus blind. He does not. Another good fold for Mandy. What's the other store that's related to Vons but isn't Vons?
Related to Pavilions.
Pavilions.
Sort of an upscale Vons.
Yeah, I was in a Pavilions one night.
Oh,
in
yeah, we share.
2018.
She would came back home and taught us.
In a Pavilions in 2018. This was 1 in the morning. Walking down the ice cream aisle.
Strategy? No.
A man behind me says, hey, I turned around. There's a man wearing all orange with an orange vest. He said, are you enjoying your time here? I said, my time where? Like here, is in the grocery store? He smiled, laughed, and walked away. Never saw him again. That's a 100% true story.
that's almost scary and creepy. Except that might have been next level. Your time here. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
He thinks he's right. I think the opposite. Andy met him once, huh? Yeah, I met him once. Yeah. I don't. Jon, you met him too playing too, or what? You know my dad anyway. I've never played with him. Yeah.
It's a lot of jacks for Ryusuke.
He loves it.
That reminds me that there's a few better places to be, and it's one of the advantages we have living here.
Hold on, Norman. Look at this river.
Did he get the 5?
He got the 5.
Oh, Lord. He hit the 2 outer.
We're going to see a lot of money go in on this river.
No, my dad's really smart too. He was on.
Here comes a bet, and oh, he just calls. Wow, he just calls, and Ryusuke, I thought that was going to get much bigger. Ryusuke saves some money there.
Oh, yeah, where's the rest of that pot?
I stopped you because I thought we were going to have a monster.
It should have been. What a river.
Waiting for your Tochi.
Anyway, yeah, to be in a Pavilions, a grocery store at 1 in the morning, going down the ice cream aisle is a great luxury. It's a great freedom, which a good deal of the world never gets.
Nickel dime.
And I've always thought the one way to tame the masses, if you're a ridiculous dictator, and I might have mentioned these before, is just to give them a few conveniences, and they might not revolt against you.
Like ice cream.
Like ice cream. Like the convenience of a 24-hour grocery store or a 7-Eleven. So for all you would-be dictators out there who want to continue to dictate, just give us a little, and we might stay in place. Like a Klondike bar at 1 in the morning.
Klondike bars are nice at 1 in the morning. We see Jon here going for that polar 3-bet strategy that I brushed on a little bit earlier against Garrett, using these kind of bottom-of-range button hands. King 9 suited, Queen 9 suited. I imagine maybe the Ace 6 suited, Ace 7 suited in there. And I wonder what he would do with the top middle portion of his range against Garrett's opens. Maybe pocket jacks, Ace Queen suited, Ace Jack suited. I imagine a lot of those would be flats, and I think he's probably just using top of range and bottom of his continue range against Garrett's opens, which is interesting.
Check around. I saw.
Thank you.
No worries.
Garrett picking up a big turn card for his hand.
Michael just snap folding the jacks there.
7,000.
And Ryusuke
with the nuts.
Garrett's in position. They're relatively deep. I imagine Garrett's going to continue.
What's up?
A 3 would be a disaster for Garrett. Almost like a sneaky check here from Ryusuke when the board runs out a one-liner. Makes it look like you've got a hand like 2-pair or possibly a set, and it allows the in-position player to turn quite a few hands into bluffs. If you never check when you hit the straight on a one-liner, the in-position player can just apply so much pressure when you do.
Another good tidbit from the only man I know named Marc Goone.
The only man you know.
Oh, I know men.
There's a few of them out there, apparently, so. Stanley turning the aggression meter up to 10 tonight.
Yeah, Stanley's definitely probably played more poker than anybody here tonight. Just he's taken some chances. He's hasn't hit really good spots, but he's been trying to play a little creatively. Michael's got that hangdog look like they want the Penske file by noon. He's not going to get it by then.
Penske file. Penske, like the rental truck company?
Actually, there's a that is Penske, isn't it?
It is.
But
the yellow trucks.
You know, I didn't even realize why I said Penske, but now it wasn't the trucks. The Penske file is from a Seinfeld episode, I think.
You don't even know.
I don't know why Penske came into my head. I think George was in a job that he didn't even get, and they gave him the Penske file, and he didn't know what he was doing, and he had the Penske file all week. Somebody out there can tell me. Yeah, I think it's from a Seinfeld episode. That's why I said Penske. But Penske is the, you're right, the truck.
Rental trucks.
Okay.
Those are diesels.
Yeah, you better start collecting your diesels and then also storing that diesel oil someplace it's not going to explode, because it's going to run out.
I told my wife if I won the main event, the first thing I would do was buy her a turbo diesel dually.
You know, Darvin Moon finished second in the main event about 13 years ago, and he bought his wife a riding lawnmower.
I like that name, Darvin Moon.
He came out of the woods of West Virginia, finished second, made the final table with Phil Ivey, almost won the main event. I ran into him the next morning checking out of the Rio. He was checking out of the Rio. I just happened to be at the Rio. I said, see you next year. He said, I'm never coming back to Las Vegas. And he never did.
Darvin Moon.
That's a great name.
The Lakers coach, isn't he named Darvin?
The new Lakers coach?
Darvin Ham.
Darvin Ham.
I like the name Darvin, I think. It's just the name Darvin.
How many Darvin? That's only 2 Darvins I can think of.
But both of them have nice last names too, Ham and Moon. They both sound like cartoon characters. But my name does as well, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if your name sounds like a cartoon character. It sounds unique. Like, I don't know if I could find another Marc Goone.
I really like dude, but I'm just telling you. I mean, over, under on a marriage, not cool. Not cool.
Out of line.
Is that yours?
It will be.
It's not just the dollar. It's your ticket to $1 million tournament. Sign up for free today at WPTglobal.com and use bonus code YT47.
See that WPT Global Cumulativewinning.com.
False start.
$1 to win $1 million.
That's nothing like the Mega Millions. That's like $1 to win $1 billion. Those lotteries should be shut down.
Why does every lottery winner end up dead or bankrupt?
You know, it's a very good question. We have seen many cases. It's part of the human condition, but they have chronicled how that type of windfall turns your life upside down at best, and what you just mentioned at worst is actually can sometimes ruinous.
9, 8. Good. 5. Finally.
Norman, you know one thing I think most poker players could use?
Yes, what's the one thing most poker players could use?
Well, a lot of poker players would like to roll around on the floor a little bit more. If you like to roll around on the floor, check out Larry's Little Rolly Things. Everybody likes to roll around on the floor. Larry's Little Rolly Things, wherever things are sold. Available now.
Not wherever things are sold. It's only, certain places don't sell Larry's Little Rolly Things.
Well, most places will. If you ask, they got in the
Nordstrom's has Larry's Little Rolly Things?
Nordstrom's does not, but Macy's does.
Wow. Interesting fact.
1,500.
I still got my dog rolling around on one of them.
I felt bad that Twister sales fell like 75% during COVID. I love Twister.
Twister sales? Oh, because you can't play. Well, I guess you could play by yourself.
How do you play Twister by yourself?
Yeah.
Twister solitaire? Plus, you gotta spin. You gotta have someone do the spinner also. You gotta spin it and then do your own moves, and you're not bumping into anybody else.
When was the last time you played Twister?
I actually was played when I was in junior high, and I did not play it. I just watched it played. I did not like it. I was so antisocial, asocial. I wouldn't even play Twister.
Why do you say you like Twister and the last time you played was in junior high?
Oh, you were still hungry though. Just in time. What? No, it's good. There's 3,000.
Yeah, Jon had that 3-bet face. It's a very distinct face they make when they're going to 3-bet.
The 3-bet face?
It is. The face, they're smiling, they look real relaxed, and all of a sudden it just real serious face.
Tightens up?
Yeah.
Well, he had 3-bet cards, but yet the 3-bet face is not a good idea. A lot of contemplation at this table tonight. See, this is why I started passing out candy. It happened by accident with the Starburst. I'd go to tables, tournament tables. There was always like a morgue, and I found out if you offered somebody a Lifesaver, M&Ms, it would just loosen up the table. Something that simple, and then people started talking with each other. If you can believe that, that's literally the way I started becoming like the Candy Meister at the World
So
Series.
What was the end result
And
for
it
you
works.
when you were in Vegas?
It does work.
Sure, all of it is kind
Speaking of ice cream at Hollywood Park, they used to give you, you get points for your play, and you go into the gift shop and buy anything. I used to go and buy a half a dozen Haagen-Dazs bars for the table
And did you drive?
with the points.
You came out ahead of
And
me.
we come back and we were like, it was like we're on a camping trip. Everybody's in a good mood. It's so simple.
My favorite ice cream is Little Baby's ice cream.
Toji, or? Let me see what
I know Little Babies.
You know Little Babies?
I did not know Little Babies till like 2 years ago.
It's good ice cream.
And I said, where did these come from? They said, they've been here forever. Like, I thought it was like a new brand. And someone told me, no.
I thought you were going to look at me like I was making something up.
No, that's not being made up. I could swear I got it back east or in the Midwest.
It's in Philadelphia is where it started, I think.
Philadelphia is where I got it. My friend in Philly gave me Little Babies.
Have you seen the commercial?
No.
Oh. Please.
They have good commercials?
Please, it's the best. Write it on your hand.
Well, that's why I write things I got to do. I got my call my brother tomorrow now.
Okay.
Garrett with 2 pairs, Stanley with top pair, good kicker. Garrett just going full pot here. Stanley making the call. 8 on the river. Couple straights get there, hands like Jack 9. Blind versus blind configuration. Garrett's not going to be concerned about that. He's just going for max value against 10. And he goes pot on the turn and follows it up with pot on the river.
After the hand, can you break down to me why he went pot-pot in this particular situation, in your view?
Yeah, for sure. We'll do that right now if you'd like.
Oh, sure. He took a time extension, Stanley? I think he did, yeah, okay.
So basically we're in a wide versus wide configuration. I know I've said those words a lot tonight, but what that means is blind versus blind, each player is going to have a lot of hands, so the definition of what value is expands. Stanley makes a really good fold. The definition of what value is expands the wider the configuration. The more multi-bet the pot gets, the tighter the configuration gets, and the earlier the position the original raiser opens from, the tighter the configuration gets. So the tightest configuration would be, say, under the gun versus low jack 4-bet pot. In that situation, if you just have middle pair or top pair, you're not feeling all that great, right? Blind versus blind single raise pot would be the widest configuration, and top pair, top kicker, or 2-pair in that situation, you may as well have the nuts because both players are just going to have so many hands, it's much more likely they miss the board.
Okay.
So when he's going pot-pot there, just knowing that it's going to be very hard for Stanley to fold 10x, but we see Stanley did make a good fold.
So that last part is what I was curious. He would have put Stanley on that type of hand, apparently.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
he just
okay.
figured Stanley had 10x. Although, I'd like to actually work backwards, and I actually like to use smaller sizes in the wide versus wide configuration because I think one mistake players make is they kind of look at absolute strength instead of relative strength. So they just see I have a 10x, I have top pair. They don't think, hey, I'm in a wide versus wide configuration, top pair is better here. So I actually like to go smaller there, whereas early versus early, I actually like to go bigger with value because every hand looks strong. So if you're early versus early and you have ace-queen and the board comes queen high, that looks like a monster hand to you, even though early versus early, you have to worry about pocket kings, you have to worry about pocket aces, you have to worry about much stronger ranges early versus early. So early versus early, people have a much harder time folding because they conflate relative strength with absolute strength, if that makes sense.
I never would have thought of that. Ever.
27.
We got a little bit deep into the weeds there, but Andy with bottom 2 here. And putting in a big raise. Stanley once again in a precarious situation with top-top. It was just put into the blender in the previous hand and right back there again. Just so many draws out there. And Andy is known to get a little bit out of line. Stanley can't love it, but wow, and Stanley, look at that, back-to-back making excellent folds.
Big folds each time. I thought that hand was going to take Stanley down towards the felt, but he gets out of there on the flop.
Pretty good fold. Pretty good fold. Especially versus Andy.
And he's still our big winner tonight.
Did they show Rampage a second ago? I think Rampage is wandering around somewhere. I think, was that him?
Raise.
Maybe I'm just hallucinating.
You might be hallucinating.
Out on the floor somewhere.
I can't believe Rampage is wandering out on the floor.
Why? Why not?
If he were playing, that's one thing. Why'd be wandering the floor?
Well, maybe he just got here.
Okay. I think he worked the 4-day week.
Probably. Thought while I was talking in circles, explaining something that I thought I saw him.
Yeah. Stanley keeps getting after it with the worst of it. Picks up a big turn card there.
Overbet from Stanley here. Garrett's got a pretty interesting hand because he blocks the hands that Stanley says he has here. But Stanley gets it through. Good sizing from Stanley. Stanley's playing excellent so far. I say it, Stanley's playing really, really well. Gets Garrett to fold the best hand, and Stanley with two very strong hands. The two hands previous to that makes great laydowns.
Yeah, it's a great three-hand sequence for Stanley.
You know, normally I see a man wearing a Da Vinci shirt. I'm not going to give him credit for being a good poker player. But Stanley is...
That's just absurd fashion profiling.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
You know,
I don't see how one translates to the other.
Young Thug said, who is one of the preeminent philosophers of our time, he said, Da Vinci, my hoes and my toes and my bros.
Oh. Props to Young Thug. That's pretty good.
Andy with bottom two once again. Garrett just checks it back with ace high. Figures he's got a bluff catcher. The ace-6 high, button versus blind.
61. 6,100.
And Andy goes with an overbet. Garrett just folds.
Every time, all of them. It's ridiculous.
Show him who's boss.
The year that John Cohen was 49th in the main event, Stanley was 142nd. I mean, sorry, Andy was 142nd. Again, I don't recall him at all.
Show some back.
He cashed 5 times to that World Series in 2019. Andy did.
Just once or twice.
I don't recall him at all, including he in the Millionaire Maker. He was 1,000th and 79th. Now, I was wandering around the Millionaire Maker that year, and I don't think he played his best. If he played just a couple of hands I thought he misplayed, he should have finished in the top 1,000. A better player would have finished in the top 1,000. He finished 1,079th out of a field of 8,800 that year. He did not make $1 million.
What do you get for 1,079th? Maybe $600?
Well, it's probably $1,000. It's $1,500 buy-in. He got $2,400. Yeah, you're close. He profited $900, assuming no rebuys.
That is a crazy ROI.
What time we got? I'm here. What time?
Would it take 3 days to get that?
Yeah, that's about right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I interest you?
It's $300 a day. And that's a good outcome.
That's okay, that was a min cash. Yeah, that was a good outcome.
People play tournaments for a living.
No.
No.
They just don't.
Yes.
Who are we kidding?
They think they do.
They think they do. What's your stance on these RTAs?
RTAs?
Yeah, the real-time assistance on online poker.
Well, you know, I play a bunch of online poker.
I know you do.
So, I mean, obviously it's BS. Obviously it's BS. But I just, like, I don't really care. I know there's a bunch of guys using it because I go back and I look at hands and I'm looking at the results of the hand and I'll run a sim on the hand and I'll see, hey, this guy found the bluff with Jack 6 of diamonds that's supposed to be 19% on the river for 3x pot. Like, it's pretty obvious when you go back in retrospect, like, who's using it. So there are a bunch of guys using it. But you know what? The games are still good enough where you're able to make a bunch of money. So, whatever. I mean, obviously, I'd prefer... See, that's Rampage. I told you, he's wandering around on the floor.
That was a tweet telling us why he's not here.
But he's here. Look, he's here. He is here.
Oh.
He's here.
Oh. Oh, you were right. Oh, I apologize.
He's here.
So to go back to...
I hate it. I wish it didn't exist.
Okay.
But the reality is it does exist, but still, nevertheless, online is still profitable, even with it being somewhat rampant. I think it's much more common at 1K and 2K. I say 2K, it's relatively common at 2K, which would be 1020. At 1K, it's less common. At 500, it's pretty much non-existent.
Okay. Two big hands here, and you have, as far as its allowability, I don't know if that's a word, would you, in a perfect world, ban somebody? Or you don't mind playing against somebody with RTA, or would you ban it?
Well, I think that should be banned. I think if you're caught using it, it should be banned. It should be an immediate ban, and it should be all of your money should be seized. Like, the money's gone. Like, it's wiped. That should be the consequence, in my opinion.
Okay.
Because you got the money from cheating.
Yeah, that's the minimum consequence to me. Yeah, you should just be gone. But I was just curious where you stood on that.
Henry can't love the flop. He's going to put in a small c-bet here, though. He's going to want to be c-betting here. Probably a pretty high amount, small blind versus button. He's got the queen of diamonds in his hand. And he doesn't mind here if Ryusuke just folds out a bunch of hands. Actually makes this easier to play. And Henry takes it down. And after seeing the ace, he's probably glad for that to happen.
Anyway, I've run into a handful of poker players who claim RTA should be allowed.
That seems insane.
Yeah, some of them are actually, a couple of them are fairly well-known pros, and I'm just shocked at that pattern of thinking. It's just used there as a learning tool, they told me. It's giving them some assistance as they play. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's insane.
I know.
It's a ridiculous opinion.
The fact that two of them have said it to me, one, I just thought, somebody's a little off. A second one gave me a very similar line of thought, and I went, wow, what am I missing?
Cool.
That's a gas station opinion.
Yeah.
You got the angel.
What I mean by that is,
Double on the other.
before I moved to Los Angeles, I worked for Monster Energy. I handed out at gas stations. We would drive a monster truck, set up a tent above the monster truck and hand out Monster Energies to people at rural Missouri who would just come and hang out at a gas station all day. The opinions of people who hang out at gas stations all day just to get one free monster, those opinions would probably coincide with the people who think RTA should be legal. It's a gas station
opinion.
Yeah.
Got to remember that term.
It's a weird game like that, huh? It can be very monotonous at times.
That's the way this game is.
So I told the guy that they told me it was a false equivalence. It wasn't a perfect analogy. I said it's like if you're taking a test and you have the book open that has a lot of the answers in it, and you use that book to help you with the answers on the test. That's cheating in the test. You got to memorize this. You want to use the foundation of what the RTA is telling you and learn all the other GTO related stuff. Fine. You apply that to your game. You figure out when to use it. You memorize whatever the principles are, but you can't have the book open at the test.
Exactly.
That's what the test is for.
Exactly.
They told me it was a false equivalence, and I gave up.
Can't wait till everybody has Google Glass and we're just all using RTA at the live poker table.
Yeah. Just having fun.
Every time, every time.
Every time. Natural one time, right? One time per game. One more 7 A natural 9.
What happened? Did he raise under the gun?
Yeah,
7-2.
Oh. It's not that cool, man. You got to put 5 bets in, and then it's cool, all right?
Yeah, that's it.
Michael flopping bottom pair, just going to check back with his showdown value. I don't really understand what this bet accomplishes from Ryusuke here. He has ace high. Well, he...
What don't you understand then?
I guess I understand it now.
I don't understand it either. If you don't understand it, I can't understand it.
I said he's not going to get a better hand to fold, but he... Look at that, he did. Just like that. If I see something like that, first Michael showed us he folded the king 10 of diamonds, cut off first button versus
Right.
Jon. And now he's just checking back a pair, button versus blind. I mean, he showed the king 10, so the table saw that. So if I see that, I'm just thinking, okay, this guy probably, he's not in the mood to play for all the chips. Unless he absolutely has it. And I'm just going to use that to my advantage relentlessly until that mood shifts.
You definitely played this hand the best. Yeah.
Owen Carpenter says, I can't really tell if Marc and Norman are best friends or hate each other.
The truth usually lies somewhere in the middle on any type of question like that. But I will say this, it's just sometimes, you know, like couples, married couples have a love-hate relationship sometimes where they love them so much and then sometimes they hate them so much. On my end, I definitely have felt the hate towards Marc, and I'm trying to work on it.
1,000.
1,000?
We're going to see a multi-way pot. Haven't seen many of those 5-way pots so far tonight. Rare in a 100, 200, 400 game.
And nobody has a deuce.
We were talking to each other like the whole time yesterday, Andy, so we like caught up on everything in each other's life yesterday.
We got nothing to say to each other.
But I like learned so much about like what the last 7 months of your life looked like yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
That plus talking across the table is a lot of work. And of course, I'm mad you beat me in a hand. So put it all together.
That makes sense.
I don't really want to talk to you that much today.
Give it time. It'll come back.
It's almost the first exchange Garrett and Andy have had, renewing acquaintances. It's whatever, eight or 9 months later.
I'd like to see him smooch.
Yeah, we did a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's a step beyond.
In the first half
same
of the year.
hand.
Okay.
With kind of the plan, Jen would be pregnant, but she's not. So just small stuff. We're going on a hiking trip to Portland in a few weeks.
Portland?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I actually always wanted to go to Oregon. My cousins live out there, but I haven't
Yeah.
made it out there yet.
Where do they live? What city?
I think in Portland.
In Portland,
I think
yeah.
in Portland, yeah. They
Yeah,
live
it's a
there.
really cool city.
Yeah, yeah. Because they
Like,
just started a family too, so.
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 different areas, like within an hour drive of Portland, that are great hikes, all different from each other.
Okay.
And then the city itself is great, great food, really unique culture. Highly recommend it.
Okay.
It's a lot of fun.
It's like a quick flight too, right? How long does it take from LA?
In the air, 2 hours maybe?
Oh, it's
a little more. Very
How much
quick,
on the
yeah.
ground, though? People from Portland are tired of seeing people from Los Angeles, so people from Los Angeles just stick to whatever, Palm Springs, Santa Barbara, Hawthorne, Torrance.
In the summer, it's great.
Well, people from everywhere are tired of seeing people from Los Angeles.
That is correct. And of course, Garrett likes to hike. He does yoga, he likes to hike. You know, kisses babies, helps women across the street through puddles.
Just South Korea in October.
Okay, yeah.
I still love Garrett.
A week or
I've just watched him a long time. I used to watch him on, well, what is now Dead at the Bike. So I first saw him on Dead at the Bike, and now I watch him more on Hustler.
Nice, yeah.
Garrett needs a villain turn.
I'm surprised actually
At
he
some
didn't
point.
travel around
I don't know if that's going to happen.
Asia more.
Yeah,
when
that
he
would
was
help.
in Taiwan.
I was going to.
Like LeBron when he went to Miami.
That was a villain turn.
Still closed off.
Or
Like-
Will Smith when he punched Chris Rock.
Tiger Woods when he slept with all those women.
They were not all those women. It was one waitress from Perkins and then a few other one-night stands.
Years traveling there.
Either way,
Just like
something like that.
Yeah.
I think he'd be.
every area is like
See more.
I've just heard stories.
He's too perfect. He needs
Yeah,
like
he's
just
more
one,
likable by being imperfect.
one little rough edge.
I mean, you know more than me, but stories and pictures. I've just seen so many incredible things that are in China, like in terms of nature and stuff.
Because they range from like incredibly undeveloped to incredibly advanced. Because like in the major cities, like they don't even use paper money anymore.
Yeah.
Everything is digital. Like if you take out like paper money, they're gonna look at you weird, you know?
Yeah.
So it's all digital.
That's wild.
It's crazy. I heard like the architecture and the buildings are just like totally like futuristic and modern.
Yeah.
And it's just,
I kind of like that they don't really like cater to tourists either.
Right, yeah.
A lot of places we go to are really beautiful, but they're very touristy
Very
for that
touristy,
reason. Like,
yeah, it's
I
all-
told you I was in Iceland. It's like everybody speaks English. Everything's like about catering to the tourists because like nobody even lives there.
Yeah,
it's like
all
a
true.
few 100,000 people that even live there.
Right,
yeah, that's the
right.
whole population. Yeah.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
But don't get me wrong, that place is incredible, but it's just, as an example, China couldn't be more the opposite. And so like I'm curious to do something like that too.
Right.
You've been in China before?
I haven't been, no. The only place in Asia I think is a few nights in Philippines and then a few weeks in Thailand.
You ever met a poker player who hasn't been to Thailand?
Absolutely not. And they all speak highly on way too many fronts about Thailand. And I got nothing against Thailand.
I've heard good things. It seems beautiful.
I've been to the Taiwan airport a bunch because that's the connecting airport to Macau.
The connecting airport for a lot of stuff.
Yeah. They have a very nice lounge or whatever I was in.
Were you really? Where I wasn't nice at all.
Oh yeah, well, I think I got in there because my mom flies a lot and has some like
you have it, yeah.
perks.
You're VIP, that's not me. Yeah. They put me with the luggage,
I'm not,
bro.
my mom is.
Next time you guys pass through, let me know. We'll do a public
Is
meetup.
Garrett really flying on row 38D?
Yeah.
2 rows in front of the bathroom
Yeah.
when he goes overseas?
I told you, like, I went to like.
What do you think?
I mean, what was he telling me this stuff for?
Just like, you like driving a bike, like you playing.
See, he needs a couple rough edges.
You're right. We need to talk to him.
Yeah, I would do it because what else am I doing?
I didn't
during
get
the layover?
here in time to talk to him before they started. I wanted to. Next time I'm going to talk to him.
The biggest game is like 5-10 regulars.
It's just all tournaments. Yeah, there's no, they don't have cash games. They have underground cash games, but nothing in the card rooms. Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy. All they watch is like Hustler and like the bike. It's just like they just watch streams, poker go. They just,
It'll be a nightmare. Can you imagine that? The only legal poker is tournaments.
Even you.
Come on. Not Definitely, it says a lot. I know I've said this many times, but just like the passion people have for poker is just crazy.
Oh yeah,
People
totally.
just love it.
Yeah.
I've been playing a long time, just like you, man. I still have a great time. It's a lot of fun to play.
Okay, I want to redefine a long time, seriously.
What do you think a long time should be?
Well, Garrett's 36. So it's not a long time yet. I'm sorry. It's got to be more than. For instance, the Poker Hall of Fame. You got to be at least 40.
So like 85.
Have to be 40?
Yeah, they decided. Well, several years ago, there was a big push to put Tom Dwan in the Hall of Fame when he was like 16 years old.
Yeah.
And they decided that, you know, if you look at the criteria, and one of them is that you have to prove whatever you have to prove over the course of time.
Got it.
And a reasonable amount of time for a poker player, I believe, for Hall of Fame type of thing, is actually longer than from the time you're 21 to you're 39. You can be in the Poker Hall of Fame at 40 and be broke by the time you're 42. Actually, a lot of people in the Poker Hall of Fame are broke anyway. But anyway, I just want to hear a longer period of time than 36 years old. Or what's his face? Jared Kushner just wrote his memoir.
Okay. Did you read that?
Well, I'm not going to read it. He's 41 and he's done nothing. I mean, I know some people, some people write their memoirs in their 20s and 30s. He's 41, he's done nothing. So how do you write your memoir at 41 when you've done nothing? So yeah, Garrett has played poker for a long time relatively by his standard, but a long time is longer than 15 years professionally.
I've only played for 6, and I'm 45.
That's interesting. So just all those lost years in your 20s and 30s, I'm not sure what you were doing other than handing out Monster.
No, that was in my 20s. I have a pension.
No diamond.
I'm a school bus driver for 15 years. Rockwood School District, St. Louis, Missouri.
And you'd have a pension from the was 15 the minimum or 10? 15 was the minimum.
15 was the minimum. I drove a Bluebird school bus for 9 years. Then the last 6 years, I drove a Thomas school bus.
So the school buses now, when we were kids, there were no seat belts. Do they have seat belts in those school buses?
Actually, when I first started driving, there were none. And I think year 3 or 4, the newer buses started having them.
Okay.
So the school district would replace, I think, 10% of their fleet every year. And
as they kept replacing them, they would.
Yeah, as they kept replacing them, they were
seat belts.
Yeah, they were.
Because I thought about it a lot when I watched Dirty Harry. I know you've never seen Dirty Harry.
I've never seen any movies.
Clint Eastwood movie, yeah. And they're in a school bus for part of that. And I just feel bad for the kids, besides the fact they have some, terroristic guy on board with them. They're bouncing around on these highways with no school belt.
There's not many. I never really took the school bus on a highway.
Well, this was different, because it was a crime in progress.
Garrett's going to lead here. Garrett's just going to lead in this 3-bet pot. Garrett opens. Jon 3-bets the button. And Garrett just coming out and leading with top pair. This is a board that is just going to be very, very hard for Jon to hit. And while Jon does have all the overpairs, he's got all the big pairs, Garrett also has 6s, 3s, and 4s, which Jon does not. The problem with this turn card is it significantly reduces those combos for Garrett. So Garrett does just check here.
So isn't part of his, when he's leading on the flop, essentially protecting his top pair against overcards? Why, again, would he then check here, unless he believes the other guy has an overpair to the board?
Well, I think it's a little bit, it's not necessarily just about protecting his cards against overcards. I think this would be a hand that he may even consider turning into a bluff on clean runouts to try to get overpairs to fold. Because this is a spot, you see Garrett just folds a 7-6 here when Jon bets the turn. Because when Jon 3-bets the button when Garrett opens early, Jon just has all the overpairs. Jon has jacks, 10, jacks, queens, kings, aces all the time. And that board for Jon is particularly scary because Garrett can have all the sets. So I think what Garrett was going to try to do there was just go bet, bet, bet and try to get an overpair to fold, but he got a very
bad turn card.
Exactly.
Okay.
I guess straddle 1,000.
So if you sat behind me, if I played No Limit Hold'em, that's like real-time assistance? If I, yeah, okay. A little more personality than certainly a computer.
Well, the
RTA.
computer would just tell you with 6-7 of clubs, lead, quarter, pot 17% of the time. And then you use a random number generator and see what you roll.
That's for me, that's for you.
Jon active. Ace-King now putting in the 3-bet. And we saw Michael fold the King-10 of diamonds, so I imagine he's going to fold the 7-8 of diamonds as well. Unless at some point he just gets fed up and decides to take a stand. Not going to be this time. Michael just kind of looks like he was walking down the street on a rainy day and a car ran over a puddle and splashed him, and then someone dropped coffee on his head, and he tripped on the way into work, and the elevator closed on his finger, and he doesn't look ecstatic to be there.
Well, shortened version of that, sir, is he also looks like he got 3.9% of the primary vote in 2018 when he ran.
That's what he got.
Yeah. Now, the way California electoral politics works here is in the primary, it's actually open. So the incumbent is running, and then Michael is a Republican. So the incumbent's hard to beat, and then in the general election, the top 2 people go to the general election. So the incumbent got like 60% of the vote, and then 5 or 6 Republicans would divide up the rest of the vote, and Michael got 3.9% of that.
Well, running against the incumbent is always going to be pretty difficult, I
It's
imagine.
very difficult. Still, it's become easier the last few years because of sort of an upheaval with the electorate, but incumbents are greatly favored.
1,000.
Like 9 to 5 horses.
9 to 5 courses.
Horses bet down to 9 to 5.
Oh, horses. I thought you said courses.
No. There's certain courses for certain horses. That's a phrase.
Look at this. In the chat, if you look, it just got pinned in the chat. Vote here for your All-Stars for a 1-year anniversary game. It's going to be next Wednesday. Guess who's on that list?
For the anniversary game?
Yeah, I'm on the list. I'm not going to let you guess. I'm
Who's on the list for the anniversary? For the favorite players?
Yeah, I'm on the list. I'm on one of the 30
you
or
don't play enough.
40 guys on the list.
Is that for commentators? You're just on the list to play.
I'm on the list to play.
Well, they got a bunch of favorites here that would play before you. They'd want to see before you.
You never know. There may be a
Israeli
lot.
Ron and Reza and Poker Bunny and you know
Lenny Kravitz
and my jockey agent friend Lenny Kravitz. I forget.
Ronnie.
Oh, Ronnie's got to be on the list.
I think Ronnie's on the list.
Ronnie's got to be there, and Garrett and some of the early ones.
I'd like to play.
Yeah, I hope you do play. I don't think you're going to make that list.
Well, you know.
That final cut.
You could vote for me. Anyway, the thing is up there, guys. If you want to vote, you can vote next Wednesday, the 1-year anniversary game for Hustler. Hustler Casino Live, and your favorite commentator's favorite commentator is on the list.
Your favorite commentator's favorite commentator is on the list.
Right, that's what I said.
Is that we're trying to get to that? You're on the list again?
I am on the list, yes.
But the first half of it doesn't make sense.
No, if you think about it.
No, I'm not going to think about it.
I can explain it to you.
I'll
explain it later.
Dealing with the wide and narrow thing.
That one was more complex than
But
this
I could pick it up. I could actually reteach it, but not as well, because I understood what you're saying.
That's good.
Yeah.
You could be a no limit boy.
No, I could not. Well, yeah. Why don't you expand your horses? Why don't you get a 6th horse who's a mixed game person?
I don't know how to teach that.
Right here in town.
Do you want to be one of our coaches?
No, I couldn't coach. I'm not that good.
No.
So just slightly better than average.
No.
Yeah, I couldn't coach. Plus,
All right.
it's limit. You know, it's. I think you prefer your horses to be playing no limit or PLO.
No, but you look at this here, Michael. Pair and a flush draw. He decides to turn the pressure meter up.
And that worked.
Can you take those? Thank you.
Henry, too. I mean, we've got a small sample here, but from what I've seen, I've played with Henry a couple times. I've seen Henry play a bunch of times. Henry's a super strong player. And it just seems tonight he's taking the most conservative possible route in every single close spot. And maybe it's just a small sample. Probably is, but from what I've seen, Henry's a crusher, and tonight he just kind of seems to be staying out of everybody's way.
Stanley going with Perrier and coffee. So he's not going to get out of line anytime soon. Even though he's shown some feistiness in certain spots.
Make the best hand of all four.
Garrett, I'm sure, is a juice, you know, green juice, green and pink juice. He's probably got stock in Robex juice.
Kale. Kale juice.
Oh, yeah, kale. The kale sensation's got to be over sooner or later.
I think it is over.
Henry pretty passive in position. Flop top pair up and down straight draw. We will take this down at showdown.
So I think Andy actually led here. He did. Andy led on the flop. Henry was a pre-flop raiser. And I've seen a couple of these unconventional leads on the low boards. And Andy gets the king on the turn. Would have been very, very interesting if Henry bet there to see if Andy would have gone for the check raise. I think that could be an interesting spot to check range and then have a bunch of check raises after leading flop. Try to put max pressure on hands like king, queen, or ace, king. I'm getting all excited about bluffs that just I'm creating them out of thin air.
Don't even exist yet, yes.
Yeah. I played 5-5 for about 45 minutes before I jumped in the booth because I got here early.
So you were here early. That was legitimate. I thought you were lying, but when you said you were here early, I thought it was because you were playing and you did not answer back then. So you played 5-5 for a little while.
I played for about 45 minutes and just went all in almost every hand and then just showed them nothing and just kept doing it over and over, and they still wouldn't call me.
Interesting.
I enjoyed it. It made me, I got a few giggles out of it.
Yeah, like in that short session, how many times you're saying this occurred more than a couple of times? You showed them, you went all in,
and then showed
that you had nothing.
Yes, they would call the flop and call the turn. Then I go all in on the river, and then I would show them.
There's a magnet over there. He grabs the card.
It was a fun little game I was playing.
Apparently, it's nice work if you can get it.
It worked last hand.
Well, here now Michael wakes up with aces. I keep saying it. I keep saying it. Now
everyone says it, so don't blame yourself.
What should I say instead?
I don't know. I'm trying to get people to use another term.
If you give me the term, I'll use it.
Okay, I will.
I'll be the first one to jump on the bandwagon. Michael just calls. He just calls with aces. I'm not really a fan of trapping with aces unless you're under 40 big blinds.
And I know you're not, but just to vary your play a bit, there wouldn't be an... Yeah, there's no. Okay, you buzzed in no. I thought
no. And the reasoning why is when you're this deep, when you're 200 big blinds plus effective, if the other player has kings, if the other player has queens, if the other player has ace-king, if the other player has ace-queen suited, none of those hands are folding, and quite a few of those hands are putting more money in the pot. So when you have aces and you're super, super deep, you just want the ability to cooler the top of the other person's range. Now, when you're 40 big blinds, you're fine just flatting with aces because you keep in all their bluffs. And when you're 40 big blinds deep, you're just going to have such an easy time getting all the money in on the turn or river. When you're 200 big blinds, it's much more difficult to get the money in, so it's more important to cooler the top of the range. The slow plays you can have pre-flop are more hands like jacks or ace-king offsuit or ace-queen off or ace-10 suited. Hands like that that are more middling top of range hands rather than aces or kings.
You surprisingly make a lot of sense to me.
I think it'd be great if we had one of each in the end. I think it'd be awesome.
Because when I walk around town, your poker analysis is quite polarizing to a lot of people.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Yeah, and I get a lot of gas station opinions on you.
You see, you've integrated it. You give me the phrase, I'll work it in. Stanley trying to get some thin value here on the river.
Well, he did bet the turn, right? And did he bet the turn and Garrett called?
He did.
Okay. Garrett's now made 3 kings. He just had something.
Good enough?
No good. 9 of clubs, 6.
So is the expression show one, show all? Does that mean that if you show another player your cards, you show everybody? Or does that mean when you show one card at the end, you want to show them both? Where does it originate?
That means if you show one nipple, you got to show both.
Okay, so my interpretation of your ridiculous answer, and we have, by the way, I play with a guy who has a fipple, which I'll go into in a moment.
What is that?
It's essentially it's a male nipple, but it's a unintended nipple show for a man, and it's a fipple. Anyway,
can you
you're
explain?
saying. I just want to go back. So you're saying show one, show all is if you show one card, you show all your cards.
No. That's not what it's for. Because who cares about that? It's if you show one person, you have to show everybody.
Okay, that's what I thought the answer was, but I thought your nipple answer took me in a different direction.
What's a fipple?
Well, it's just a guy named Frank who showed his nipple a lot, so we called it a fipple.
Oh, I thought like he had like an extra.
No, not a third nipple.
Oh.
I don't. By the way, that's a weird word. I'm not going to say it again for some reason.
A fipple.
No, nipple.
Oh, well, you said moist.
Moist is a normal word.
If you combine those two words together, you'll make a lot of people uncomfortable.
Listen, you huckledoodle, I'm not going to do that.
Huckledoodle.
Anyway.
Are you going to date while you're out here? Knowing it's going to be kind of a short time now.
Oh, no, probably not.
Probably not? Yeah.
Did he ask him if he's going to date while he's in the Los Angeles area?
I think so.
In a while? Any updates for us or what?
Non-existent, man.
Just nothing?
Lately, yeah. I mean, I just haven't been dating.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, obviously anyone can have a dating life if you just open up Tinder. Right,
Yeah, no, you know me, dude.
You just haven't wanted to lately.
No.
Yeah.
I have been getting into it this week. I fired out some messages. So.
Doing some preliminary research.
Yeah, but yeah, we'll see. I'll let you know in a couple weeks.
Let everyone know, man. Yeah.
Jon has a good hairline. He shouldn't have trouble.
I think he's underselling himself. He should go out there and get it done.
Too vulgar? Lauren, that's the most vulgar thing you've heard at the table here? That's like the cleanest thing you've ever heard these days. $1,300.
Stanley likes his turn. Won that excellent analysis. It's the best I'm going to do all day.
Well, there's no need. Not every sentence can be a pearl of wisdom.
Ryusuke is going to get raised here, I think.
Hanging out in his gym clothes, filming. Guys like, that's rampage. Yeah, he's like 20 years old, 100 times more attractive, wealthy, successful.
There it is.
More promised than all this combined. Pisses me off.
Is he playing in that game, or does he just hear videos?
If you're Ryusuke, this is a frustrating spot, but it's tough to find bluffs, right? You bet the turn, you get called. Now you bet the river and get raised. In a multi-way pot where Stanley called next to act on the turn.
10 seconds.
You're trying to come up with bluffs. What are the bluffs? There's no flush draws. There's no straight draws. What hand could Stanley call with on the turn that he would now be turning into a bluff on the river?
Now, how does this play into your thing? Earlier, you talked about the biggest bluffs or the best bluffs, or when there's no bluffs to find.
Yeah, it's really tough if you're Stanley to find a bluff. This is a great spot to bluff, but really tough to find a bluff here because he called next to act on the turn. So he has to have something because he's playing in a multi-way pot. So he would have to be turning some hand with showdown value into a bluff. Maybe a hand like ace-deuce suited would make sense. That's pretty much the only one I can think of.
Hey, Jon, nothing.
Really also tough to have a bluff because Ryusuke can just have an 8 there. Like the 8 pairs on the turn, Ryusuke bets and then follows up on the river again. He bet the turn multi-way and then bet the river again when he got called next to axe. So like Ryusuke looks pretty strong. It's just it's a really tough spot to find bluffs. But yes, if you can find one there, that's a spot where I think you just get everything to fold. I think even 8x thinks about folding.
I'm going to raise them.
Okay, 1,000.
I'm going to fold.
Garrett's been playing from behind all night since losing the 120K pot. Aces and jacks against Andy's aces and queens early on. He's still down, I think, at least 30 or 40K. Andy, our big winner. Should keep your chip stack behind that that white line. That's my rule. I don't like it when
who?
Well, it's like overdevelopment in a neighborhood. It's a rule. You know, you got that blue part of the felt, which is where you keep your chips. If you're over the white line, he's over the white line with two different stacks. It's a zoning violation.
You use a lot of semicolons, don't you?
You know, I overuse. I don't know what makes you say that, but in my writing career, I overuse semicolons.
I had a feeling.
Well, again, it's a dismissive comment you're making towards me. I don't like it.
But it's true. It's so true.
I mean, why that would pop into your head right now that I use a lot of semicolons is sick. Plus, you're accurate. But I mean, you're just sick. You're just a low life on a stick.
On a stick.
You're a sick low life on a stick.
It sounds like a Dr. Seuss book.
It ain't a Dr. Seuss book. It sounds more like a fast food retailer out here.
This is a good flop if you have 6-5.
Yeah, and also if you got a flush draw, but better if you have 6-5.
We may see a big pot here because Andy's got a straight draw to go along with his flush draw. Blind versus blind spot again. Seen a lot of blind versus blind action. Look at that. And now Andy with the free roll. Turn goes check, check, a tricky check back from Ryusuke. So he gives Andy rope. Andy obliges, but unfortunately for Ryusuke, it's just going to be a chop. I think he was thinking he was always going to raise here, and then when Andy overbets, now he's deciding if there is any value to be had by raising.
I would think he should still raise.
And here it comes.
It's 30,000. All right.
Quick call.
Don't need that.
Finally made a hand up.
Could have been worse for Ryusuke.
See, these guys, this whole group knows how to act around a poker table. That's the comportment part. I need them, though, to take the social part a little more seriously. It has nothing to do with television. But I don't care how much you're playing for here, wherever it is, it's just better if you just converse a little bit more. It's good for the
converse.
The what?
Go around to 8.
Converse.
Do that?
Converse.
Good.
No, converse. Why are you always changing a vowel? And you're a semicolon shamer. Never thought I'd say those words in my life. Yeah, it's a nice group.
You know, when I see a table, the first thing I want to do is I like to put each player into their own little box or compartment. Ryusuke with the best of it. Ryusuke wins.
So I learned during the online poker thing I started playing during the quarantining. I learned a game I can't believe I didn't know before, which you might be familiar with, Two Truths and a Lie. We Zoomed that game. That's the only reason I played it, so it was a very social game. And Two Truths and a Lie was very simple. And it was each of us, you make 3 statements about yourself. 2 of them are the truth. 1 of them is a lie, and they're supposed to figure out. You can prop bet it, obviously, just to figure out which one's the lie. I would never play Truths and a Lie with you. You would be, without ever playing a hand of Truths and a Lie, one of the all-timers. You'd be the Stu Unger of Truths and a Lie. Yeah, seriously, you'd be the Tiger Woods of Two Truths and a Lie. You'd be the Frank Sinatra of Two Truths and a Lie.
Thank you.
So we're not going to do that with our personal lives because you're unstoppable. I'm pretty good at it, but you're better than me. You've never even played it.
I feel like I was born for that game.
Yeah, it's incredible. So what we will do later is I'm going to give 2 truths and a lie, just 3 statements. 3 statements of fact. One of them is not about stuff out there, and I want you to figure out what
it's
the
not
lie
about
is.
you.
No. I'm not going to do it about. It's like facts. It might be history. It might be something current. And I'm going to give you 3 and see if you can figure and see if the chat can figure out which one of the 3 is a lie.
Okay.
But Never play Two Truths and a Lie personal life with this man, my friends. It's a great game. And, of course, the other version of it is Two Lies and a Truth. But Two Truths and a Lie is the best way to go.
I'm excited for that.
So look at this hand.
Or as Ronnie would say, look at that sweet baby there.
That is a sweet baby turn for Ryusuke.
Please, sir, just call. Please, sir, just call. Very good.
See, he could be one of your horses.
Very good. And now Jon is going to continue betting for value.
As he should.
What happens if you raise the turn is Jon just folds the ace-king. If you call it, he bets again for value.
20. All right.
Just a call. And I actually like just a call there. I know that may seem insane. But think about what happens if he raises there. He's pretty much going to be, he's going to have to move all in, essentially, putting Jon all in. And what hand is Jon going to call with that is worse than 4-3? Jon's a very, very strong poker player. He's snap folding ace-king there.
So well played by Ryusuke.
I think Ryusuke played it great. And now he snorkels under the water with kings.
12,500.
Garrett digs up in the sandbox pocket jacks. How are those?
I know they were choices besides waking up to. So those are two eclectic choices. I like them. I don't think either one's going to stick, but I like that you're taking that journey. Snorkels under the water.
And Ryusuke just calling, knowing the 3-bet from the big blind is going to be very strong. Jacks versus kings.
7, 8. 100 behind.
103,000.
Thank you.
And this flop may as well be deuce, deuce, deuce. If you had the best hand before the flop, you still have the best hand now in a 3-bet pot.
Which Garrett will assume.
Again, I like just calling with kings here. If Garrett has a hand like 10s, jacks, queens, he's going to keep barreling. If he has a bluff, give him rope. Kings don't really need any, well, I was going to say kings don't need any protection here, and then the one card that could kill the action comes on the turn. This could just go check, check. And
I hate that. I want to see a 8 of hearts on the turn.
Exactly, yeah. We could have had a huge pot. Both players hate that card, and I think that card's actually going to end up letting Garrett off the hook. I don't really understand this bet from Ryusuke.
Why not? Why would he not assume he has the best hand now?
Well, just because you have the best hand doesn't give you the best reason to bet. If you have kings here, it's a way ahead, way behind spot. It's going to be very, very difficult to get called by worse. You would think if Garrett was bluffing with a hand like queen, jack of diamonds, 10, jack of diamonds, he would just continue on this card. But look, what do I know? Jacks does make the call, so I imagine whatever this river is, unless it's a king, it's just going to go check, check. I'd be willing to give you 42-1 on that.
You lost money. I was going to say, okay. And they acted too quickly. Garrett can't get any traction tonight.
Look, doesn't he look like he kind of wants to flip? He's just like for a second.
Apart.
You catch
for just
it
a
for
moment, you're right.
And then he's back to friendly mode.
And Ryusuke has a pleasant laughter after winning or losing these hands. Love his comportment.
Or his composure.
Andy's still our big winner. Garrett now dropping closer to 100K down. And Ryusuke's moved on up. He's our other big winner.
Andy flopping top pair here, defending the straddle. He's going to lead. This is a spot where the out-of-position player can have more bottom pair and middle pair, but I think people get this spot confused quite a bit. And you see players lead the spot kind of just blindly. If the in-position player c-bets small, 1/3, quarter pot, whatever, that means the in-position player is just c-betting range. And so the in-position player can have just as much bottom pair, middle pair as the out-of-position player, and you see people just kind of not taking that into consideration and just leading out of position on this turn. Andy blocks here. Trying to get value from a hand like 9s, 10s, 8s.
Let's talk blocks again. He's blocked with the 9, blocking the.
I mean, he blocked bet.
Oh, he blocked bet.
Block bet.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind the block bet or the block bet term. It's you guys with your blockers.
I think anyone who talks blockers for live poker is clueless.
I won't. Well, I'm clueless, but I'm not going to bring up blockers.
Got the 800 straddle on. 1, 2, 4, 8.
Yeah, it hasn't loosened stuff up. It's been pretty buttoned down. Poker.
Andy just calling here from the 3rd blind. We got 4 blinds. He's just calling from the 3rd blind with a very strong hand. Henry flopping a gut shot. He bets small multi-way. Now he turns some showdown value. I wonder if he'll just take his showdown value and check it back. Andy's going to go for value here, I imagine. And Henry's got to be thinking, Andy called with a player still left to act behind on the flop. Where are the bluffs? Multi-way spots when you call with a player still left behind to act. It's just hard to come up with the bluffs because you're naturally going to have showdown value. Or you're going to have a draw. And the problem is there's no real draws except hands like Queen Jack, which got there. Jack 10 now has showdown value. Probably wouldn't make this bet. And Henry's just trying to come up with a hand that's worse than King X that would be betting here. Very good fold. Very, very good fold. And I think you can see, just kind of going through the thought process there, how is Andy bluffing here? What hand is he turning into a bluff?
And Michael might look like a older, more downtrodden Bob Odenkirk.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
I do see it.
Yeah. Better Call Saul in another 10 years.
Okay, we see it here. We talked about this earlier, remember? Garrett opened the King-9 off, and Jon just called with the Ace-Jack suited. So we've seen him 3-bet bottom of his continue range, like the King-9, Queen-9 suited type hands, and he's just calling with these hands, which would typically be 3-bet in a linearly constructed 3-bet range.
Right.
Because Jon's incentive is not to isolate Garrett and play a huge pot out of position, but to call and to let players in behind. Garrett makes the nuts here. Jon makes a quick fold. It's a frustrating night for both Jon and Garrett so far. You're not going to eat the cake, are you?
Oh, I forgot about it. I had promised to eat it.
You don't have to eat it.
Yeah, probably. I didn't really want to eat it.
You don't have to eat it.
It's just.
I may eat it.
Yeah, I don't need to eat it. I was hoping not to eat it.
You don't have to. I mean, it's your birthday. You do what you want.
It's not my birthday, but I do appreciate the sentiment. You know, more
I haven't been able. Go ahead.
No, in a
sorry.
more just world, I would have been born on February 29th. So I don't have to deal with this birthday stuff.
I know you don't like it, but we're still going to celebrate it just a little.
I appreciate it.
I wasn't able to eat anything but rice and bananas for a couple weeks, so the cake it's like, wow, this is delicious.
So yeah, you had baby COVID, right?
Baby COVID.
Yeah.
I wish I had a spork.
Popeyes has sporks. Some other fast food outlets do, but the Popeyes spork with their Cajun rice or the mashed potatoes, it just works better. It's a good marriage between spork and side dish.
I don't know. I don't know about Popeyes. My wife and I had a fried chicken sandwich eat-off night, and I wasn't all that impressed by the Popeyes one. I know that's sacrilegious.
Well, I don't get the sandwich, but it's actual fried chicken, which is in the sandwich, obviously.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. The actual fried chicken, yeah, it's impressed me for a long time.
It's just the sandwich overall. I don't know. Maybe I got a bad batch.
That's possible. Incredibly, there's inconsistencies between different outlets, locations.
We also had the Chick-fil-A one, which Chick-fil-A one way less greasy, but also was just a little bit bland.
Same here. I had the Chick-fil-A one twice because people loved it so much, and I gave it 2 shots, and I didn't like it either time. Or didn't love, it didn't do much for me. I was in a Popeyes once, and a woman who was sitting there who ordered just before or after me, she called out the manager. I thought she was going to have a problem. And she told him that this was so much better than the Popeyes near her house. She lived in the valley. She was eating near where I live. She was on La Brea. And she wanted to compliment him. And then he talked about how I thought everything is standard. About he went through their preparation process and why he makes sure something is always done, which surprised me because I just thought it would have been standard at all places.
So maybe I ordered from the wrong Popeyes, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be the case. It should be the same everywhere at those type of places.
Yeah.
But yes, maybe you ordered from the wrong Popeyes.
Dakota says, does anyone else wonder what G-Man would look like with a beard? I think that'd be a good part of his heel turn.
Boy, yeah, with a beard, that's a whole different... like I always wonder what James Harden would look like without the beard.
Oh, I could show you. He looks scary.
See, he does?
It's like scary looking.
Okay.
Like just like...
so you saw it was early in his career, very early in his career?
Yeah. Rookie year.
But G-Man with a beard, I don't know. I can't see it. But it would, you're right, it would go with his villain turn.
Garrett and Stanley can almost make a straight flush together, and Garrett putting in a 3-bet squeeze here after Henry opens the button. Henry been playing it close to the vest tonight. Garrett gets it through.
See just the body language. These are 7 people right now. 7 of the luckiest people on the whole face of the earth. They're playing a game. They enjoy playing the game. I think they should show it more. Richard Simmons. I wasn't a big Richard Simmons fan. Whatever, fitness dude from years ago. But he enjoyed his work. He enjoyed the moment.
Were you not a fan because he enjoyed it?
No, I just didn't give a shit about fitness.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll take a blueberry muffin anytime.
Or a fish cake. It's a fish cake.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Chicken sandwich. Again.
So you want to do 2 truths and a lie? You want to do it later? No, we'll do it later.
Let's go to the floor now for a live interview with Rampage. I told you Rampage was here.
You were right.
He's here, so we're gonna go do an interview with him. Rampage. Ethan.
Shut up.
Rampage. Ethan. We're going to go to the floor now.
Hi, crazy, there's a camera in front of me. So I guess I'm talking about my week at Hustler because Friday, today, currently, unfortunately I can't play this game. I really wanted to. I tried my best to ask Ryan, Andy, Garrett to get in the game, but they're all like, Ethan, you won way too much, you're way too good at poker, and they're scared money. So I tried my best. Sorry to disappoint you fans. I just couldn't play. I tried my best. Obviously not. The game's really big. They're really good at poker. They're all really comfortable with playing massive pots that are equivalent to the size of how much most houses cost, and I'm not. So I was full degen like last time I played Friday, and this Friday trying to just chill out. So overall, the week at Hustler went really well. I lost on the Monday stream, but I was able to crawl back after some big pots after the stream. So the vlog that will come out of that video will be really fun. And then Tuesday, won the biggest pot. Finally, I beat Nick in a hand. and I can needle him because I'm still down versus him, which is crazy. After winning a 115K pot versus Nick, I'm still lifetime overall down against him, so I'll be back for some more revenge. And then Wednesday happened. Oh, the 25-50 game, that was good. I made like $30,000 there. And then yesterday, I lost 40,000. Sad, which leads me to Friday today, where I'm not playing Friday, mainly because I lost too much money, I'm broke, and now I'm playing a lovely 1-2 game. Invited a bunch of friends that I knew from LA. We've got 2 tables going, and it's a lot of fun. Some smaller vloggers, some people who are really successful in other walks of life, and we're just coming together playing some 1-2. We all have massive stacks because we're playing with $2 chips, and it's a blast. So if you're around Hustler, if you're around the area, come swing by, come say hello. You get to see the stream and everything like that, real time, I guess. Or yeah, it's a good place. This whole room's packed, so totally recommend coming out, having a good time and gambling. And I'm done talking, I think. And that's all I got. That was my week. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you to everyone that came in and supported the stream and is tuning in now and tuned in the whole week. Really appreciate all the support. Appreciate all the chat pros, and let's go. Thank God.
That was Rampage. I told you he was here, wandering around the casino floor.
Well, he is playing. I do like his honesty in terms of he wasn't going to be playing in that game tonight. So he's having fun playing lower with friends and a lot of $2 chips.
And one of the best things you can have as a poker player is really good composure.
Yeah, but now no more. Only recently. Though. Before many years.
Yeah. 20 years ago?
Yeah. Traffic wasn't bad getting here. Otherwise, I'd be more exasperated dealing with you. I know traffic will be light later on. Otherwise, I'd have more exasperation dealing with you.
Can we play 2 truths and a lie now?
15.
Oh, 2 truths and a lie. After this hand, we'll play 2 truths and a lie.
Okay.
You'll determine which one of the 3 statements is not factual. Oh, that hand's over? All right.
Over.
I'm going to say the 3 statements, and I'll repeat them again. I don't want you arguing with me.
Okay.
The chat can play too. Which of these 2 truths? Which of these are 2 truths, and which one is the lie? Here are the 3 statements.
No cheating.
No cheating. Theodore Roosevelt once had a pet hyena while in the White House. There is a Starbucks at the CIA headquarters, but baristas do not write names on the cups. And the 3rd statement, the Eiffel Tower shrinks a few inches every summer. Which one of those 3 statements is not true?
The second one.
But you didn't even take any time. You didn't break it down like you would a poker hand. You just went with gut instinct. You went with gut instinct.
The CIA one.
I'll let the people know a little later. Let me just repeat the 3, just in case you all feel like playing. Theodore Roosevelt once had a pet hyena while in the White House. There's a Starbucks at CIA headquarters, but baristas do not write names on the cups. Or the Eiffel Tower shrinks a few inches every summer. Which one is the lie? And we'll let you know very soon. Do not be influenced one way or the other by this snap judgment.
Andy checking back bottom set. Usually something you see with top set, because when you have top set, you block all the calls. When you have bottom set, someone else could have a queen. Someone else could have a 10. Someone else could have a couple diamonds, a king jack, a jack 9. And now he's going to put in the raise, which looks much stronger than just coming out and betting the flop. Jon's going to come along and see a river, though. He's a non-believer, at least for now. And he's going to bet large.
16-4.
90% pot. Jon is deep into the punish chamber here. And he's just thinking this doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless Andy specifically has a hand like pocket threes. Andy would bet all of his value on the flop. Doesn't think Andy would take this line with a queen. We're just going to give Andy credit for threes. Can we have the answer?
Andy's. Oh, here, see, there he is playing. Look at those chips.
The
a lot of
green
chips on the table. People love a lot of chips on the table. Smiling. This is the way poker should be. Having a good time.
Rookie looks cute today.
There's his week.
Look, he's up 10. Okay, so he's up 10K for the week, or is he? No, he's even.
Yeah, up
he's even.
10K. Wasn't that up 10K? I think it was. Okay.
We're not the best at math.
You're pretty good at math.
Not really.
I've checked you when you say a guy bets 1/3 pot. I do the immediate math. You have not been off one time because I'm really good at math.
Okay, he is up. He's up 10K. 10K for the week.
That's 10K. See, I'm pretty good at math. That was pretty easy math.
Thursday, a bad day for him. I just got word that he's up a little bit more after the stream, so maybe more than.
Well, 10K on the stream, and he did mention during that when he was talking that after the stream on Monday he did well.
I was eating cake. I didn't.
I guess you didn't hear that.
Yeah.
So okay, I got to give the chat. By the way, was even. I mean, it's hard to count them up, but 1/3 of the people thought the first statement was a lie. 1/3 thought the second was a lie. 1/3 thought the third one was a lie.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Mr. Goone thought that the statement, there's a Starbucks at CAA headquarters, but baristas do not write names on the cup. He thinks that's the lie. Let's go to the other two. Theodore Roosevelt did have a pet hyena while in the White House. It was, can you believe that? What are the chances of this? It was presented to him from the Emperor of
Bangladesh.
Ethiopia, which you said several times earlier tonight. What are the chances of that?
Maybe 1 in 439.
Okay. So Teddy Roosevelt did have a pet hyena. So which is a lie, the Starbucks or the Eiffel Tower shrinks a few inches every summer? The Eiffel Tower actually grows every summer.
Oh.
High temperatures make the iron expand. Not only at that CIA in Langley, Virginia, do the baristas don't write the names on the cups, but that store on the cups, on the receipts, instead of saying the number of the saying Starbucks, which every receipt does, at that Starbucks it says store number 1. It doesn't say Starbucks, but that is correct. That's not a lie. There is a barista. There is a Starbucks at CIA, and they do not write names on the cups. So you got that one wrong, sir. But yes, two people asked, 2 truths and a lie generally is personal information. But I mentioned earlier we're not doing that with Marc because he'd be the GOAT. He could not lose 2 truths and a lie. Thank you for playing.
I would have enjoyed it more if I got it right.
I know. It's tough.
I like when people call you Chad Norman.
Yes, that's. Most do it accidentally. Some do it just to dismiss me. There is a poet, a well-known Canadian poet named Chad Norman, not known to this chat, but I sometimes used to get some of his social media.
The chat doesn't read poetry.
I doubt it. Poetry's not really in its prime right now.
Flop goes check, check. Andy with a gut shot. This turn is interesting. The turn is interesting because the ace is going to hit the pre-flop razor, but the pre-flop razor is also kind of capped here, and what I mean by that, I knew Andy was going to raise. The pre-flop razor being capped, what I mean, they're just going to have a lot of single-paired ace-x hands at best. When they check back the flop, 10s, 8s, 7s, jack-9 suited, these hands aren't going to check back the flop. Even a hand like ace-10 is going to mostly bet. So this turn, a very, very good spot to go for the check raise and to put max pressure on a hand like ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. And we see Ryusuke just has king high, but what happens when you check raise that turn is ace-queen or ace-king calls, and then you go for the big boy river bet, and ace-king or ace-queen folds. Andy up 2 Dodge, Dually, Cummins, Turbo, Diesels.
2 of them. With dealer, whatever, and taxes and tips, all whatever included. I guess you don't tip at the dealership.
I think I ate too much cake.
You had 2 slices, I believe. It's probably 1 slice too many, but talking about rice and bananas on your diet for a couple of weeks. I mean, this table looks like they're all waiting for their monkeypox tests to come in.
I can't have. Can we not have another pandemic, please?
Yeah. It's tough times. There's a lot of stuff in the air.
Beans.
Beans are unaffected.
I got beans on my wrist.
Thank God. This is fucking
Yeah, you do. You clean wrist.
Just keeps giving the blinds a walk.
You know, I started to do some work, UFC work, and I did not realize, because I had been absent from UFC. I was always been a boxing guy, and I ignored the UFC for its first, whatever, 2 decades. And that is the most tatted group. I mean, that is the most tatted group of athletes I've ever seen, men and women.
Yes, more blind walks.
I'm a quality over quantity
This time it comes to you.
believer when it comes to tattoos.
The only part of your body that's not tatted is your 2 ankles. No, let me correct that. He has a tattoo of his left ankle on his right ankle. But no, I believe you. You're. I'm exaggerating about his tattoo quantity.
I think you would look good with a tattoo above
I would
your
not.
eyebrow.
But you showed me that you're the one you, the last one I saw that you had done, which I think you had done in London.
By the channel.
Okay, by the channel, by the sea. Looks very nice. I mean, it was a high quality tattoo. I was impressed with it.
Yes.
Good. Nobody wants that 800 off more than you, buddy.
Now we got people in the chat playing 2 Truths and a Lie now. That's nice. It's a good party game.
Now I need it.
And I actually I teach kids how to play liar's poker, which their parents always doesn't like. But we're like in a, you know, you're waiting in a plane in a airport for a flight. You're in a train station, whatever. Liar's poker is great. Passing the time.
Where do you meet the kids that you teach how to play poker?
Well, they're sons and daughters of friends of mine. That's the only kids I meet, and they're, you know, it's always 2 of them. They're always like 12 and 10, and their mother always says, "What are you doing to them?" It's a skill.
My stepchildren are between the ages of 2 and 13.
You should clock longest time between flops ever.
Well, 2 is tough, and 13 is tough. You have somebody in between there also?
Yeah, I think 6, 7. That's like perfect.
That's my favorite age to deal with. You can really indoctrinate them in a lot of good stuff.
They believe a lot of things you tell them.
I know everything.
And they're like a moldable ball of clay.
Yeah, I'm sure you do the same thing I do because you're sick in this way. But I love just making up stuff to them and fascinating them until they turn like 13, and then one day, I remember one of my best friend's daughter looked at me one day when I was doing my usual shtick, and she was sitting on the couch and she looked back at me and said, "That sounds so stupid. Who would believe that?" I lost you, Corey. I lost you.
That 6-year-old would.
Yeah, and she did until that year. This is the second time Michael's had the pocket aces tonight. He slow played the other one. Did he slow play this one out of the third blind?
He raised. He bet the flop. He check raised the turn, and Jon called. And now he's going for the river bet. Small bet here, just a block bet size. And
Oh, man.
Jon trying to figure out what hand would raise pre, bet the flop, check raise the turn, and then bet the river here. Michael gets paid.
Wow. Good pot for Michael, 70K. You mentioned earlier, very frustrating night for Jon, who has been chipped down. And looks like he's going for a reload.
Thank you.
Sammy, I'm adding 30. How much? 30. 30 for Jon.
And the 16 again. 16
So he's in the high weeds, Michael, with these guys. And he's hanging pretty tough.
Fourth time I've had aces tonight. First time.
I want to rub his hair.
You want to rub his hair, or you?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why you want to do that.
It's got a very nice hairline. Look how straight it is in the front.
Okay, you only see the hairline because the hair is starting to leave him. Did I say we're having a $1,600
No, I'm talking about Jon.
Oh, Jon. Oh. That's different. Oh, yeah. I thought you meant Michael.
No.
Not my type of hair. Oh, yeah. I bet you if you rub a balloon against Jon's hairline, it goes to the moon. And then it sticks to the moon's surface.
The hair?
No, the balloon. It's some Mardi Gras morons in here. Anyway, this one had a, did it say a 16? Ryusuke went with the $1,600 straddle?
1,600. Stanley with the old belly buster. I feel like that's a phrase you used to use.
I like the term belly buster.
I do too.
I don't use that often.
I like when they say they've got a double belly buster.
There's nothing better than a double belly buster. Sounds like it should have an accent to it. Soft Kentucky or Georgia accent.
It's my favorite poker term. Stanley going to keep betting.
No. Thank you.
Oh, look at that. They both had belly busters. That wasn't a belly buster.
When you got to walk, I never heard this term, but we had a World Series of Poker tournament director who just did it for a couple of years between Matt Savage, who did it when I first started to do it, and then Jack Effel, who's done it since. The guy in between, Johnny Grooms, Southern guy, when you got to walk, you know what that was called? There's a term I never heard before.
A lentil soup.
That's pretty close. A ground skinner.
Oh, I was close.
I don't know why it's a ground skinner.
A ground skinner.
I think I asked him about it once, and I can't remember the answer. But he'd announce it at the table when he had the mic. You know, we got a ground skinner.
A ground skinner.
Yeah. Don't know where it came from, but from the South.
You know what a roffler is?
Who doesn't know what a roffler is?
What is it?
Okay, do you know what ROFL is?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what a Roffler is?
No, they're not correlated.
Oh, I thought it was a person who rolls on the floor laughing. A Roffler.
And that would be a good answer.
So that was a good answer.
It's a pretty good answer. It's actually a British slang term, Roffler. I mean, someone who messes around a little bit too much. Usually, but you're at the poker table and there's a guy who check raises you on the flop. If he looks a little bit like a Roffler, you probably don't want to fold.
Okay. So when you say you're talking about messing around, is that British slang term related to? No, I said yes. I know it's a British slang term, but is it away from the poker table that you have a Roffler, or is that just related to a poker player who sort of splashes around too much? So both. Both. I like it away from the table, a Roffler.
Yeah, away from the
messes
table.
around a bit too
kind
much.
of
a little Roffler.
A joker who is intentionally a joker.
Yeah, that's a good term. That's a good term.
I like British slang terms.
Yeah, they've been doing English longer than we were, and I think they're a little better at it.
They are.
It's 800. Race.
2000.
I was waiting in line to get a smoothie at Bellagio, and two British guys walked up, and one turned to the other and said, they've got a wee bit of a Q in it.
By the way, do you know how many one-syllable words, like it seems like less than three letters or less, that is involved there? A wee bit of a Q in it? A wee bit of a Q in it. You know how hard that is to do?
Yeah.
But that sounds just like them. Both the wee part and the Q, the Q.
Yeah.
Actually, the Q's 5 letters, I'm sorry. Because it's not our Q. I'm thinking of a pool cue.
It's very percussive.
But yes, it's very percussive. It's also persuasive.
No,
but
percussive. I mean like a
it sounds like.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Like a snare.
Yeah. A wee bit of a cue in it. That's a great sentence. That makes that alone almost makes the traffic worth it getting here. I was getting a little, aggravated at you.
2000.
Yeah, someone in the booth. I used to use this term, Michael Benson, scallywag.
Scallywag.
I used to use, and I used it wrong, I believe. I used to use it. Someone, if they were bluffing you, they shimmy shammed you, they scallywagged you.
Shimmy shammed you.
Yeah, I used to use shimmy sham, scallywag, and another S word, and I can't remember what it was.
Soup.
No, it wasn't soup. You're back on soup.
Look at that. Stanley with the 3-bet squeeze with 10-6 offsuit with the $800 straddle on, and he gets it through just like that.
It's fair.
Very nice.
Royal flush.
Stanley's played great tonight. I haven't seen Stanley play a whole lot, but he's played great tonight, I think. He's had some well-timed aggression, and he's had some very good folds.
When he won that Macau high roller for $6.5 million 10 years ago, field of 73. John Jawanda was 5th, Sam Trickett 7th, Phil Ivey 8th at that final table. And he just does it as a recreation.
Phil Ivey's always in there somewhere. Oh boy. John's night is about to get a little bit worse. Sometimes I like to check this. If I'm in Stanley does check. I love the check here because you do have showdown value, and it really, really sucks if you get raised.
3,000.
Much better to bet, say, the ace-3 of diamonds, ace-4 of diamonds hands, the ace-king of diamonds, ace-queen of diamonds hands. Just have a smidge more showdown value. And look at that.
Oh.
Look at that. John was top, and Stanley makes the flush.
It's rough. That's rough for John. Turned the best hand, and now he is dead.
7-8. Call. 7, 8.
Just one of those nights.
Yep. He had reloaded. And about 15K goes down the drain right there.
And for Jon, you just think, well, Stanley checked the flop, so he's probably going to bet most of his flush draws, and I've got top. I'm just never folding.
How much? 400. 400. Oh, okay. 12. Make it 12.
What are you trying to do? Raise to 200? You can tell me, man. It's fine. I'm not gonna win the hand anyway. Don't worry about it. 12. Okay, now will you tell me? Good end.
Thank you.
Tried to tell you I wasn't gonna win the hand.
Andy up 111. Jon and Garrett down the most. And Henry as well with a quiet 42K in the hole. Michael checks back the 8s. Imagine Garrett's going to start betting for value here.
2000.
Quick call. Queen of Hearts on the river. Garrett with a close decision here between betting and checking. He does check. And he gets pipped.
God. I couldn't be more sure I was going to win that hand. You could have bet it all. I was definitely beating you in the pot. There's no way I could lose that fucking hand. Same with you, bro. When you check the river on that board, it's like, I can't fucking lose the hand. It's so pure. Where's this at? Here?
Yeah.
All right. This one hurt more. For no reason at all.
There you go.
That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah. 6,000.
Garrett got a 3-bet. I'm sure Ryusuke is coming along with pocket 5s. These guys starting the hand very, very deep, 145K effective here. And just the, oh, and Ryusuke folds. He's just going to fold in position. Wow. All right. 350 big blinds deep. I probably wouldn't be folding many pocket pairs in position.
Oh, I don't think you'd be folding any pocket pairs in position.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yes. Let's call a spade a spade.
Just really hard to play out of position 300 plus big blinds deep. And you can just win way more than your fair share of pots in position. Ryusuke's in there with a questionable holding and flops the best of it.
2,000.
Garrett c-bets. Ryusuke calls. Garrett with the queen of spades here. He's going to run it. He's going to run it.
I think you know your boy.
Just a very good board.
So I think he's going to run it, is correct.
7,000.
And if he gets called here, he is going to put in a massive overbet on the river. Best card in the deck for Garrett. Garrett opening here. Can have all the ace-king. Can have all the sets. All the two pairs. Ryusuke does make the call. And
it's just not right.
It isn't.
Again, I understand if Garrett misses the river and then he says as you do, he does as you say, and he just piles in and puts Ryusuke to an impossible decision. But just making the nut flush here with runner, it's just not right.
He was going to overbet. He was going to overbet and just apply max pressure. I think he's going to go smaller now and try to eke out a little bit of value.
1,000.
Goes pot. I bet you if the river was a 3 of diamonds, he'd probably go about 2-3x pot.
That's it's piling it in. So, is Garrett betting any flush here that is below the 10 of spades?
For this size?
Yeah. No?
No.
Okay.
Well, Ryusuke he certainly has a bluff catcher, but I think he's got a pretty good one. He's got a pretty good one. The thing is, on these types of runouts, it's hard to find the triple barrel bluffs. Again, this is a really good spot to bluff because it's just hard to find the bluffs. You have to turn some very uncomfortable hands into bluffs here. See, Ryusuke is just pained. And I think, as you said, Garrett's probably only doing this with the jack of spades, the queen of spades, the 10 of spades. Hands that make a lot of sense for Garrett to triple barrel. His bluffs would be like jack 10 with a spade. What a fold. A very good fold from Ryusuke.
And a smile. Great fold. Not my chips, I would have called.
3 hours later, I can see. Answer. Go back to watch. Okay. That's 10.
Look, we're getting close to that number. We got 2.1 thousand likes. Like I said, we get to 2,700, and Norman posts a tasteful semi-nude on Twitter.
Okay.
It's like semi-sweet chocolate, a semi-nude.
I had changed my deal here earlier this year, and it was I put in a no Tuckman clause. So I stopped working with my buddy David Tuckman. Just can't take it anymore. I hate to tear it up. I'm going to be down to DGAF, who works alone. He's not going to work with me. He's not going to have me in the booth. Okay.
What are your options?
I don't have many options, but I'm not. How am I supposed to post? First of all, we're not going to get to 2.7 likes.
Look, we're at 2.3 now. It's jumping.
I'm sorry. I'm supposed to post a what on social media?
A tasteful semi-nude.
Okay, that is a contradiction in terms, as my body is involved. Tasteful semi-nude. Okay, you want to see a fipple?
I think a lot of people would. Look at this, Ryusuke again, putting in the 3-bet with the 7 deuce off. He loves this hand. He just goes crazy with it, and he actually flops the best of it. Who's winning? I feel like everybody's just getting punished.
No. Who's winning?
Yeah.
Well, Michael's up 40K.
Oh, well, I feel like Michael looks like he's getting punished.
Yeah, no, everyone looks like, you're right. Everyone does look like they're getting punished. That's the body language they've had all night. Michael should be happy with his results at this point. And yeah, I wouldn't waste the time extension on ace-queen.
Ryusuke just betting pot.
There you go.
The 7 deuce.
Yeah.
I like him. I like him.
Yeah.
7 deuce.
Tell you, his manner after every hand he's in is terrific.
He has a big hand. Oh, scary.
What's that?
What's the front?
Yeah, all low. 2 diamonds and a heart, 9 high.
Oh.
Look at that, 2.4K. They want it. They want it really bad.
Already 6 times.
Somebody just
But
Google my name and go to images. And those are fully clothed. You don't want any semi-nudity.
Speaking of semi-nudity, we've got Worldwide Wob.
3 win, 3 lose.
He's coming on in, huh?
Monday.
On Monday.
Yeah.
Stanley never falls.
Pretty cool. DJF is in the booth or playing?
He's playing. He plays on Mondays.
He plays on Mondays.
He plays on Monday.
Okay.
Max Payne. Monday.
Very cool.
They call him Baby Billy. Oh, we're at 2.5 now. All right, let's talk about maybe some photo choices.
No, let's give you one bit of history, which I'm not proud of. Somewhere in the CNBC archives, I did a show in the late 90s, and I was doing NFL picks, and I said if the Giants make the playoffs, the New York Giants make the playoffs that year, that I would swim in the Hudson River with Harry from Hackensack on my shoulder.
Who's Harry from Hackensack?
That's a fictional, proverbial sports talk radio call-in guy on any sports talk radio in New York. You know, it's always Harry from Hackensack. It's always Stu from Passaic. So that I would, okay. So they made the playoffs, and my producers out here, we were in Los Angeles, made me get into a Speedo and run into the #1 ranked Pacific Ocean in the world with a doll. They put a doll named Harry on my shoulder. They taped it to my Harry.
Are there pictures?
There's video. It was a 2-minute bit. We had to go first thing in the morning in December, and the Pacific Ocean is actually cold in December at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Did you think we could reenact it?
Check it around.
No, we're not going to reenact it. Yeah. So, yeah, I had to film myself in a Speedo running into the Pacific Ocean. Nobody wants to see that. And so nobody wants to see whatever you just said.
I think there's quite a few people who may want to see what's going on with that.
I don't think so.
Heads up.
Ryusuke with the free roll.
And they both have the same hand.
I think if you have a pair to go along with your straight, you should just win. Actually, if you have a longer straight, like if you say you have like a 6-card straight or something, even if it's on the bottom end, I think that should win. And then the other tiebreaker should be if you have a pair to go along with your straight. Whoever has a bigger pair. See, Garrett has a pair of 6s, Ryusuke has a pair of queens. So Ryusuke should win the pot. What do you think of that?
I think you had one piece too many of cake. That's what I think of that. Yeah, we've been through. You like carrot cake? I've heard we've talked about this. We have talked about this before. I told you my wife makes the best carrot cake west or east of the Colorado River.
Can I try it?
Yeah, I want you to try it. And she's back in town now. And
I like cake in general. So I like anything sweet.
Yeah, well, it's not too sweet. That's part of the why it's good.
Ryusuke raises to 60,000. Garrett knowing he's just calling for a chop at best.
He went, Garrett bet 10 into 17, and he's raised him 50K.
Adding 1 minute.
A big boy raise.
Fuck. You already tried, I said fuck. Yeah. You already tried this exact move earlier. This exact thing. Why even try the second time in one fucking session, right? Dear God.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I mean, I'm probably not going to lay my hand down, but I just get this sick feeling like you have it this time or something. I don't know. I'm stupid. I just don't think I can. I don't know what I'm thinking about for so long. You're having fun over there, though. Fuck, I'll tell you what, man. I wish I ever had as much fun as you're having. All right, you can have it.
He giggles no matter what.
That's what I like about him. And you're right. There is a dark Garrett underneath there.
That's cruising.
I want to see Dark Garrett.
It's right. There's just a moment where his expression changes.
You see the flashes of.
It's scary.
Okay, carrot cake.
Yeah, carrot cake.
I would like to try it. Last year for my birthday, my wife made me a sweet bean pie.
Oh. Sweet bean pie.
Yeah. She said, "What do you want? What do you want me to make you?" And I
was
said,
like a bean paste, like a 3 in bean paste.
It tasted
sweet.
like pumpkin pie almost.
Uh-huh.
And she said, "What do you want me? Like, what type of dessert item do you want me to make?" And I said, "It's not anything with beans."
Like you only get an
And so
opportunity
that's
to
what
do
she
this,
made.
like, one in
Anything
every,
with beans?
2,000
Yeah.
hours, and you get a chance to do it twice in the same session. Already got shown you can do it, and then I fold. It's like, oh, it's so strong. Oh my God.
800 straddle once again. Action's going to start over.
A lot of people want to see Dark Garrett.
Yeah, Dark Garrett would be fascinating. Reality television. I think Stanley is one of the underrated billionaires in the world today.
Are there underrated billionaires?
Generally not, but there's certainly more high-profile ones that you hear about all the time. And then you get the cheap paper billionaires, the ones who barely get over that figure.
Yeah.
You know, they're worth, you know, what, like 1.05 billion, and most of it's, you know, who knows where it is.
Yeah.
It's out in the ether.
A lot of people laugh at those guys.
One of them.
Would have been very good for the game.
It would have been.
Would have been excellent for the game if you had it.
800 straddle.
Better call Saul. Swigging a beer now.
It doesn't matter. He's going to giggle no matter what. Stanley versus Ryusuke. Interesting flop. Flop is going to smack Stanley's hijack opening range. He's got all the ace, king, jacks, tens, queens, all the suited two-pair hands. Ryusuke going to call. This is just a great board to run the bluff on, but now Stanley doesn't have to because he makes the straight and has the flush draw to go along with it. This is one of those spots where sometimes it's good to trap because there's just no... Oh, he did. Look at that. Everything I say, he does. It's just...
From your lips to his ears.
He's a precocious man today. Now he's going to go for some value on this river. Goes pot. Ryusuke finds the easy fold. This Stanley is a billionaire too.
What do you mean, this Stanley?
Well, there's another Stanley who plays on the show who's a billionaire. That's a lot of Stanleys who are billionaires who play on Hustler
Who's
Casino
the other?
Live.
Oh, Stanley. Yeah, I know the other Stanley.
Stanley was on my left at the main event on day 2.
He was? Okay.
Yeah, my direct left.
I believe he's a billionaire.
I think so.
This one's definitely a billionaire.
A lot of Stanley. If your name's Stanley and you play on Hustler Casino Live, the chances are you're a billionaire.
That's 2 for 2.
Yeah.
That's impressive. That's a lot of money coming into Gardena on a random night. I mean, they don't bring the billion with them, but...
Are you sure?
I'm not sure. You know.
I've seen a 4-bet pot here. Garrett 3-bet. Stanley 4-bets. And one of the problems with 4-betting ace-king offsuit when you are mega, mega deep is you're going to have to play a pot out of position. And you're just not going to make many hands that are better than one pair. Stanley does check, a sneaky check. I like the check. It's going to be very hard for him to have a very strong hand here. Besides aces, he could have aces, but you think about the rest of his range. Kings aren't going to want to bet here. Queens aren't going to want to bet. Jacks aren't going to want to bet. And even a hand like ace-king can't withstand a ton of pressure. So most of the hands that Stanley has prefer checking. And just going with a simplified strategy of checking all your hands here seems to be okay. I don't like the raise quite as much. What you do is you let Garrett off the hook with a weaker ace-X. Whereas if you just check called this flop, I guarantee Garrett would always bet the turn. With both hands like 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited, and also weaker ace-X. Garrett is going to call once. But I think if Stanley bombs his turn, he's going to get away from it.
All in.
So a couple things going on here. One, 4-bet pots are underbluffed. 2, ace-high boards are underbluffed. 3, check raises on flops are underbluffed. 4, pot-sized jams on turns, and 4-bet pots on ace-high boards are under. Like, it's just a massively underbluffed spot. I think Garrett's going to get away from this.
50, 58, 59, 60, 61, 5.
Oh, God.
10 seconds.
You have a good hand, huh? Feels extremely likely you have a good hand.
Adding 1 minute.
You're gonna have to sell me on it, Stanley. I can't imagine as it is I put more money in here. I don't even have close to a good enough reason. You and your daughter watch me play, you know I'm telling the truth in a spot like this. I'll never put more money in here unless you sell me on it. Never, ever, ever. Yikes. Oh, God. Poker's so frustrating. It's such a frustrating game. Oh, yikes.
Adding 1 minute.
How many of these I owe you?
2 minutes.
All right, here we go.
Thank you so much.
Can't put the money in here. There's no way. Man, it'd be sick if you were bluffing here. I'm trying to even think about what you could be bluffing with. Try to help me with a hand you could be bluffing with. I don't know. What was I supposed to do? I guess I could have done that. I don't know. There's no way. You look like a man who's about to make a lot more money.
10 seconds.
Okay, I'll fold.
Good fold from Garrett.
Garrett's stuck 6 figures right now. It would have gone a lot worse if he made that call.
You believed me, right? You knew I was telling the truth. Have you watched me enough to know that's true?
I know.
You didn't.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't watch it.
Oh, that's always true. Yeah.
So what did he mean when he twice said you'll have to sell me on it? You know, I believe you have the best hand, but
He's just trying to get some type
some
of read.
I know. So
Yeah.
okay.
He's looking for an excuse. He's 90% convinced he's folding, and he's just looking for some type of excuse to call. The interesting thing I think in that hand is
Might be a good fold.
I think Stanley may get all of the money if he goes check call, check call. I think Garrett is almost always going to think Stanley has a hand like kings or queens, and he's just going to go for value. And if Stanley goes check call, I think there's a pretty good chance on a clean run out that Garrett goes for thin value on the river. And what I don't see enough, what happens with a lot of these players that Garrett plays with is they are so scared to play massive, massive pots with Garrett. When they wake up with monster hands, they immediately raise and let him know.
That would be, I mean, in my shoes, I would make that same mistake because I do, especially I don't want to play a monster pot with him out of position. And so I would like it just to end.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reasoning. And that it's a pretty big mistake because everybody plays so predictably against Garrett because of the fear factor. And so when someone goes check call versus Garrett, he just always knows where he's at. Because if somebody has a very strong hand, they're almost always going to raise on the flop or the turn against him. Because they think, oh, I've got him now. Now I'm going to start piling in money. And then Garrett's able to get away from it. And when people just go check call against Garrett, and when they get to the river, he knows, okay, I've either got the best hand, I need to bet this size, or I don't have the best hand, but they can't have a very strong hand because they didn't put in a raise, so now I'm just going to bluff them off whatever they got. And I think if a few more people would trap some stronger hands, not even trap top of your range, because top of your range you want to put in raises sometimes, but you know, just your pretty good hands, your pretty good hands. But it seems like everybody. There's just such this aura around Garrett. Everybody just seems to kind of play into his hands. And don't get me wrong, he's one of the greatest. He really is. But I think his reputation makes people play so much worse.
Now, these critics of Garrett tell me, you know, most of the lineups here are tailor-made for him. That if he's playing against a higher level, nosebleed type of poker professional, he can't take advantage of this kind of the stuff you're talking about. But does he have the abilities to fare well in that pool if he had to?
Of course, of course.
Because I just hear so many bad things from the haters.
A couple things about those comments is, first of all, the way poker works is, you know, the 2-5 games are soft, the 5-10 games are a little tougher, the 10-20 games are a little tougher, the 20-40 games are toughest, and then you start playing 25-50 and 50-100, and the games start getting softer as you get bigger and bigger. They start. It's almost like this. I don't know how to describe that. This kind of shape where the toughest games are 10-20 or 20-40, and then the high-stakes games are softer and softer and softer. That's just how the poker economy is. And if it was the most profitable for Garrett to be a 2K no-limit crusher or a 5K no-limit crusher online, I have no doubts that he would be. He's just directed his efforts in the area that is the most profitable, which is high-stakes cash. So, but I mean, I think whatever area Garrett focused on, I think he'd be a crusher in poker.
Okay. Good to hear.
6,300.
Now, if you put him at a table, a 6-max table with 5 online regs, and they were playing 100 big blinds, would they beat him up? Yes, today. But if that's the format he had to play to win at poker, I have no doubt that just a couple months from now he would be among the best. And going for the pot-sized bluff on this river, and Jon, again, in a pretty difficult position with just top pair, weak kicker, pure bluff catcher. Having the 8 here is actually better than having a hand, theoretically, like King-Jack. Because if you have King-Jack, you block some of Andy's bluffs, like the exact hand he has, or Queen-Jack. And if you have the 8, you unblock those hands and maybe a hand like 7-8 that was barreling. So probably actually a better call with a hand like King 8 suited here than a hand like King Jack or King Queen. Jon's made a couple of light calls and been incorrect. Makes the call here, and he's good.
And the clouds break for Jon. First good news in a while. And he's still having a really good night.
Look at that, 300,000 in front of him. Can you imagine sitting $300,000 deep?
No.
Jon gets out of the hole a little bit, only down 34 now.
Yeah, he cut it pretty much in half there.
Andy, the big winner so far tonight, even after that hand.
One, I don't get massages. Two, I don't get massages from masseuses with tattoos. It's that simple.
Why? Okay, first, do you get massages in general?
No. I've only had like 3 in my life, and they were all forced upon me, essentially. It wasn't my choice.
Well, you can't say you don't get massages from people with tattoos then, if you don't get massages in general.
Well, that's what I just said. I said, 1, I don't get massages, and then I said 2, I wouldn't get massages. Don't get massages with people for tattoos.
That's like saying 1, I don't play basketball, and 2, I'm definitely not a power forward.
Sure, it's like saying that. What, you got a problem with that?
Well, it's just I feel like you got the point across with the first. Maybe you should have said them in reverse order.
Yeah, I could have said them in reverse order. It just came off the top of my head. I'm coming off a really long stretch in Las Vegas in one casino. I'm not at the top of my mental game. I haven't been for like 15 years.
Jon put in the squeeze.
Take it.
I would have given you 42-1 that Michael was going to fold, but
42-1 is the number you should stick with in the future. And always make you think of the Mike Tyson, Buster Douglas fight.
I'd forgotten about that, but now I will.
Plus that fight was in Japan. And there was, it's the old tomato can thing. There's no doubt that Tyson was going to win.
Tomato can.
Yeah, that's another old-time expression.
You know, I've got Squish My Tomato tattooed on my back.
I think you mentioned that once before. I thought you were making that up.
What do you think?
You got the squish thing going. Swish by a tomato. Yeah, I gotta believe you're making that up.
I give you 42-1. You gotta break the desk.
I'm gonna break my hand on the desk. You should have taught him that 42-1 thing. Such a bad gambler. That's why I stopped betting sports. I can't.
I'll put up $42 to your 1.
I don't want. I told you, I didn't want to give you the $100 bill. I want to give you a $1 bill. You're leveling me. I have no idea how you squished by a tomato on the back.
Jon with queens. He's trying to make a rapid comeback because Michael has jacks, and I'll give you 42-1 that he won't fold this one. So Jon, wow, what?
How?
What?
How? Oh, that's another 42-1 I just lost. How?
Jacks? Did you really? No way.
What? See it on the tape, bud.
It's a good fold.
What's going on?
How the heck?
Yes, just see.
Jon had just 3-bet the previous hand. He looks full of it. He's stuck 30K. He put in a light 3-bet with the ace-jack off, and then Michael has jacks, and he just snap mucks him.
Not possible.
And if you're Jon, that's a worse beat than any other beat you've had today. You get queens against someone's jacks, and he just
talking about he's going to really get healthier now, getting his way back towards 0. Wow. Blind. 3 bets in the big blind.
I can't figure it out. Well, look at this here. Both with flush draws with a spade on the turn. We could see fireworks. Henry with only 22K behind, but that card there is going to mean Garrett's going to win this hand. We do get the 3rd spade. 3 8s out there. Did Garrett just check it? I think Garrett just checked it back. And he wins a small one. I was already getting excited. I was going to say if Henry was like 300K deep there and you have the jack of spades in your hand.
Okay.
Can you ever turn this into a bluff and rep the straight flush and try to get a boat to fold?
Your fantasy poker mind is really working overtime tonight, looking for massive pots and massive plays.
I just.
So maybe Michael on that. I mean, he's put his coat on. It might have gotten colder in there. He also could have done the old, I'm locking up my winnings business here at this hour. It's just the pocket jacks. I don't know how they went into the muck.
Yeah, and I think the other players here are picking up on it. Andy putting in the 3-bet now with ace-9, and they just know that Michael's up. He doesn't really want to tangle if he doesn't have a very, very good hand. There we go. He just folds the queen-9 suited in position. It's just, at this point, it's just, he's just going to lose 1,200, 1,500 at a time until he decides he wants to fight back. If anyone 3-bets, they win.
I haven't minded my time in here with you tonight as much as I thought I would, but it is bothersome, as you folks know, that Marc Goone's chair has armrests and mine does not.
Well, the first thing I said to you when I got here is you
I don't want to hear about it.
You had the choice.
No, you always have the armrest and I don't. And it harkens back to, I remember our road trip. I remember in a couple of rooms, particularly the one we had in Detroit.
When we went to Zimbabwe?
No, when we were in Detroit, I remember we shared a room in which you had a king-size bed and I had a Murphy bed.
What's a Murphy bed?
You had a king-size bed. I had a Murphy bed.
What's a Murphy bed?
What's a Murphy bed?
Yes.
A Murphy bed is, it's named after the inventor, I guess, like, Johnny Murphy, is a bed that is hidden in the wall and it folds out from the wall.
No, those are nice.
They make a lot of sense for, like studios, studio apartments that don't have a full bedroom and stuff. You really don't know? You never heard of Murphy bed?
No.
Yeah. Actually, I got to stay in a furnished rental in New York when I was doing poker production, which had a Murphy bed. It was a gorgeous studio. It was a gorgeous one bedroom, but it also had a Murphy bed in the living room.
Did you enjoy the Murphy bed?
I just pulled it out because I thought it was cool. And I had a couple people visited that used the Murphy bed then instead of like sleeping on the sofa.
Did you sleep on the Murphy bed?
I did not sleep on the Murphy bed. I have only slept on a Murphy bed once in my life.
And that was in Zimbabwe?
That was not in Zimbabwe. I've never been to Zimbabwe. You know what the capital of Zimbabwe is?
Ethiopia.
Zimbabwe City.
I was close.
You know what the capital of Ethiopia is?
Belarus.
Ethiopia City. I guess you're not going to get the gist of this.
Okay.
We have pocket jacks again, but for a different player, and actually an interesting hand.
Stanley, the pre-flop 3 better. Andy applying pressure on the turn with the gut shot. Stanley still with an overpair and open-ended. And Andy makes top pair, but Stanley makes a straight. Stanley checks, Andy checks back, Stanley wins. Look at that.
Look at what?
2.7K likes.
Okay. You established that number quite a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's like a bookmaker does puts out a good number or a bad number, puts out a good number that gets action on both sides of it because he correctly predicted that's where the public was going to go. We're not that far away from the end of the stream. How do you hit the 2.7? Like, where's my 10 minutes away from the stream ending?
I think the stream ends at 11.
Oh.
So you got an hour and 10 minutes.
Oh, I thought it ended at 10.
The Fridays is a special day.
Nobody told me that.
Well,
Ryan, nobody told me that Fridays is an extra hour. I got a family. Ryan.
Hear me out.
Jeez.
A middle set for Andy.
Offer me another cake. You're going to get another 2 truths and a lie then after 10 o'clock.
Top for Garrett here versus Andy's middle set. And these guys starting the hand deep.
My wife just got into town. I told her I was coming home by 10:30 unless there's overtime. That's 11:30. But chances are to be 10:30. I can't say how many times I've watched the big game, but I guess I never watched it late because I just watched portions of it. I didn't realize it went to 11. She just got into town from 2,500 miles away.
Garrett with a quick fold. Where was she? Zimbabwe? Was she in Zimbabwe?
No, she was in the capital of the United States.
Bend, Oregon, the home of the last blockbuster.
No, USA City.
Oh, USA City. That's it. Every capital is just
pretty much.
Yeah, I get it.
What's the capital of Oklahoma?
Yeah, that's where the Thunder play.
That's where the Thunder play. I'm sure it's Oklahoma City.
$800 is on, so Henry essentially starts the hand with 25 big blinds.
Correct.
Math. Ryusuke 2-pair now. He's going to come out and bet here on the turn after the flop checks through. A fold and a fold. Henry playing that 40 big blind stack, just folds the suited connectors.
So it might be, it's like a 5-man game now because Michael might have locked up his winnings, even though I thought he was locking him up because we were finishing at 10, so I might be wrong about that. And Henry just might be trying to massage his way to the end of the session.
A tattoo massage.
You know, I got nothing against masseuses. I got nothing against tattoos, but I will not get a massage from a tattooed masseuse. Nor will I get a massage at all. That's going to bother him.
I'm just.
That's going to bother him.
It frustrates me. There's just.
Well, what goes around comes around. Henry, who's barely playing, hits his queen.
Ryusuke, who's always playing, hits his 3.
Henry better bet here.
60% pot. He loses, he giggles. He wins, he giggles.
That's a great
Chops, he giggles. He's my new favorite.
Wow. I think I won 3 hands today, all against you. That's very embarrassing. For both of us.
I think ruffling.
This 2022 WSOP main event champ. He will be here
I have King 3 club.
for a high stakes Friday and a Max Payne Monday. So he's going to be playing 100, 200, and then 1020 on back-to-back streams. He's also going to have some meetup games here at Hustler Casino.
Awesome, he's coming here.
Hi, Sammy.
Heck of a nice guy.
I don't think
Very honest about his ups and downs in poker that led to this final up.
Rays, let's just enjoy ourselves.
The main event championship, $8 million. He had, I believe, 56% of himself.
Ship has long sailed, my man.
Is that 4.5 million?
Your math is just, you know, it's you're like a hustler. You pretend like you don't know the math, but you do.
My AP statistics, well.
See, just if you can say AP statistics and you're not making it up.
I know, I just gave it away. Can't even tell the story.
AP statistics.
I was in high school. My stats class in college, sophomore year of college, I was taking Stat 2, and during the final, I had a, let's just say I had to use the bathroom very urgently during the middle of a timed final.
Okay, legitimately had to use the bathroom?
Legitimately
Okay. All right.
one of those situations where it wasn't good. And I was in there for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and, you know, you only had an hour on the final, and I still somehow, it was the one college class that I just aced it. I aced it, statistics. That was it.
It was in your wheelhouse.
Yeah. All the other ones, not so good. But statistics, I could take a poop during the middle of the final and still get 100%.
Sounds like it's a song.
Maybe a good name of a song. Albeit a little long.
The name of my book was a little long.
I saw someone said you had a book.
It's quite a while ago.
If you had a book, I'm going to read it.
Yeah, you can find it online for, I'm sure, like $5.
What's it about?
It's about watching sports on television, which is what I used to do for, I used to write a column for years about watching sports on television. One of the most useless degrees of any type of degree you could have is to sit down on a couch and spend most of your professional life writing about watching sports on television.
Garrett finding these little spots where he just picks up 5K here, 10K here, turns bottom pair into a bluff, gets better hands to fold, and that's why at the end of the night you so rarely see him losing, because he fights for every single one of these little pots.
And during your course of, during this live stream, The Hustler, have you seen him on anything close to tilt? Here or there?
You know what I like more than the other guy getting his
There's
brains bashed in on a given day. So
There are little flashes
you're
of...
easily my favorite person at the table today, bro. It's not even close. Like, I wouldn't know who else I like here. I definitely like you.
Little flashes of frustration that you see, but never anything close to tilt.
Jon,
I just...
we were cool until you called with the king. Oh, fuck you, too.
What king?
The flashes of frustration show that he's human, right?
Hopefully.
Possibly.
It's nice to see some indication that he's human.
Did you have a ghostwriter for your book?
I mean, if I had to rank the 100 most insulting questions I've ever been given, that's like no worse than number 3. Did I have a ghostwriter for my book? What? I mean, the name of the book is Hold On Honey, I'll Take You to the Hospital at Halftime.
That's the name. That's a long title.
It is a title. The publisher wanted a long title. He used to publish, this publishing house published P.J. O'Rourke, who you're probably not familiar with.
And that?
Very great humor writer. And he always did long titles for the book, like country music songs. He says they always worked better. I guess it worked better for P.J. O'Rourke. My book didn't sell squat. But yes, Hold On Honey, I'll Take You to the Hospital at Halftime.
You needed a better ghostwriter.
So Andy will come along with the 7-6 suited. Nowhere else for him to go now but home.
3,500.
This is a tight configuration. Andy opens under the gun. Jon 3-bets from the third blind, which has a lot of incentive to flat, right? You don't need to 3-bet to shut people out behind you, so it's just going to be pretty strong hands here. And then some bluffs. So
I have a good fundamental semi-understanding now the tight configuration and the wide configuration, based on what the positions of where the action's coming from. Yeah, I could teach a bunch of 5th graders.
It would be helpful for you in Vertucci.
I can't believe you actually said a mixed game name correctly.
Said it first.
I mean, it's an accident.
I believe the 800 was on this hand.
Fried rice with beef. Yeah, and one.
Look how fun the limit table looks behind.
I know. It's, you know, they're smiling and talking going on back there. And I will always claim till the day of my death and then one day after that in general the mixed game atmosphere is much more frivolous and frolicking than the no limit hold'em.
You know, people have always said that about PLO too, that the PLO atmosphere is better.
Yeah, it is. Sometimes I pass a PLO game in one of the card rooms I go into and it feels like I'm passing a craps table.
You know what the best part about Pot Limit Omaha is?
I think you've told me this before. What's the best part of this? Sounds so familiar. What's the best part about Pot Limit Omaha? You're gonna make me wait? I'm asleep at the switch here. There's something I'm missing.
Andy cold calls Jon's 3-bet here. I personally don't have a cold call range usually. Just going to 4-bet or fold. Andy checks back the flop. Now he's going to start betting for value after Jon checks twice, and I think Jon is just done with this. Problem is Andy's hand is exactly face up. It's 100% face up. When you cold call a 3-bet, well, Jon doesn't agree with me.
Does not agree.
When you cold call the 3-bet, your hand is going to be jacks, 10s, queens. 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, ace, queen suited, king, queen suited, ace, jack suited. If you always 4-bet the aces and the kings and the ace, king, then you always fold hands that are worse than 9s or 8s. Your range is just so narrow, and it's just a small subset of hands.
Either post 900 or 12,000.
So let me ask you something. What's the best part of PLO?
I'll tell you, the best part about Pot Limit Omaha is...
He's doing it again.
You can settle 800.
800. That's 800. Thank you.
We have a shuttle 800 on 6-4.
I'm missing something so basic. It's just embarrassing me when I find out what I'm missing. So I'm not gonna. I'm gonna try to move on. I'm not gonna ask you again, and I hope you don't bring it up again.
Henry, 800 to call. This is shuttle over there.
I guess the only thing I can think of is, since you're answering by saying nothing, the best part of Pot Limit Omaha is there's nothing. There's no best part of it.
Oh my goodness, it took him a while.
Oh geez, that's just, I don't like that at all.
Super good hand. Sit down, too. Super.
Anyway, at some PLO tables, especially when they're just all seemingly getting all their money in on the flop, they all stand up and it's like you're at a dice table. They're all shouting out stuff. They're all shouting out this and that. Not like you no limit hold'em Robotrons.
You think I'm a Robotron?
I didn't say you're a Robotron in general.
I've kissed multiple people at the no limit table.
It's hard to believe.
That is true. I was playing with a man here at Hustler And he said, we're playing a big pot. He said, if I raise, he's going to spray dry shampoo on my head. I said, how the hell do you have dry shampoo? He said, well, I've been playing for 36 hours. I've got dry shampoo in my bag. I said, okay, if you spray dry shampoo on my head, I'm going to kiss you on the mouth, thinking that would deter him. I raised. He sprayed dry shampoo on my head. I kissed him on the mouth.
Give you both a lot of credit.
This happened 2017 in a 5-5-10 game at Hustler.
Who has dry shampoo?
That's what I said.
On their personage.
Yeah. We did have it. Wow, look at this flop. There's Ryusuke, nut flush draw, and a pair of nines. Stanley with top 2.
4,600.
So we had the 800 straddle on. Ryusuke raised in the blind and small blind, and Stanley called in the third blind. Ryusuke c-bets, Stanley raises, and look at this turn. How do you think Ryusuke's feeling?
As if he's playing PLO and having a great time. A brutal turn for Stanley.
And if you're Ryusuke, you just always have the best hand here. You just got to figure out how to get max value because you opened in the small blind. Stanley called in the third blind. If Stanley had aces, he would most certainly 3-bet. If he had jacks, he would most certainly 3-bet. It's impossible for him to have nines, so you've got the best hand all the time. And you have 2 clubs in your hand, so it makes it very likely that he has a massive combo draw or he has ace-jack.
Check.
I think Stanley may just check this back after raising the flop and betting the turn. May feel he's running out of value, but no, he is going to bet. And for this quarter pot size bet, if you're Ryusuke, you always have to raise. You just always have to raise, especially when you have a 9 in your hand. You always have the best hand here. You're not worried about getting value owned. It's like we just talked about. Stanley can't have jacks, he can't have aces, so you just always have the best hand. And you just want to go for value here against, say, a queen high flush or ace jack. Especially when he takes the size. I don't think you want to go too huge, because this raise looks scary when you can have all the boats. If you just do just a little bit of hand reading here, you're never worried about not having the best hand, so it should just always be a raise. Like a small raise, 17,000, 18,000.
Raise 17,000.
17,000.
From your lips to his whatever. So what is Stanley beating here? I know he's getting 3-1 on a call, but what is he? How can he call this?
Well, Ryusuke could certainly be turning a hand like ace-king with the king of clubs into a bluff, or ace-queen with the queen of clubs. Just knowing that it's impossible for Stanley to have a boat here. And if you're Stanley, you may level yourself into making a call here, getting a very good price, thinking that by betting so small on this river, you might have induced a raise. Those are the hands you beat, though. Hands like ace-king, ace-queen with the club. Makes a good laydown.
Good job, Stanley.
Ryusuke shows. I want to giggle.
Yeah, just call.
Well, good throw, huh?
Yeah, good fall. Good
Save
fall.
a lot of money.
Yeah.
We have 9, you not even have 9.
9 and flush.
I don't know. Yeah, we're doing a round of 800.
1, 2, 4, 8. Wow. A very, very big hand.
Whole round of 800.
Yep.
And we talked about this a bit earlier. Actually, we've talked about it a lot. We see Andy just flatting the ace-queen to Jon's
So lucky.
So lucky.
middle position open.
So lucky.
Interesting that we've seen both Andy and Jon use this kind of polarized 3-bet strategy when another pro opens. Jon just checking. Let's go for a little bit of value here on this river with second pair. Have you been playing a long poker session? Do you need a little pick-me-up? Well, check out Chobani Greek Yogurt. It's low in fat and high in protein. Perfect for your poker session. Chobani Greek Yogurt, available in vanilla, strawberry, and plain at your local grocery store. The perfect high-protein snack for your poker session. Chobani Greek Yogurt.
I like somebody to mix, you know, the blueberries or the raspberries for me that are at the bottom. I don't like to mix them myself.
You could use a spork.
Spork's perfect for that.
Mixes them in just perfectly. Jon's been quietly making a nice little comeback. Look at that, wins another 15K pot.
Yeah, from more than 60K down, he is crawling his way towards even. Certainly not there yet.
Is this past your bedtime?
You know, I get that question a lot.
We went to dinner like 2 in the morning.
Yeah, so, you know, ignorance is bliss. So the ignorant keep asking me if this is past my bedtime, and I'll out 24-hour just about anybody, half my age or twice my age. I mean, I can stay up forever. Punk. This is past my bedtime. Okay.
You want to switch chairs?
No, I don't want to switch chairs. I'll be in the more uncomfortable chair. You know, when you go in, you know, you don't take mass transit, but when you go into a bus, you give up your seat up front to somebody who's a senior citizen, stuff like that. So here, you know, I'm over 60, and I can't even get an armrest.
And it's your birthday.
It's not my birthday. I'm like in a middle seat on a Spirit airline flight, and no one will give me either armrest.
You know what the hack is on the Spirit flights? The big boy seats, as they call them.
Yeah, I love that term. By the way, it's a ridiculous airline, who I believe is finally about to be absorbed by somebody else.
Are they?
Thank goodness.
I kind of like. I flew Spirit for the first time because there were no other options direct, and I just paid for the big boy seat, which was like $38 or something, and it was good. It was fine. It was like if I went to a movie theater, I imagine that's what a movie theater seat would be like. It's like a wide reclining chair, and there's only one other person in the row next to you.
Okay, so I hope that's the last time you fly Spirit.
Yeah.
As I tell many people who have flown Spirit, and then they will tell me I'm correct eventually. Spirit is okay until it's not.
Yes.
And when it's not, it's really bad news. So I'd stay away from Spirit.
I like Virgin Atlantic. That's my favorite.
Oh, Virgin Atlantic was great.
Yeah.
Or is great. Virgin America went away. They were good.
That's my favorite flight I've been on. Virgin Atlantic has a flight to London. It just, I mean, usually traveling sucks. It was so good. So good. I'm flying Air France in September. We'll see how that is.
I just was on Air France earlier this year.
How was it?
Very good.
Very good?
Strong.
Business class?
You're I didn't pay for it. I am embarrassed by it because they have a new, I forgot what they call their first class.
Premier. La Premier?
Premier, whatever, and it's only 4 seats. So actually, I was in the first row of business because there was 5 of us, but I was just in the Premier the whole time. And it's, you know, it's like you're the king of France for 6 hours.
How much better is the
hours.
Premier than the business?
It's not necessary, as I told them. The business is excellent.
Okay.
And the business has the flatbeds. And
yeah,
great food, you know. So it was not worth. It was not worth the extra money that my friend paid for first class. I predicted, and I was correct on that one.
I'm gonna try to finagle and be like, hey, it's our honeymoon. If you have a 2 open seats, well, you know, think it'll work.
Too much fun.
Actually, I tried that on my honeymoon, on my second honeymoon.
Yeah.
Actually, with British Air, British Air is a good carrier in general. It didn't work for us that time.
Yeah.
But I did try that at the counter. It was our honeymoon.
We're already business, so I figured maybe there's a tiny chance.
Yeah, there's a tiny. If they're not, you know, if they're open, they should say sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. But yeah, Air France is always very good.
Okay. I didn't pay for them either. Just credit card points.
Oh,
you know.
yeah, that's the way to go.
Yeah. It's worth it when you're traveling overseas because you're able to get the night of sleep. You fly overnight. You can sleep, you know, 5-6 hours on the plane you got the bed, and you get there and you don't feel like you wasted a day.
It helps. It's not foolproof, but it helps.
900. Oh. It's
Look at Jon.
Look at Jon. It's a small pot, but look at our Ryusuke is great.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Win, lose, tie.
Check. Small bet. Cool. Top hit. Small pot.
You ever seen a guy happier playing poker?
Nice.
You look tired today, bro. You look tired today.
I'm so tired.
Yeah.
Too much good living.
Wanted to wait till the end of the whatever to say it, you know?
Crazy.
Almost finished.
1,000.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cute raise.
Yeah, thanks.
And he's not going anywhere with a suited Broadway in position. What are those?
What are those?
Why did they bring us these?
We didn't get these.
These are pleasure snacks.
Well, you know, I didn't eat any cake. I'm here an hour longer than I suspected, which is fine because I love watching these guys and I love being with Marc like 30 seconds out of every minute, which is pretty good. But why are they getting whatever this is?
Look at it. Pleasure snacks.
Is that beef?
No, I think it's
beef and not avocado. It can't be, but
no, it's.
I don't know. A little interesting.
Cake with green icing.
It was not cake with green icing. Garrett and Andy. No big fireworks tonight, except the very first hand between them. It wasn't even fireworks.
Look at the turn.
That's a big turn.
Garrett with a gut shot. If he barrels this hand, he just has the most bluffs on this board. All types of straight draws, all types of flush draws. It looks like he knows, and he's going to bet very big. Overbet. See, he's super aware. He just knows, hey, I've got a ton of bluffs on this board, so because I have so many bluff combos, I'm just going to bet massive here. When you have a lot of bluffs, you bet massive. When you don't have a lot of bluffs, you bet small. Poker simplified. And Andy's going to raise the overbet. This is so strong. This is so strong. Especially in position. Garrett gives it up.
Impressive play from Andy, huh?
Yeah, you always got to proceed a little cautiously when a guy bets 1.5x pot on the turn in a 3-bet pot, and Andy just applying max pressure. I'm not saying what he did is wrong. I mean, he won the pot. He won a huge pot. And I'm not saying it's not good. I would just naturally in that spot, I wouldn't have any raises.
None.
My sets would be calling. My draws would be calling. Because when Garrett overbets that turn, he's representing a massive hand. And so I need to get to the river with enough strong hands to call him. If I raise off pocket 10s or pocket 9s there, when I call, my calling range is absolutely crushed, and Garrett can just overbet the river again, and I have to fold everything. So in that spot, I'm simplifying my strategy, and I'm just calling with both my nutted hands and my bluff catchers and my draws. When a guy's repping that strong of a hand, especially in position, I just simplify and I just don't have any raises. Against very strong players. You're playing against a weak player who, when they bet huge, it's always a very strong hand and you have top set, whatever, just raise. But against Garrett, I think you have to be more cognizant of things like that.
So again, in that spot, let's say he was trying to get Garrett off of a one-pair hand. Or a draw, as he had. He's semi-bluffing. By raising, you're saying that the risk is greater than the reward?
Well, not necessarily. I'm just saying, if you raise your strong hands there, when you call, you never have a strong hand getting to the river that can withstand the heat if Garrett decides to barrel again for an overbet. So if every time you have pocket 9s or pocket 10s there and you raise when Garrett overbets, when you just call, the best hand you can ever have is ace-10 or pocket jacks. So when Garrett goes overbet, your life is going to be hell, and Garrett can just overbet all the time because he knows you don't have enough good hands to fold because you raise off all your good hands on the turn. So I'm not necessarily thinking about this specific hand. I'm thinking about all the hands that played the spot versus Garrett.
Yep. Okay.
And these are things you have to consider against very, very strong players. Obviously, if you're playing 5-10, who cares?
She's taking one hand off from the big smile. I'm surprised.
It's the first time I haven't heard him giggle.
Now, when I give you this 2 truths and a lie, I should have said this the first time. These are alphabetized, so people can't be picking up tells on me that, look, last time the truth was here, the lie was here, here. Whatever the first word is I alphabetize all the 2 truths.
They're alphabetized, so that's your randomizer.
That's my randomizer, because I don't want people picking up tells on me.
Yeah.
2 of these statements are going to be true, and one of them is a lie.
Oh, you got another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, second one for you, just because we went to bonus hour.
I'm 0 for 1.
My bonus hour.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what this hand is first.
I can't look at the chat. It's just the gas station opinions are flying.
I only look at the chat to see 1, 2, or 3, which one they pick.
Okay.
And last time it was equal. They picked them all, and so.
I don't feel confident going in.
I wouldn't. I'd hate to be on the answering end of this 2 truths and a lie. I don't feel confident of hitting my 1 out of 3 correctly.
Ryusuke makes a straight on the river. That is a straight.
I thought this was a snap call. He's never raising.
I think he's thinking about raising. There it is.
Yeah. He's never raising. Oh, there it is.
Garrett with the frustration fold.
All right, 3 statements.
Let's do it.
Which one is a lie?
Yes.
Number 1, Abraham Lincoln once worked as a bartender. Number 2, baseball umpires used to sit in rocking chairs behind home plate. Number 3, Bob Marley's dreadlocks were sold for charity for $4,500 in 1979. Which one of those 3 statements is false?
Can you read them one more time?
Yeah, I will. Number 1, Abraham Lincoln once worked as a bartender. Number 2, baseball umpires used to sit in rocking chairs behind home plate. Number 3, Bob Marley's dreadlocks were sold for charity for $4,500 in 1979.
I didn't even listen to them. I just watched your body language while you were
trying to
reading.
pick up that's what I thought you were doing when you made me read it a second time.
Yeah.
So good luck there. I have no idea. I don't know what my tells are when I'm reading the 3 cents.
I'm not good at this. I'm an online player. I don't look at this. I don't even.
That's right. You're online.
Yeah. Okay, what did you do? And I'm trying to figure out when you noticed.
No, I noticed when you asked me to read them a second time, they weren't confusing. So when you asked me to read them a second time, I knew that you were just going to be watching me.
Okay, well, it's 2.
Huh?
I'm going with 2.
You're going with 2 is the lie?
Yes.
Okay, let me just see what the rest of the people here are saying.
I still don't even know what they are.
Yeah.
It's either 1 or 2. It's not 3.
Okay, so most of the crowd this time is going with number 1 is the lie. Some going with number 2. 3's getting the fewest votes. So, you think that baseball umpires used to sit in rocking chairs behind home plate is the lie. Let me tell you right now that, first of all, Abraham Lincoln did work as a bartender.
Okay.
Okay. In fact, he liked to play poker, and he stopped playing poker when he got to the White House because he thought it was a bad image for the nation's leader to be gambling back then. So he didn't play poker once he got to the White House, or he didn't tell any people he's playing poker. He kept that to himself. So now you have a 1 in 2 chance. And let me just tell you that not only did baseball umpires sit in rocking chairs behind home plate in the 19th century, they were 20 feet behind home plate.
Oh.
20 feet behind home plate when the game first started.
So that one's true.
That one's true. You were again incorrect. Bob Marley's dreadlocks were never sold for any price at any time.
I'm so good at this game.
So you're over 2.
You shouldn't have answered.
I would have, by the way, I never would have guessed against Bob Marley. I thought that was true myself. I researched this, and even reading them, I thought, of course, Bob Marley. You know, the dreadlocks sounded realistic to
Yeah,
me.
you got to go with the one that sounds the most believable.
So
I think that's a better key than watching body language.
Okay. But I would have made the same mistake you did.
I'm not good at the body language thing.
All right. Thank you for playing.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Do you want to do one more except put money on it?
Oh, I like that. See? The pool hustler. You know? That's one of the great, I love the film The Hustler, and Paul Newman is unbelievably good in that film. And the first scene of that film, when he's hustling in a bar in the middle of nowhere, when he's unbelievably drunk, is just one of my favorite, 10 minutes of film. And you're trying to hustle me right now in a game you don't even play.
Of course I'm not.
I have 2 more here, but I don't think I'm going to give you either one. And how much money?
Like friendly bet, like 400, 500 or something.
How's that a friendly bet?
Look, we each have our own emojis. What do you think of that?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that when I walked in today. Ryan and Kyle. Kyle made them up. Yeah, he told me they were doing that. That's pretty cool.
Put them in there.
I didn't look at them.
Look at us.
Oh, I see. That's why. There we go. Very nice.
Hi, dude says, how come it's only 5-handed? Where is everyone? Well, the other 4 players are pooping.
Okay, 2 of those players are pooping at home because they were never here.
And what about the other 2?
They're not here because they're pooping.
Okay, well, so what I said was true.
Thank you very much.
There's various degrees of truth.
Sorry?
It's going to be left hard this hand, so the drop.
Andy, back up over 110. Garrett is not having the most enjoyable evening.
No, don't answer. I'm just don't answer.
And Jon has pulled himself way out of the muck to get almost even.
That always feels so good.
Conversation, you wouldn't get it.
Going from super stuck to even.
You should get it.
I've made that statement many times in my life. People don't believe me that at the end of the night, I feel better if I was losing $1,500 and I win 100 than I do if I just have a regular session where I won 400 or 500.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna
So,
raise them.
yeah,
It's just like this huge relief.
It is.
I don't know why. Human psychology is weird.
That's your best card?
Yeah, that's the best one. With a deuce. Which I didn't see.
And part of it's, you know, we like the danger.
Ooh, you got me.
Yeah.
We do?
Yeah, we do. Like some people, I won't go into the psychology of that now, but they can't stop playing until they've lost it all. That's a whole nother level of something I won't discuss right now. But that's actually true.
It's dark.
It is dark. But yeah, the danger of, again, getting stuck a whole lot. And then again, the thrill of pulling out of it. But we somehow like being on the edge that way. It kind of builds the adrenaline up.
I don't think I like that.
Okay, maybe you don't. It might be a layer inside of you you're not even aware of, but you might be right. You don't like it.
Maybe it's
Oh, it's straight.
Yeah, leave a 9.
Oh, yeah, don't show me. Don't show me. Yeah. You don't want to show me that shit. Yeah. I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. Well, I got a pair. I'll fucking. Straight. What kind of straight?
Nate Forrest, the lead commentator, I am looking at the chat now, is the sometimes beleaguered
9-ball.
and too often attacked Marc Goone.
Beleaguered.
He should not be beleaguered. He should not be attacked.
800.
His analysis, whether you agree with it or not, by the way, he has a surprisingly nice touch of orating it in a pretty easy to understand fashion.
Thank you.
I wouldn't think of it looking at him. But if I can understand it or understand some of it, then the rest of you huckle-doodles can.
I don't know. I feel like I've kind of found my little niche. I'm not talking about announcing. I'm talking about teaching these guys how to beat poker. I feel like I found my little. I feel good about it because poker inherently is such a selfish type world,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, by nature it is.
I feel like, even though I'm, of course, I'm not doing it selflessly. I'm getting something out of it, but I feel like everybody's winning.
I don't know.
Which is rare in poker, in a zero-sum game, or a negative-sum game, I guess.
Probably yours.
When you include the rake.
I think it's probably yours. I don't know why it would go like this. It just go like this. Probably yours, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. 88%, 90% yours.
First thing I've truly enjoyed since I retired from my school bus driving 15-year career.
Yeah, it's hard to replicate the joy of driving a school bus.
$3,000.
Do you know what Garrett has?
Yes, I know what Garrett
did
has.
have. He did have a double belly buster. He had the classic double belly buster on the flop.
This guy beats me in hands a lot.
No, he didn't have the classic double belly buster on the flop.
Yeah, he had the classic double belly buster.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He had an up and down straight draw on the flop.
Well, I call it a classic double.
That's you can look at the other way with the. I know what you're talking about with the queen.
Yeah.
So yeah, it actually, because with the. Okay, I'll give it to you.
Was that? Yeah.
Because the jack gives him an even higher straight to the queen.
Anyway, the only poker commentator who should be allowed to use the double belly buster would have been the late Mike Sexton. I don't think I ever heard him use it in my times listening to the WPT, but he has the perfect voice for saying double belly buster.
Yeah. We don't want to leave him hanging.
I think you should use it more.
I'll think about it. I like using, well, we don't broadcast PLO or Omaha that often. There was the wrap, and then there was the full wrap, and then I was the first one using the term nuclear wrap.
Nuclear wrap.
For the 5-card or more wrap. Or the, whatever, what I'm saying, 5-card. The extra. Yeah, I like nuclear wrap. It's not as good as double belly buster, but it's accurate.
It is accurate. It just doesn't flow off the tongue quite as...
That's nothing. Yeah, the wrap was 3 cards. Up and down is 2 cards, make it. The wrap was 3, the full wrap was 4, and the nuclear is 5. Bob Odenkirk is going to finish tonight in the black.
Are you sure?
I'm not positive, but I'd lay 42 to 1 odds.
Okay, I won't take that bet.
On me?
They're checking to see whose it was because it was right here. We're not sure whose it was. So. It's either one of ours.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay.
They're checking right now.
Here comes the limp raise. Stanley just plays pretty well.
Oh, no.
We talked about this a little before. Theoretically, you're probably supposed to limp almost all of your hands from Stanley's position.
Oh, sorry, I just want to let you see the call.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you, though. I didn't know what you said, but yeah, thanks. Michael, you're the guy.
Go to my end.
$800.
See if Jon's little mini tear can continue. And here comes a big 3-bet from Garrett. Kind of a borderline hand for Jon to defend from the cutoff. He is going to defend it. This hand plays better around 100 big blinds than it does at 200 big blinds, and with the 800 straddle on, they're closer to the former than the latter. Garrett C-bets, Garrett wins. Flopping bottom pair in a 3-bet pot, those are very good hands to run it with and turn into a bluff because you block the in-position player, the calling player's strongest value hands. I'm done.
Is that the last one?
Yeah, that's.
Is he giving away too much?
That's the.
Yeah. Doyle Brunson said he regretted writing Super System because he had to change his game afterwards.
Yeah.
It's weird to me because I can't believe that many people would have read Super System back then.
When did that book come out?
I would say the late 70s, early 80s. I can check, but it was selling. They ship it out. It was $100 a copy. So I really don't know. I'm kind of confused when he says that he had to. Oh, eventually maybe because it got circulated more over the years that he had to change his game.
I just imagine like if you were serious about poker, the word of mouth would spread around and you'd find it somehow if you were playing a bunch, you know?
1979.
Wow. 16. Make it 32.
Promise you.
It's 2 years after I was born.
So if I gave you 4,200 to 1 odds on the accuracy of that statement, you could win. You either I pay you $4,200 or you pay me $1, or I pay you $42,000 and you pay me 10. Let's go to 42,000 against 10.
You're willing to do that?
Yes. I feel like I'm the chosen one in this situation. I feel blessed.
You know, Ryan lost $1,000 on this.
Did he? He lost $1,000 on what? This same area?
Exact.
You're not going to talk me out of it.
No, I don't want to talk you out of it. I don't want to take your money.
That's nice of you.
Yeah, Ryan lost 1,000. Ryan didn't believe it. Lost 1,000.
Race.
Hold on 1 second. It's 1,600 then.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
1,600 from seat 2. That's up then.
Look at that sweet baby there. Oh, there's a flush draw for Ryusuke. Stanley just plays so well. He just checks back the turn. A lot of people just would mindlessly, brainlessly stab there, but Stanley knows he's got a good bluff catcher. There's no reason to stab. He doesn't accomplish anything by stabbing. Checks it back. Trying to get the showdown value with the ace high. Now Ryusuke with a small bet here on the river. Tell you what, Stanley's been in the lab. Like, I'm actually like very astounded by how well Stanley plays.
You've been, you've pointed out the spots. Pretty complimentary of the way he's handled himself tonight in certain situations, in many situations.
I just don't see many guys who are billionaires, I guess, if you're to be believed, who play poker this well. Like, he is definitely a winning poker player. Garrett with a despondent raise.
He's actually have a slightly despondent face right now as he's closing out a night as a rare big loser. If I were invited to Garrett's wedding, I would not have gone, and simply because the bride is an SC graduate. I started by telling you that the place should be shuttered a week ago, a year ago, 10 years ago, and I'm ending by telling you that that place should be shuttered.
You brought it full circle.
So that's all. I'm not going to go into details tonight, but it's a hornet nest of impropriety.
What do you think of the Olympics?
Interesting you bring up the Olympics, which are coming to Los Angeles in 6 years. The entire Olympic movement has always been tainted and corrupted. And at this point, in our dwindling days on Earth, it should be shuttered.
Dwindling days on Earth. Are you speaking for yourself or everybody involved?
I'm speaking for the... I wasn't speaking about myself. I was looking at the bigger picture. You know, when it's, you know, we mentioned Portland, Oregon. When it's 115 degrees in Portland, Oregon, that tells you something.
Look at Jon. Jon turning his 6-high into a bluff.
Very nice.
Jon just figures here that Stanley's going to have too many stabs, too many bluffs, and he could just rebluff there and get pretty much everything to fold that isn't a full house. Jon's turned it around. There's no one giving it away tonight. If you want to make money in this game, you got to work for it. Garrett loving this flop.
And what does Garrett have besides the flush draw?
Oh, he does have the double belly buster, doesn't he?
This is a legitimate classic double belly buster.
No, this is the old school double belly buster. The other one was the classic double belly buster.
I stand corrected. And I don't even think I need to stand corrected.
Well, what would Ronnie say?
You said it earlier.
Look at that sweet baby there. Now Garrett checks. Man, Andy. Garrett knows his man well. If someone checks, Andy bets. Doesn't matter. Does Andy have showdown value? Well, he's going to bet. Does Andy have a big hand? He's going to bet. Does Andy have a bluff? He's going to bet. He just likes to put the chips in the pot.
Well, talked earlier about Andy talking about live more for the moment. Time is running out on all of us. So that would be somebody who puts more chips into the pot more often.
And now not only is Andy's time dwindling, but his chips are as well as Garrett goes for the big check raise. Andy a non-believer. The pair and a gut shot here. He's going to continue. And Garrett led the flop. Jon was the pre-flop raiser in the cutoff. Andy called on the button. Garrett led on those 3, 4, 5. Check raised the turn. I imagine he's going to go for a pretty sizable bet here on the river. Well, now he checks. And Andy just checks back. Garrett's going to be a little disappointed. Going for the old double check raise there. You know what they call the triple check raise? It's very rare. You never see the triple check raise anymore.
Hard to ever see a triple check raise. What do they call that?
The turkey bet.
The turkey bet.
The turkey bet, because it's the, you know, like the 3. A check is an X.
Yes.
And an X is a strike in bowling. 3 strikes is a turkey.
Yes.
So it's the turkey bet.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I made that one up myself.
The turkey bet.
Yeah. I'm trying to bring that one into the lexicon.
You hardly ever see it, so it's hard to bring it into the lexicon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The turkey bet. Can you use that for the WSOP next year? Maybe try to work that in. I want people to pick up on the turkey bet.
Marcoon's turkey bet. So in stud games, you could have
4,000 straight.
4 check raises.
You have 4 streets?
Yeah, because you have an extra betting street in stud.
Oh, okay.
So 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th streets. You know, you can't check raise on 3rd street. So you probably don't know because Rob Stone, who's a Fox announcer, made up a term for 4 straight strikes that he used a lot on bowling telecasts.
Okay.
Which at first was unpopular. I thought it was great, but you know, people hate new things.
Yeah.
So he calls it a ham bone.
A ham bone.
So I don't know if the 4-check raises then would be a ham bone bet, but just wanted to introduce you to the ham bone in bowling.
Yeah. You can't do that in No Limit, but I like it.
Yeah, courtesy of Rob Stone. It's just a nice term he uses for 4 in a row.
A ham bone bet.
Also,
shout out to Raver Poker, Kyle.
Yeah.
For the emojis. He's in there. He's in the chat. He's a commentator here at HCL. Along with he wears every single hat. I feel like he does animations and graphics and video and shoots and he does everything. He's like a one-man. You know, like those guys who they play the entire band's instrument by themselves.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's
so he does that
guy.
here?
Yeah. I think Ernesto's my favorite guy in the chat, which, you know, it's an incredibly low bar to clear, but Ernesto's my favorite because he speaks in haiku. He says bowling, comma, little ball, comma, stick pins, comma, OG.
That's very effective.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
But he's done that more than once.
That's how he always, that's everything.
Props. I got to give you props, Ernesto. That was pretty good.
It's poetry.
Bowling, comma, little ball, comma, what was it? Stick pins. Stick pins, comma, OG.
I don't know what the OG is, but I like it.
It's the OG. It's the original god.
Yeah.
It makes sense for bowling.
Stanley raises, and he's going to get called in 3 spots. Rare we've seen 4-way action to the flop. Stanley's still in the lead here, but most likely will proceed cautious. Nope, what do I know? He's just going to c-bet.
2,400.
Even multi-way. Goes with a small sizing, which I like if you are going to c-bet multi-way.
Got the job done. So what do I know? I mean, that's a pretty good T-shirt for you, and I don't know if on the back it says Marc Goone Poker, or if you have it, over your heart with a little Marc Goone Poker. What do I know? But I think it could catch on for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do I know?
Yeah.
I don't know many things. Sam Lee says, Marc Goone, how are you only 22 years of age?
That's some bad math there. From something you said earlier.
Is it 1999 again? Michael wakes up with, oh, I did it again. I'm trying to break the habit.
I'm going to give you about 5 options.
Yes.
Not right now. I'll think about them.
Okay. I'll pick one. I'm just going to use it always and forever.
Yeah. I hope one is pickable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you give me 5, one has to be, I would hope. If you think about them for longer than 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'll think about it for longer than 5 seconds. Because I've been, the expression has bothered me for quite a while.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Raise 1,000.
It's going to be a hard habit to break.
It's not like you have to get a nicotine patch. You can break it.
4,000.
Garrett just quickly folds, and Ryusuke gets one through.
You just drive right back to San Diego usually after the game, or do you
Yeah, no, I just leave.
You miss LA at all?
No, not at all, actually. Yeah, I like San Diego.
Yeah. You don't miss the comments?
No. I love not going in there. It's like I said earlier, I can't believe I wasted so much time doing it.
going to Nashville next week. I don't know about Nashville. Just as a place in general.
People seem to like. I've never been to Nashville. So you're going to Nashville for what purpose?
A wedding.
So you're going to be there for a weekend for like 3 nights?
2 nights. 2 nights. We don't want to leave our dogs for too long.
Yeah, well, I don't think you're going to really get any real grasp of any place in 2 nights.
No. I mean, I've been there a lot.
Oh.
My friend Gethin has become our designated dog sitter, so he's just... Every time I have a wedding, I just, hey, man, do you think you could stay at the house for a few nights?
Geffen?
Gethin. That's his name.
Geffen.
Gethin.
Oh, Gethin.
With a TH.
Oh, TH. That's still, I don't understand.
He's from England.
Okay.
You know about England?
I know a little too much about England.
Ryusuke giving Andy a little bit of rope here. See if Andy will fire this river. The only bad thing Ryusuke could do here would be to lead. Ugh.
I hate to hear your groan in disappointment.
Lets him off the hook.
Yeah.
And Andy acts surprised.
I thought it might have been 7 deuce of hearts, to be honest. I thought maybe 7 deuce of hearts. Don't do it to me.
Okay. Good decision. Too big?
I like this. Almond Bread says nuclear squadouche.
What about nuclear squadouche?
Well, he took your nuclear.
He took one.
Yeah.
One thing I said and threw it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, actually, I would believe that I have used, it's a long time ago, but I've used nuclear squadouche on air on ESPN.
It's pretty
Would be
good.
my bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds familiar to me.
What year do you think it was? I'm gonna go
A
back
long
and-
time. I would say it was at least 10 years ago.
Okay. I probably won't go back and check then.
Yeah. I don't use squadouche hardly that much the last 10 years, so the first 10 years.
Maybe bring it back.
Well, I used to say someone gets frisky with squadouche. I like that expression, getting frisky.
I don't know what
with
that means,
squadouche.
but it sounds good.
Well, so if someone's moist, they get frisky with squadouche.
If they're moist. Where did moist come from? Well, Michael gonna float here with a couple backdoors, and look at that turn guard for him.
So that gave him 2 backdoors at once?
That is correct. You could say all of the backdoors.
That's right. That's
This is a good spot to bluff, and this is a good spot to bluff big. Ace high boards are under bluffed. We talked about that. And look, there's just no draws. Michael called the flop, and there's no draws. But Andy says, I'm
Show
on
me.
to you.
Well, I was wrong about Michael not playing any poker down the stretch.
At least he went for it.
Yeah. I like that he went for it.
It's a good spot to go for it. Look at Thida. Who made her do this? Somebody made her do this. She's not doing this by choice.
That was very quietly nice.
Oh, is that it? I think that's it. Look.
Oh,
Rough
put up
night
the
for
chip
Garrett.
count.
But he ends the night leading the league in chips as usual. Stanley with the highest VPIP. Garrett right behind him. Ryusuke not far. Well,
I never like the chip count at the end of the night. I want the plus and minus.
look, Norman.
There we go. That's what I want.
It's been an absolute joy to share your birthday here with you at Hustler Casino Live.
I love when I have more than one birthday in a year, and so it's been really nice of you to share my second birthday.
Thank you guys for tuning in for High Stakes Friday. For High Stakes Poker Productions, Marc Goone and Norman Chad. We'll be back Monday for Max Payne Monday. Everybody have a very gentle weekend. See you then.